Market's trying to hold on to gains here this morning as we get a few economic releases set to come through at 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock this morning. On the U.S. side of things, those will be the numbers we're paying attention to, including some home price index data again at 9 a.m. Then at 10, probably the biggest one that could affect the market. The Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index coming up at 10 a.m. New home sales then at 10 o'clock, as well as the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index on a day where we see things back in, positive territory here, 0.25% for the NASDAQ, but running into some key levels from yesterday. We had the Russell, we had the S&P, we had the NASDAQ, we had basically everything, the Dow as well, all at all-time highs. And then we get this sharp right-hand turn halfway through the morning. And what a sell-off it was throughout the day. We did bounce into the close, sharp sell-off after the close as well on some earnings reports, but here we are trying to hold on to 508 on the Qs right now. So NASDAQ trying to lead once again. We'll see how things do. Ton of earnings this morning, mostly in retail land. There's Kohl's to the downside. We had DKS to the upside in a pretty good way here, almost 10% at the highs there for Dick's Sporting Goods. NVIDIA moving around here this morning, trying to lead chips back to the upside. This was one of the main reasons we saw so much weakness in the overall market yesterday, specifically on the tech side of things. Across the board, though, I mean, there's some EV movement this morning. Our friends over at VinFast with their earnings out, Rivian getting more money. Lots of storylines so far.
I was just about to say that. You took the words out of my mouth. A lot of money being doled around today, Brendo. About $8 billion coming from the federal government for Intel under the CHIPS Act for them to continue building out the 4 fabs that they're building out in the States. More money for our friends at Rivian as well. They got about $6.5 billion to help obviously compete with Tesla. Lots to talk about, as you mentioned. Retail earnings in focus, as well as these GLP-1 drugs. Keep your eye on Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Amgen. Amgen had a study, Novo Nordisk and Lilly getting a bit of a boost as Biden looking at including these GLP-1s under Medicare, Brendo.
Yeah, AMGN getting really hurt, 11.5% right now. I saw Novo trades over in Europe as well, was down this morning as well. So we'll keep an eye on those for sure. There's Rivian, as you mentioned, 8.8%. Just made a new high coming back in a little bit here, but 1260, 1250, I guess if you zoom out, probably a more important level. But yeah, huge day yesterday for Rivian. Ends the day relatively strong. We get the huge gap up, almost like somebody knew something was coming on a day when the overall market was a little bit weak. So we'll keep an eye on Rivian this morning as well. Obi, back in for Sean today. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Sean's still feeling under the weather. We'll be locked and loaded anyways. And the verdict's in after earnings, last night and this morning. And clearly, Dick's clearly growing more rapidly than all the other earnings names. And, Sharif is yelling out, is there any shrinkage with Dick's? No, it's all growth here. Almost 9% to the upside. You're bleeding over in Kohl's. It's nasty. Kohl's is nasty. This could resemble something like we saw with Gap, and we were just talking about that with Obi. Zoom, however, caught another bid. So Zoom was down double digits, and now all of a sudden it's up down only 6%. So there's a heck of a lot to look at. I know we talk about this holiday shortened week and all that good stuff, but there was certainly enough volatility to go around yesterday. No questions asked. You just had to be careful, pick your spots. And I don't think we even mentioned 92 on Bitcoin. So you're getting this pullback off 100,000. Obviously, the 90,000 will be like a good psychological number in there, but you're getting this healthy pullback after we didn't break or failed to get to 100K in Bitcoin, and some of the usual suspects are pulling back, and I think into some support levels where I think we can expect some kind of a bounce, but a healthy pullback in crypto off 100,000, and unhealthy pullback in Kohl's as far as I'm concerned, because I had to zoom out far enough on the Kohl's chart to be able to find the all-time low, but it is not looking good over there. Not looking great for crypto. But hey, today, NVIDIA is up 1.5% and bouncing on its 50 SMA. It kind of feels like we could have a 10 bounce in NVIDIA today.
Yeah, no, I'm watching a lot of these earnings names as well. I did a quick scan here. I like that. I like that Dick's Sporting Good, but it is near all-time highs. But I don't know. It might be. You got to watch it. It might be a little illiquid. Kind of talking to a couple of fellow traders about it, but I like the stock here. Very strong off of some of these prior levels that are 200 hold. As well, again, throwing up a quick anchored right there. It's going to come in just where that current day's VWAP is as well. So let's take a quick look at higher time frame on this one. Going straight to the weekly, you can see pre-market is trading at 234s. All-time highs is at 238 right here. That was printed a few months ago, actually. So in August, so the week of August 19th, we printed those all-time highs. But yeah, no, due to the liquidity, I don't know how dysfunctional this trade on DIX will be, but that's one of the names definitely that I'll definitely be watching. ANF as well, another retailer reporting today, but nothing. Oh, ANF. So very, very strong chart. We were talking about this one in 23 and 24, absolutely wild strength, and it's found a bit of a base here on top of that 130 and trading at 154s right now, but lower highs, bit of a compression here. Didn't really do too much on earnings. A little bit of a nothing burger right here, pretty much sideways action, muted. But I also like ADI right here. ADI, very, very strong. It's been running up into earnings, and it gets that strong push off of earnings as well. And then there's one more, Woodward. Woodward's coming out of the woodworks here as, again, breaking through some multi-month highs. So going to the weekly right here. Actually, you know what? These are all-time highs on Woodward. Never mind.
That's a crazy chart.
Okay, so Woodward. All right, so I didn't assess that one. I think it was Samtech, SMTC, that was breaking out. Yeah, okay, so this one is breaking out of a couple multi-year highs, SMTC. So this one, again, a lot of either all-time highs, 52-week highs breaking on some of these tickers. Again, a muted week. Potentially less volume, but I'm going to be watching for opportunities on some of these earnings day one names as they push for some fresh highs.
I was actually expecting that you were going to have a pun for that Woodward stock when we had that chart up there, but we appreciate you laying off that one. I think it would be a little bit too easy to make that one go. No, I wasn't thinking that way, Fabian. No, we're thinking another way there. No, but like as you said, there's going to be a lot to look at today. And I think this is one of those days. And don't forget, you had so many small and mid-cap runners. That's why we're looking at Rivian. But we have to, before I throw it back to the desk, let's just acknowledge the fact that, hey, okay, so I didn't think it would get there day one, and it got really close. I'm talking to you, Zena. It didn't get to $10 yesterday. I was pretty skeptical that it would. Day two, Zena goes all the way to 10. The Warrior stock ends up obliging all the longs, so that you got the gap up. That said, there's already a bit of a heavy bid coming into this one. Like it's been battling this $10 level on the way back. So watch out for this. You saw the run. Like it was up, it was up over 300% at the close, and then it made another move into $8. So I would suspect there would be some profit takers coming back in here this morning. It does make some sense after a gap like this that you're going to see some profit taking on Zena. So just be a little bit careful. Well under VWAP, now threatening the $10 level. But what a ride that was in the afternoon. Let's head on to the desk. We got a lot to discuss.
Kind of pointless. We were talking about Zoom. Big bounce underway right now. Still down significantly, guys, here for Zoom. 6.7%. Still says Zoom video communications up here, but as of 5 p.m. on Monday, they've dropped the video. I'm not sure that's the biggest noteworthy part of this earnings report, but I don't really understand that. But no more Zoom video communications, now just Zoom communications. But I mean, a decent report. The forecast a little bit light here, but revenue beating, EPS beating. There's so much competition in this space. We were talking about it before we came on this morning. I still find Zoom very clunky and unnecessarily complicated to actually use, where there's, Google's product that's just one click and you're in a meeting kind of thing.
And you're part of the ecosystem, which makes everything a lot easier. Zoom, you're not really doing that. Yeah, to build on your point, I couldn't really find what was wrong with this report. Profitability, $207 million in the quarter. That's take-home money, and that's also 47% more than they made last year. Adjusted earnings beat analyst expectations. Revenue surpassing the forecast, Brendo. Enterprise revenue continued to grow. Online revenue for regular retail customers, that remained flat. You got to wonder maybe that's what's keeping things down. Their guide, they expect revenue of $4 2/3 billion, up from 4.6 earlier than that. And their adjusted EPS in terms of profitability for their guide higher than the forecast, so I can't really figure out what was wrong.
Yeah, and market agreeing at this point with a nice bounce underway. I mean, the overall action after the close yesterday when this came out was kind of back and forth. We do end the aftermarket session to the downside, basically at the lows, but nice bounce underway, as I mentioned here, guys.
You know, when we sat down, or at least when I sat down this morning, I was kind of thinking, hey, Zoom down 10%, that's going to be the SSR bounce, because mostly it was a good report. So sprinkle a little buyback action on that one. And I thought for sure we'd be talking about, hold on to 80 for an SSR bounce. Now all of a sudden, when I say SSR bounce, short sell restricted, down 10% at the open, that's going to apply to Kohl's and unlikely to be Zoom here. That said, I don't want to completely write off the notion that some selling doesn't come into this thing at said open. You got obvious support there at 78. And then the $80 level, while also being psychological, had some support there going into last week as well. It has to get to about, it's like $80 and, I don't know, like $80.10 or something around there. It's just in front of the $80 level effectively that it would be 10% down. So you do have to get down here for a standard SSR bounce, which is what I'd be looking for. If you have to guess, and ultimately price action matters and what we think of the report doesn't, sometimes it's just the run that it had made going into earnings was pretty spectacular. You're failing a bit of a high, so like I guess a healthy pullback was in order for them. If it doesn't hold on to 80, there's an obvious support level down here at 78. So those are the places that I want to shoot for on Zoom, assuming we get some kind of a dip. Volume's good. We like these earnings plays. There was some continuation, the last couple of weeks on some of these earnings names. And I think you want to go where your bread has been buttered, which is making sure you're looking at active names. There's a reason, I mean, maybe not today for NVIDIA, because I think NVIDIA actually looks good today, but there's a reason we've been backing off of NVIDIA yesterday. There just wasn't much to do unless you were short the stock. So you got to look for the opportunities where they lie. And these earnings names, like Zoom, ideally would give us the dip buy, look pretty spicy.
I mean, I like that push back up right here. Again, I'm going to point out that anchored once more, anchoring to the earnings reaction right here coming into the close, or right after the close yesterday. This little bid up has us coming into that anchored sitting at that 84.26. We're trading just shy of 83 right now. So yeah, we're trading below it. So I'm just going to use it as I would any sort of VWAP, kind of observe what price does in and around this area, just to give us some direction, give us an idea of who may or may not be in charge of the price on the day, and we're trading below it. We've extended to a pre-market low of 78.38, and a nice little bid up here on this on some of this volume that's coming in after 7 a.m. right here. So I'm curious to know whether or not we'll make it past this 84.85 price on Zoom. Definitely one to watch on the day today. So. That's what I'll be watching on Zoom video. Let's see if we get a zoom to the upside or to the downside. But either way, I think the call might be on.
Ooh, I like that.
Talking about that? All right, we mentioned Rivian catching a bid on some funding news. We'll get to that coming up. But Tesla back higher again this morning, only just 0.25% here in positive territory after that pretty ugly sell-off into the close yesterday. After, remember, if you go back to the pre-market yesterday, nice gap to the upside. That was closed immediately, and then we get that sharp sell-off. On that California note, I mean, that was really the only significant thing that came out late in the day yesterday. I mean, you have the details of it, but very Gavin Newsom of him.
Yeah, you're setting me up. You're setting me up. All right, look, here's the deal. If Donald Trump cuts the federal EV tax credit, which right now is about $7,500, give or take, Gavin Newsom and the state of California are going to step in to fund that kind, or fill the void there. However, one exception, one car company going to be excluded from that subsidy. Yes, Tesla is the one. Elon Musk didn't waste any time, went on X, obviously called it very unfair, especially since he's producing about 500,000 vehicles in the state and employing a plethora of people. Some other state representatives from the Democratic side went on X, Brendo, and basically disparaged this whole policy.
so
We'll have to
crazy.
see if it goes through. I mean, I can't even believe this.
You're being very polite.
Yes, I am.
Let's quote it accurately here. This was Elon's quote on X, guys. Yes, exactly. It's
Yes.
insane. It's absolutely insane. So nice, a little bit of a bump here, anyways, this morning to start, guys, for Tesla.
Yeah, there are a few things I could say about it. Look, it's ridiculous. Who else? Nobody actually even makes cars in California except for Tesla. What are we even talking about here? And I get it. Like, politics are politics, so it is what it is, and you got to be able to live with it. The price action on Tesla was nasty yesterday, and I said this a lot yesterday, and you have to be willing to have this be true. Tesla was a green stock, but it's all well and good that a couple of longs set up exactly how you want it, like prior high, and then the 3, and then a bounce off. It gets crazy. Just basically look at the 2 prior highs, the last couple of sessions, and those were the bounces where, like, you can see this one line up with the morning bounce there, and then the prior high line up with that bounce. So, like, that long worked, and that long worked, and both were good into VWAP. That's great. So a couple of good mean reversions. But the short was the way to go on Tesla yesterday. Unfortunately, I didn't have it, but you look for those long setups, and you just try to make money on the trades that you end up taking. So it is what it is. That said, today, you're diddling a little bit in the middle. We know there's this 330 to 335 area here that's got support on Tesla. We're trading at 40s. So, I look at this and say, well, this time we're not looking for prior highs. It's just somewhere in front of that 330 level that I want to look at buys. And again, be patient with it. But you cannot ignore, you can say head and shoulders, whatever you want to call it. If we get into the mid 40s, this looks like a fade up here around 47, 48. So I do want to respect both directions. Where you're a little bit closer to support than you are to what I think is the prior resistance, and that's going to be in the mid 40s. So I think it's a little more likely we test those low 30s for the bounce play on Tesla. So just trying to try and take that shot. I am favoring a pop and fade, but the resistance level's far away, meaning it has to set itself up. And it might just be a pullback into like the afternoon low, and then we look for a curl or a mean revert on Tesla. But there's going to be a lot of patience required. I feel as if today, with Kohl's doing what it's doing and Rivian doing what it's doing, and actually NVIDIA looking pretty decent, this is one we might have to wait a little bit after the open on and not just take it anything at 9:30 on Tesla.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. That support level, that 335, definitely stands out right off the bat, and we've already kind of tested it in the pre-market right here, holding above some of these after-hour consolidation highs as well as of right now, trading just shy of that 340. So yeah, I'm going to be looking for this level to continue holding on the week, and if we get a distinct breakdown through that 335, I think that's a potential for some decision making as well. If we can come back down into 320s here, 324 prior high on Tesla. But yeah, as of right now and yesterday's price action, we're looking a little double toppy here at that 362. Because if you look at this high, that's 362.80. This high was 362.79, Neil. A penny away from that prior high. That was made once again on Tuesday, the 12th. Just a couple weeks ago, there in the pre-market, right off of the 4 a.m. open, which pretty much was it off of the 4 a.m. open? Yeah, so 4 a.m. open, and then that traded a little bit higher than prior day highs in and around that 358. So technically, we did kind of attempt to push that high. We failed to follow through. We didn't even crack it by anything. We actually were short by a penny, and then we're coming right back into some of the support levels. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be watching this 335 to 330 on the day today to see if we can kind of continue yesterday's momentum. They're aggressive selling into the close as well here on Tesla.
Next on the show, we'll touch base with Mitch Hoke here, analyst over at. Okay, one way or the other, Fabian. We can do it after. It's all good, no problem. I was going to mention news releases coming across here. Shout out to our friends over at Red Light Holland, former guest on the show. He's been on a number of times. Todd Shapiro, CEO, teaming up with Irvine Labs to supply raw material for manufacturing microdosing psilocybin. So you can check out them. Truff, TRUFF on the OTC. TRIP, TRIP, the ticker here in Toronto on the CSE. All right, enough of that. Let's bring in Mitch. More exciting things to talk about here. Mitch, how are you? First of all, good to see you.
Oh, I'm doing great, man. There's not many times in the market where I feel like I'm just yelling at the computer. I need more buying power. And that's exactly what it feels like is going on right now. Of course, trade the pool, I have that option. But I know that I'm calling out all the traders for the stock competition. I want to hear what you guys are going to be trading because it's coming up right now. December 5th, it starts, guys, 5-day stock trading battle. So all you guys in the chat that are always putting up those trade ideas, always sending trade ideas to Sean. Hey, well, this is your opportunity to shine. I want to see you guys over there. Of course, it kicks off on December 2nd. You get 200,000 in buying power. So you probably won't be like me yelling at for some more buying power. But the time's ticking, guys. Sign up now and show us what you got. I know a lot of you guys have some great ideas in the chat. I catch them all the time. I'm excited to talk some stocks, though. Did you guys see Best Buy this morning?
Yeah, I mean, we were discussing all these retailers. I mean, Dick's Sporting Goods, there's Kohl's, there's Best Buy as well. Where do you want to start? Jump in. BBY.
Yeah, so let's talk retail, right? I mean, I've been trying to give you guys the idea of this trade coming early, right? The Black Friday trade, right? And I try to be early on trends because I think that's really where the edge can be, right? Is if we're early on these events, looking to see these charts start to prop up. Best Buy was one that I mentioned last week. Today, of course, the earnings come in, but throw those earnings out the window because right now the focus is more on the current event that's happening, which is Black Friday. So what are we going to get, of course, on Friday and Monday? We'll start getting some statistics on how the sales went. But by then, I think the stocks have already risen. We've seen XRT start to take off. This morning, it is down in the pre-market. So I guess it gives us an opportunity for those traders that didn't get in to look for these retail trades. So Best Buy, I think, is definitely one that you look at. And what did they mention was the negatives? It was new iPhones not selling as much, AI-enabled laptops. So I think this all kind of flips here in, of course, the holiday time as we get these Black Friday deals and you know how everyone is. They start buying the gifts now because they think they're going to get the best deal, right? So I'll be looking to see a bunch of these names move. Let's just run through some retail names here because, man, there's not many times, but I have so many trade ideas like this right now. So we'll do a really quick rundown of retail. So right now I'm seeing Lulu get a really nice move yesterday. I was trading it and it looked awesome. A&F this morning comes in with their earnings. That's something definitely to keep an eye out. And the earnings were great. The only real warning going into the summer months of next year. And I would put a warning on those months also. But for right now in the holiday, everything looks good. And their newest brand, right? The brand that is getting to the new Gen Z and the new gen, right, is what Hollister, and that's doing great. So I expect good things from A&F and AEO, which is another one to keep an eye out that just started moving. And of course, we know that Gap has been moving, Levi has been moving, but we could also take a look at footwear. Look at Nike. Nike just got started yesterday. It looks great. It's already had a nice pullback. Earnings have brought it down to more a fair valuation. And I'd keep an eye out on this one, along with the shoes that have holes, Crocs. Crocs is another one to keep on watch as the shoes with holes have been struggling with their sales. That's where things need to change. But potentially here, a Black Friday deal, some holiday sales, maybe they can at least bring in some optimism into the stock with some good catalyst numbers there. So the last one is, of course, the platforms to watch, which are Shopify and Amazon. Amazing trade on Shopify yesterday. A nice $500 trade. Can't get mad about that. Shopify looking good here on the daily, just recently had a nice spike, held the 9 EMA pullback, and now is starting to curl up. This looks awesome. And the last one I'll give you guys, one that not talked about often, Wayfair. Wayfair is definitely one to watch in this Black Friday run.
All right, give us your game plan here, Mitch, for Black Friday. Are you a TV guy? Are you an iPad guy? What's your target for sales shopping?
This is a good one to talk about because I think it's an interesting one to think about, right? It's the VR side of things. So I'm thinking about maybe picking up the Oculus 3, right? Okay. And the big thing there is I like watching a lot of sports, and there's like the front row viewing kind of side of things. So I'm like, well, I mean, this actually seems interesting, right? Because let's just be honest, the average person not going to be sitting front row sports too often, right? But with VR, maybe we can do that. So I'm looking at that as being a potential side that could see an increase. So I'd also look to see if Meta could get a run into the holidays, right? That's a little surprise trade that could be there. And I think that you got to continue to watch multiple trades here. Apple is very, very one to watch right now because I think they're selling. I think there's profit taking by the big boys in NVIDIA and rotating that money to Apple. Why would they do that? Because they expect to see Apple and AI intelligence really kick off next year. And with all those features coming out, I could see Apple having a better 2025 than NVIDIA can. And why? Just because of the valuation, right? And that's really what it comes into play here. And I think that a lot of people are thinking that Apple's not really kicked off in the AI game. And we're looking at that potential for AI 2.0 coming in with, of course, regulation or no regulation maybe coming from Trump in AI, which could help all these players continue pushing.
We had a couple of analysts come through yesterday with their, it's the end of the year, so you start getting those projections of where everyone thinks the market's going to be at the end of next year. I saw 7,000 for the S&P from one of those yesterday. So maybe
you know how it is, man. It's just pick a number, right? It's pick a number, right? And I think that they just start looking at historical data. I think the important thing is going to necessarily be is the beginning of the year, because a lot of times, just like we got it in majority of the times where we get a nice little front run in the beginning of the year and then a tough summer months. So I think right now there's an important trade that's talked about often. That's right now, today, Tuesday until the beginning of the year, right? And a lot of people call this the holiday trade, right? This is when it starts. Right now, specifically on Tuesday, the stats say this is when it goes towards the beginning of the year, and then it goes to the first 3 days of the new year, which of course is that kind of New Year rally with the small cap names. And small caps are ones to watch. If you really think about it in the holiday time, the stats say that the small caps outperform the large caps. So just something to keep an eye out. And of course, with Trump there, I think it helps the small caps continue getting the lift. So keep your eyes on that IWM. And there's more and more to talk about. I mean, I could go on for days and days today, man. I'm telling you guys. I'm sorry, I run the show if I could, man. But what about the autonomous plays? Mobileye was one that we talked about just recently. It's continuing to move here. And I think this is one that you cannot keep your eyes off. Autonomous is so a big focus because the real key was going to come when did these go to the regulatories and say, hey, we really want to put this out there, right? And this is going to be the change. This is why I think Elon worked himself into government. It's not because he wanted to fight for free speech. I know that everyone's going to go on that side, not to be political, but I think the key here is the cash in his pocket. He knows if he gets autonomous going, robo-taxi, a Tesla really becomes a tech company. I know that a lot of people call it that, but really, what is it under? When I look it up, it's auto manufacturer. Overnight, if autonomous really takes off, it becomes a software company. And I think that's the important thing here. That's the change in fundamentals and why you're seeing Tesla jump so high. So what do I want to do? I want to have a couple of lotto plays, like maybe LIDR, LIZR, Mobileye, AUR. I want to go ahead and have a diversified basket here to potentially catch a monster move. And one last area to look at that most are not looking in, and this is just more investment conversation, is lithium. Take a look at PLL as one of those charts that are just starting to look prime. And what I'm looking for is if we are going to get this, big EV rally and EVs are really going to come into play, everyone has always said it. It needs to first start with the underlying asset, which of course is lithium.
Mitch had a lot of coffee this morning, and we appreciate all the insight.
Man, fire!
Great stuff. Ton of ideas, lots of storylines, obviously going into the new year as well. Mitch Hope, analyst over at Trade the Pool. Good to see you.
Definitely, and check it out, guys. We got 10% off right now for Black Friday and a brand new limited deal that I tell you right now is prime, guys. Check it out. I'll see you guys over there.
Thanks, Mitch.
Yeah, big shout out to Mitch there. Some great ideas. And look, when talking about those small caps, look, we've seen it. You're seeing them run. It's not just about the squeeze names. This is why things like Rivian are going. You've got to look where the rotation is happening. We've been talking about the energy names, the nuclear energy names were running a little bit of a pullback yesterday, and then now you're starting to see some quantum computing names going in the smaller cap space. But I just wanted to quickly make a note about Meta before we throw up the desk and talk some futures, because Meta is trying to break channel. Look, it's not a crazy channel down. Obviously, if I zoom out, it's a trend to the upside. We all know what Meta's chart looks like if I zoom it out a little bit further. But since it made the fresh high, it has been holding a pullback. It has a chance to now close above that and run the 50 period. So it looks like it's made a bit of a rounded bottom here at the 550, and you're starting to climb. This is not one to sleep on, I don't think. As long as it can hold the 560 this week. I wanted above the 50 period for a breakout, confirm this with a little bit of a close above that level, but it's looking awfully good for Meta. Maybe not the great one today. And then before we go back to this, I said we were going to throw back, but I just wanted to shout to NVIDIA, which did a little bit of a dip. NVIDIA's still been climbing higher here. And yeah, there's been a rotation and money's come out of NVIDIA since earnings, but it caught a nice bottom off that 135, the 50 period moving average. And now I like this VWAP and the 135 as well. So it's a heck of a lot to look at. I mean, we'll talk about all of them. The CDP, talking about the airlines running hot. UAL has been absolute fire. There's a lot for us to cover in today, but let's see how the futures are doing up at the desk.
We closed out above 6,000 points, guys, 6,005. So we're already using that 6,000 point level as a level of support if we continue to maintain it right now. We're almost at the overnight high, 6,023, excuse me. As you saw, we got to 6,037 yesterday at the high, so we'll use that level as resistance and we'll use 6,000 as support.
Yeah, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab an absolutely free resource. As per usual, it comes out every single morning. The market is open before we come on at 8:30. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market, what's moving around and why, delivered right to your inbox. Top link in the description down below gets you that for free. Coinbase, we'll talk about crypto to lead things off here. Coinbase, I just noted, trying to get back above 300. That's tough to see, but that's 300 right now. We are stalling out at ever so slightly here for coin. But yeah, the march towards 100,000 here seems to be paused for the time being. Bit of a pullback yesterday. MSTR downside this morning. That's Coinbase down 4% right now. That's not wrong.
Yeah, we're down, Brendo, about to the lows, 92,300 there, which is about 5.9% from the all-time highs after that post-election high. It's not just Bitcoin that's dropping. Ether fell 4.4%. You had Solana drop 9.3%. The total crypto market as a whole lost about $182 billion. So market cap now of about $3.35 trillion. But when you look at what some of the experts are saying, case in point, Matty Greenspan's perspective says typically when you come into that level of resistance, there is going to be a further area of consolidation before we retest those highs again. That's being echoed by some others, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, Brando.
Yeah, there's a few things moving around right now. I just saw Pizza, which is Papa John's, PZZA, Subway CEO, John Chidsey, stepping down at the end of the year under Pizza, PZZA, but not doing anything on that.
Not moving. You know what? Actually, completely unrelated to that story, believe me. But they just popped into my head because I made the mistake this morning. Don't forget Palantir's now on the NASDAQ, everybody. So I know it's not on our rundown or anything, but if you try to type it, if you try to pull up Palantir, at least especially at realtrading.ny, I was staring at a blank and I'm like, why is nothing coming up? Because it's moved on over to the NASDAQ. But in terms of Bitcoin, look, I said yesterday, I thought like after we lost that battle with 100K on BTC, yeah, we're headed down around to 90,000 or so. So, I think you got maybe one more leg to push down before we start looking for some support and a reversion and a rally. I think that's the kind of thing that can come into play today or tomorrow. When you look at some of the individual names, you start to think about where the support is on some of these. I think Coin's got a little bit more, just in terms of an obvious 275, 280 that it can play back into. The one that I have up on the radar, really, I only wrote one of them down, to be honest with you guys, and it was Mara, the 22. It was the most obvious level. It doesn't feel like we've got enough juice to get there. But if we do get one more push down, you got that big fail on Mara, but it's a little closer to the highs than the rest. It's got the short squeeze on it. I feel like it was trending a little bit outsized. It was able to break through when Bitcoin didn't break through. So if we were to continue down, I really like the long when we catch a bounce off of 90,000. Now, will we get to 22 today? I don't know that that's going to be the case. That said, it could go, if it hits 10% down, that could set an SSR bounce up on Mara. And I do like this area between 22 and 23. So that's the one I'll look for some kind of a mean reversion on as we're continuing to fall. I'm anticipating, that 90,000 area where we had some support should have it again. If we get down, just going to patiently wait. If we get down there, going to be looking bounce plays, but Mara first. I'm not touching MSTR. I think Coin 275, 280 does look okay, but it's Mara that I'm a little more interested in if we do fall further.
Yeah, I think something to point out is a bit of a trend on Bitcoin. If we're looking at some of these crypto names and trying to see where we might be headed going into the shortened week this week, Bitcoin again, obviously you should be having an eye on that, and you can see that we've been holding this trend for the most part of this month. You can see that we kind of pushed up earlier on in the month. Here, off of a bit of a higher time frame trend break, got through that 70,000, 75, 85. Oh boy, we went all the way to 99, 860s, but bit of a trend break right here happening as of yesterday. And some of these tickers are taking a bit of a relief. You can see Coinbase on a higher time frame as well, pulling back kind of off of its highs, bit of a double topping action here. Thank you, Randy. 344, a bit of a double topping action there on Coinbase as well. So Mara, Riot, going to be having eyes on those as well. Mara kind of looking a little bit different than the rest of them. It is kind of trading more near its highs when you look back at it. But they kind of had a pullback off of earnings, and we kind of reclaimed some of those highs from prior earnings as well. MSTR, of course, a lot of eyes on this name, and I think after what happened last week, a bit of a continuation move, and we're making a bit of a base here at that 370. So I'm pretty like if we trade lower, next price I'm looking for is that 320. That's where that bid kind of came in and held for multiple days before we got that strong run up all the way through 500 for a high of 548. So MSTR, what are those lows, you may ask? 371.50 as of right now, and pre-market we've already started testing some of those levels. So can we look for a continuation? Potentially. I'll be looking for price action in and around some of these levels. Now, of course, I want some of that Bitcoin tailwind as well if we're looking for that short to continue to the downside. What's going on, guys?
Randy's making the change.
Let's talk about Bitcoin pulling back, and Randy's changing that bull to a bear. I like that.
Well, the red coffee
and the red cup. You gotta have some confluence, a little bit of confluence.
Yeah, Kohl's is nasty.
Watching KSS right here. Yeah.
When we get to retail earnings, I mean, like if you've had your breakfast recently, maybe you don't want to look at that chart, but it's not a good-looking daily chart on Kohl's. That's it's not good at all.
It's making me hungry.
Thanks, Randy. Kohl's is making you hungry?
Yeah. I think it might be a good opportunity.
Oh, I think, yes. SSR bounce galore, where that sucker is going to be.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit about Rivian, baby, because Rivian's getting off the schneid. I mean, Randy walks away because he's mic dropping that $10 level on Rivian.
6.6 billion is not a little amount of money. That's going to go into more manufacturing capability here for Rivian. 7.3%. We're off the highs right now. Got up to about 1280, 1285 at those highs. We'll see if this can hold. But huge day yesterday, as we said, for Rivian as well.
Yeah, the Department of Energy doling out some money, and you mentioned 6.6 billion. It's going to be used to support the construction of a new production facility in Stanton Springs North in Georgia. Just to give you some context here, so Rivian expects no more than 50,000 vehicles delivered by the end of this year. However, once the Georgia plant is done construction, they expect capacity about 400,000. Here's the thing, though. There's not going to be any shovels in the ground until 2028, so don't hold your breath in terms of an expansion for that capacity. Separately, Brendo, Rivian did bump up yesterday about 13% on the back of that California EV tax credit news, so good look for them.
Yeah, nice move. I wanted to point out this. Tough to see up there, but relative volume right now is 1. So not a heck of a lot of participation behind this.
What's happening?
I think that's also a reason to look for a key dip area here in Rivian. So, look, the last time Rivian was here, which was not that long ago, you just got to go back to the middle of November, just a couple of weeks ago, when it lost this prior high. Like, essentially the high yesterday was this support here at 1185. So technically it's kind of simple, I think, for myself technically. And then you had this top here was about 1215, 1210, 1215. This was the channel where we closed, the channel that we lost, and the channel we resisted yesterday. So dip into this channel, look longs underneath it, don't fight. As long as it can hold inside here or above here, I'm looking dips. That's on the bottom side, that's 1185. On the top side, I think I said 1215 in the chat when someone asked me about it, but it's more like 1210. But that's the target area to look for dip by because it's still decent volume, I think, but compared to yesterday, it was a massive move yesterday. This is where I want to look dip buys on Rivian. As far as the daily chart goes, the other thing that's confirmed with that 12 level is the 200 period moving average as well sits up here on Rivian. So it fits with the theme of rotation. It's got a catalyst going today, but I am looking dip buy into that 12 even area. That's the channel I want to buy Rivian. We'll be there at the open.
Yeah, I think something to note is that strong action yesterday, trading near or above that $11 mark there, 1180s or so are prior day's highs, and we gapped up and are pushing or holding above those levels as of right now. So right away, again, strong volume. You already know what I like to do right here. So when that strong volume comes in, let's drop in that anchor that's potentially a 2-day anchored as well now on Rivian. That's all the way down here at 1158. So we're trading well extended past that point, and you can see that volume starting to come in as well. We're doing so. Yesterday we were doing about 3 times the relative volume here. Now my RVol is a 5 period. And in the pre-market, we're doing significantly more relative to prior days pre-market action as well. So definitely one that's going to be on watch. We talked about this one yesterday, Neil and I, for that opening drive, how clean it was through those prior highs. So I'm going to be looking for more of the same. And if we do pull back, 1158 might be a place to get involved here, maybe look at the tape as well. So it seems like that bid was pretty strong as it's continuing quite well on the day today. So definitely one on watch.
Shout out to our friends over at VinFast, up nicely here pre-market to the tune of about 4%. The company just reported their Q3 financial results. Here's what all the buzz is about. Q3 deliveries up 115% year over year, 22,000 EVs delivered. Revenue, a solid $512 million. That's up 42% from Q2. And that's not all. Gross margins improved by nearly 4,000 basis points compared to Q2. VinFast is now Vietnam's undisputed EV champion after pivoting to pure EV strategy just 2 years ago. They've zoomed past global brands in the market, growing the retail sales in Vietnam by 159% quarter over quarter. An unbelievable 504% year over year in Q3. VFS, check them out today. Again, up about 4%. Let's talk about some retail earnings here this morning. Thank you. VFS, as we said, positive on the day, 4%. Here's Kohl's, not so much. Just made a session low here, sliced through 15 like it wasn't even there. We're now down 20% on the morning here for Kohl's. Pretty ugly. We showed a couple early on this morning that were better than expected. This is exactly the opposite. Nothing good about this report at all. Even the guidance going forward, a bit of a miss as well. Sales decrease 7 to 8%. That's the forecast for Kohl's. So getting hurt here. You have another one.
Yeah.
Dick's Sporting Goods doing a little bit better, so kind of the opposite story as of Kohl's. Let's talk about how they did. They exceeded Wall Street's expectations for both EPS, earnings per share, and revenue net income. That take-home money, that profitability rose $228 million, up from $201 last year, so good growth there. In terms of where they actually saw the growth, while Q3 was quite good, seeing about 4.2% increase year over year, largely due to a better than expected back-to-school season, Brendo. So good look there. With respect to the full year guide, they did boost up their guide up to 3.6 to 4.2% in terms of growth, and the company anticipates a strong holiday quarter after some cautious projections initially with Donald Trump winning. So we'll keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, Mitch with a good point on all of these with Black Friday just around the corner. We obviously won't get that affecting this report, but into the next quarterly report. But here's Best Buy as well. We spoke to Mitch about 3.8% downside, but much more choppy back and forth action for BBY.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at, and you got to pick your poison, when you're looking at which one of these names to trade, it's just going to depend on the type of setup that you're looking for. To me, Best Buy at 3.5%, diddling in the middle of a range, this is the one that just screams stay away. Like if you caught this bouncing off of 86 early in the pre-market, congratulations. Like that's your play. Maybe you faded off of a level like 93. In the middle, not going to touch it. You got to let that one settle down. Dick's is clearly the strong one, no questions asked, but even that has now pulled back in on incredibly light liquidity. So for me, that's a stay away from Dick's. You run into some trouble at the 52-week high 240, and it starts pulling back off there. Obviously, in normal circumstances, prior highs dip by into 220. I think that's the kind of level that I would like on Dick's. However, Kohl's has done almost $4 million in volume. It's got the kiss of death right now. See what I did there? Down almost 20%. It's going to be short sell restricted. You got to zoom out the chart to find a $10 all-time low, 10 and change, as Obi was pointing out to me earlier, but I think the play for myself is going to look for the mean reversion on Kohl's. Down this far, it's got a pretty solid short float, nothing crazy like UAVS, which a lot of people are looking at, but 32% short float on Kohl's, and trending down, making fresh lows. When shorts win, covering and profit taking can happen, and shorts have been winning on this stock the entire way. Now that you're getting under 15, if it can, the second it holds an even dollar level, like a 14.50, a 14 even, a 15 even, possibly at the open, and pulls the mean reversion on, I want that tight stopped entry. Just give me that lower high that I can play off of, a capitulation bottom, get in like a ninja, throw the stop at the prior low, and then look for the retracement back into VWAP. So that's where I'll be hunting on the pre-market. At the open at 9:30, we'll be on Kohl's. I mean, the first stop would be just either regaining 15 or that 14.5 level. But it's a very particular and patient setup, not just bidding every single price. And you'll see, just like yesterday at the open, got to be particular. Like there were dip buys on Tesla yesterday, even though it bled all the way to the downside. But you had to wait for a key level to come in, show bid, and then catch it, throw yourself a tight stop, make sure you take profit, and then be willing to get out if it reclaimed that low.
Yeah, I think a lot of good earnings names on watch today. A&F is a retail name that I'm watching as well. It's currently bidding up in the pre-market. Again, some solid earnings here. Double beat, pushing some fresh highs that haven't really been touched in about a couple of weeks right here. Again, prior high 167.66, and prior earnings high, which comes in with a bit of a consolidation with the days or weeks leading up to it, was that 170, 171 level. So let's see if we can get up there. We're about 10 points, roughly about 9 points away from there, with A&F continuing to push up in the pre-market right here. This is a 30-minute chart now. This is a 3-minute chart. And you can see that we've just been kind of just trickling to the upside past that 150 as well. And yeah, no, KSS definitely one on watch for me. Again, you guys already seen me put that anchored VWAP on there, and we're extending lower and lower off of it. So this thing, like Neil just pointed out, has been trending down on a higher time frame, and we get that bit of a gap, a little bit of a push down towards that $15 area that we're churning around as of right now. So that's definitely one on watch. And yeah, DKS as well, Dick's Sporting Goods. Another one, you can see that I put that anchored on there already. We're trading below it. So, yeah, it seems like the price action is shriveling a little bit on this one, back below that anchored as of right now. Let's see if we get any strong pullbacks. But I don't know. This one might be a little bit harder to trade. But yeah, I don't know if well, SMC Stantec isn't really retail, but those are kind of the three retail names that I have on watch today. Again, in recent times, we had the Gap earnings, we had Macy's, we had Target, we had Walmart as well, and I think it's good to kind of keep in mind what those tickers did as well off of the open, and let's see if some of these retail names follow in step. I'm liking Kohl's. For sure.
I'm impressed with your ability to throw those puns in there with a straight face. I'll tell you guys right now, when they're going to make a remake of the Police Academy, effectively, like the Naked Gun series, and I think you should be Frank Drebin the way you can throw those out there, because there's no way I'm making a shriveled comment without giggling and laughing to you guys there. But let's throw it back up to the desk and talk some Zoom. Well played, Obi. Well played.
All right. I was just going through a couple of analyst reports here. There's a number of them. Wells Fargo, just one of those. Hi. Here's Wells Fargo maintaining their underweight on Zoom, raising their price target, though, to $70. For the most part, analysts with a negative look at this report. Initially, the sell-off, as if you're with us in 30 minutes, we went over it, trying to bounce right now back to 85. But for the most part, again, analysts looking downside today.
Yeah, they clearly know something that I don't know here, because I really can't, well, from this summary, I really can't discern what's going on, why it's negative in any event. They did report profitability that boosted 47% year over year. Nice move up there for profitability. Earnings per share beat estimates. Revenue beat estimates. The main driver of revenue growth here was enterprise. So they're really getting bigger companies online. They do expect slightly higher guide as well, or they did a guide slightly higher than the street was looking for in terms of revenue and EPS. So we'll have to keep an eye out on this one. Off the lows though, Brendo.
Yeah, nicely so far. Still 5.5% though, guys, for Zoom.
Yeah, so I feel like this one's gotten away from us a little bit. Like when I sat down and when I made my note this morning, one of the reasons why I kind of pivot to looking for the SSR bounce on Kohl's is because Zoom already made the bounce. So like it is what it is. Like I had already sort of tweeted it out, and this stock decided after 8 o'clock that it was going to get well away from the $80 level that we're looking for an SSR bounce off of. And now you've already tagged 85. And one of the reasons I liked it, A, already uptrend, B, slap a buyback on that bad boy on the earnings, and then C, you had support under here at 78. You had a good channel into the 80 level, which was a key price level. We thought we'd get a shot at it. Look, it's still possible. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's impossible that Zoom pulls back in, gets into VWAP, supports the 80, and then you go for a relief rally long. It could happen. I just feel as if, with Kohl's underneath 15, that's going to present some kind of a bounce trade off the open, or at least a reason to attempt the trade. So I'm just going to have to back away from Zoom. I do want to acknowledge something before we, I know we have Intel to talk about, but let's be real. For those of you that are watching UAVS and it's 56% short float,
Oh boy.
This just pulled through VWAP here, so just be a little bit careful. I know a lot of times you get a big gap up in a run and you lose a consolidation like this. It could get nasty, but keep in mind, this was $5 in the afternoon supporting $5 and then supporting $5 most of the pre-market. So if it loses VWAP here, this is a pretty hefty gap on UAVS. And some people, if you're already long going into it, there's nothing wrong with taking profit, but I'd be looking back to prior, the close highs, which really this is the aftermarket. So your close highs are like $6 on UAVS and then the $5 channel, or it just has to hold VWAP. It's got a big no-fly zone for this dollar here from 7 to 6. So it's either holding up here above VWAP or it's got to wait till it gets down to $6. I thought we'd at least mention this. You saw what happened with Xena yesterday. Certainly UAVS potential runner, but if you haven't already booked some profits and you're in it early, you got to be careful.
I think Zoom again, we kind of mentioned Zoom a little bit earlier here. Back, it was already running towards that anchored VWAP. It was trading at like 83 and some change. We did get above that anchored. That's currently sitting at 84.20s. We got all the way to 85.40s here. So Zoom kind of taking a bit of a breather as we pull into some of these interesting prices. I think anchored will be definitely a place that I'll be watching on this ticker on the day today. But as of right now, still trading within this earnings reaction high and low. So this is also a bit of a reference for me. 81.50. What is that? 81. We'll call it 81 right there at the low. Reaction high sitting in and around. What is that? 91.5. So 91.50 on the dot there for Zoom video. So yeah, we're pretty much in the middle of the range here. Nothing too crazy, but let's see if we move with any sort of distinction one way or another off of the open. I'm going to be, again, I'm pointing out a couple of reference prices, and the indicator I'll be using is that anchored VWAP, again, anchored to that earnings report when that does come out. So that's my look on Zoom. Not necessarily my number one pick on the day, but it is an earnings name off the open. We don't know what'll hit us, so definitely one to keep an eye on today.
All right, let's go over Intel here to wrap things up. 0.8% right now, back above 25 and holding, which was a key level yesterday of both resistance and support. More details on this coming through late in the day yesterday and this morning for Intel up nicely.
So a couple of headlines, guys, for Intel. The first one, the grant of $7.87 billion that comes from the CHIPS Act. It's actually lower than the $8.5 that was expected, that was previously announced. The money is going to be spent on 4 fabs, all in the United States: Arizona, New Mexico, Ohio, and Oregon. That's what the money's supposed to be spent on there, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. It's going to be given the money in increments, with the first tranche about $1 billion expected later this year. Separately, Qualcomm now waning in interest with respect to acquiring Intel. They're talking about, possibly acquiring parts of Intel rather than the entire thing, worried about regulatory scrutiny. Intel obviously denied when approached by reporters about a potential acquisition, while Qualcomm just denied to comment altogether.
Yeah, it's worth noting all of these semiconductors are positive on the morning. Here's NVIDIA 1.5%. I mean, even AMD 1.25%. So nice look for Intel here. It is relatively strong compared to what it has done the past couple of days. Volume behind this as well this morning.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I mean, on any day where AMD and NVIDIA are outpacing Intel, it's an easy one to look at those two names. That said, we mentioned last week, or maybe even yesterday at some point, I'm pretty sure we did, 25.60 is a key price on Intel. So if we can get and climb up there for a break into the highs, I think that makes a little bit more sense instead of diddling in the middle with it. But NVIDIA bouncing, at least attempting right now to bounce off the 50 SMA on the daily. So there it is. There's your 50 SMA at 135. That's the go zone for me. You almost got there late in the session. Yesterday there was a big imbalance. There was a lot of big imbalances. You almost got there late in the session on a bit of a pullback. So I like longs in front of the 135 on NVIDIA. You can see the afternoon high at 139. It's trying to break out. And then, yesterday we were already looking for AMD longs. AMD certainly made its breakout. Whether we get 135 on NVIDIA or not, AMD is now out and about and on the break. So you were able to take out that 142 via gap fill, via gap overnight, and just simply pulling back into prior resistance. Simple. So instead of, if we get a dip buy opportunity, it's not Intel that I would be looking at. It's the 135 on NVIDIA. It's the 141 where we closed on AMD. Just a couple of names a little bit stronger. AMD also breaking trend. If you were to draw a nice trend line from the highs, breaking trend with this hold, nice little consolidation break on AMD, which, we'll be shooting some plays like we did over the weekend. And spoiler alert, mine's going to be AMD. Unless I change my mind today, I feel like it's going to be this break on AMD and what's happening on this daily chart.
Yeah, I like Intel and what it's been doing again over the past couple of days here, pre-market as well. Again, shout out to Brian Shannon again for introducing me to some of these anchored VWAP strategies or rules there. And again, we can see that anchored to that earnings, we've been attempting to hold this level over the past couple of weeks here. We dip down a little bit lower. We hold some prior anchors as well, but you can see the hold of this 24 and some change area even on prior day in the pre-market yesterday. We got some strength coming off of that 24.50 level all the way up to 25.60s, 25.56 right there. So we pull back all the way back, retracing right down to that anchored VWAP, and that's where we find a bit of a bid once more here on Intel. So again, I guess that's the place to be watching this ticker in and around those mid 24s. Let's see what it does coming off of the open. Now, of course, the chip sector has got if we get tailwind from the chip sector, that's also great. So one to watch out for when I'm trading chips that I always do is I'm watching the Nasdaq, of course. I'm watching Nvidia as well, but SMH is a great one to keep an eye on as well. If you want to get in with a trend and you have that confluence with SMH or the TQs as well, that's always making the trade a little bit nicer than without it as well. So that's all I got on SMH today. Intel very strong. Let's see if that bid shows up again in and around those 24s there, Neil.
But it is now just under 15 seconds till we get the bell. It's going to be a wild retail earnings Tuesday. We've got Joe, Options Joe. Oh, voice already going. Let's ring the bell in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go get him.
Thank you, Joe.
Right off the bat, of course, Coles decides that it wants to bounce off the 15 level. So that's starting to pull back in here on KSS. We do have Rivian pulling right into the target area, so it's down and around that 12. Do want to be a little bit patient. Let an opening candle figure itself out here. Don't want to jump in way too early on Rivian as it's a little bit of a falling knife. But KSS, wow, already above that 15. I kind of felt like we would make a move down at the open that we could revert back into. I want to make sure the stock is open. Yeah, it looks like we're open now on KSS, although maybe not. Yeah, not sure we got the opening print yet on Coles. So I'm just going to back off on that one a hot minute. Yeah. I don't think we've got the opening print yet.
Yeah, no, I liked that 15-20. We did kind of take up to 15-20s, 15-30s there. I hit the bid, and then I guess it's a SSR because it didn't really take me right away.
Oh, yeah, it's 18%.
Yeah, so it didn't take me right away, and I was like, oh boy, give me an uptick. But got to stay patient for that one there. I think Neil's definitely right. Might not be fully open just yet, even though it did print a little bit above those 15.25. So you're just going to pack my patience a little bit here for that one to come in. Rivian is dumping to the downside. So that little pop that we had in the pre-market not really sustaining.
Now it's open.
Aggressive selling. So here we go, 15.10s coming in here. Oh, look at that. Wow, look at that size. You saw that. 4,000 lots on the ask. Oh boy, here we go. 15 is going to be interesting here on KSS. Let's see if this one can give us a directional move here.
Yeah,
anchored VWAP once again. Yeah, that was 4,000 lots, bro.
Yeah, it was a crazy. So I actually, when it dipped, sorry guys, when it dipped back into 15, I got O2s on the bid. The second I saw that heavy lot size, I was able to get a leg out on the next push up there to 15.10. Look, that was a pretty heavy offer that came back in on the downside. And remember, because it's SSR, it couldn't hit the bid. It had to post. If we lose 15, I'm jumping out of this trade because the bounce gave you 10 pennies on a stock down 18%. So I feel like this is going to be a wild one here on KSS. For now, it's holding 15 even, and we got a little bit of a scalp trade. But I'm not going to fight this one too heavily here. Yeah, you're underneath. Let's just jump out of it. I have my stop right there at 89, so we're going to jump out of that one very, very quickly. Don't mind taking another shot at a bounce play, but as Obi just told you guys, that was a very, very heavy bid. Yep. So I'm in, I'm out. Rivian is now in the target area. So I want to go back over to this one. It just ticked down into the 80s. And what I love about it is like this time, not just sitting on the bid trying to catch the falling knife. It actually has to show me a setup in my target area, or we're just not going to take it. By the way, Tesla absolutely ripping. So it does look like it wants to get up into those mid-40s. NVIDIA, we're not going to get a dip buy on NVIDIA NVIDIA just went right to 139. So now I got to be thinking about VWAP or this 137.5, 138. We might have already missed the boat on NVIDIA, now up 2%.
Yeah, I'm looking at, remember that ticker from yesterday, man? Cassava. Sava all the way down, back at that $4 level. Let's see if, again, Sava was churning a decent amount of volume in and around that $4 level. I'm going to continue watching this one. Let's see if it can sustain $4. But KSS, oh boy, I definitely missed that fill. 1520s, I think I punched, what did I punch? I punched in the 1520s, did not get that fill. And then when we broke, we started churning around that $15, I liked the short, and again, with that order sitting on the ask, and Buddy did get filled at that what was that 1501s right here. So yeah, he definitely got 1513s, I think it was. I have 600,000 shares that came in on the Nasdaq book right there at 1513. So wow, 1450s here, Neil. Oh boy, got to be a little bit bigger with this one next time around. But it is a little difficult to get into a ticker that is SSR if you're trying to look for the short. But the fact of the matter is, if it's SSR and the bids are getting hit, who is doing the selling, Neil? That's always a question that I'm asking, because the SSR rule is such a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful mechanic that does exist in the market, and it pretty much tells you in times like this who is kind of being aggressive into on the book. So it's longs and only longs that can actually hit the bid if you're already holding inventory on an SSR ticker. So that's definitely something I want to watch for. We're pushing into some of these pre-market lows as of right now. Current day low sitting at 1454. We're trading back up in the 1470s as of right now. So I do want to lighten up a little bit here. And again, if we get back through 15, that's perfectly fine as well. I'm more than willing to stop out and reassess for a continuation trade. Again, anchored VWAP was the place to be, as right off of the open. Look at this beautiful, beautiful action right here.
1450 just held.
It goes into 1540s right there. That's anchored. That's also current day's VWAP. That's also some of these pre-market highs right there. Nice little continuation, or a nice little push to the downside. I'm looking for that continuation below this day low, but that 14.5's holding as of right now. Now, don't forget, this is an SSR name, so if the bid does step in, oh boy, got to watch out for that one. OKLO and SMR, some of these new
Xena's halted.
are running. Xena's halted, oh boy.
Yeah, Xena's got a halt to the downside. It should be open up in just a couple of minutes here. 1 minute it should be open up here on Xena. It's halted down. The indicated open is $9.70, so it's looking very heavy on Xena. We said be a little careful with these ones. I did just miss the 1450 bounce on Kohl's. So we had 15. Actually, our fill was at 1530. To be able to get profit when it lost 15, I was long at 01s. We got out right underneath it. But now it's bouncing off the 1450 level. So looking for that SSR bounce play. It did come in. I just didn't get the fill. So a bit of a miss for myself there. You are now pulling back on NVIDIA. So this might be our opportunity on NVIDIA. No, I hit enter too early. This might be our chance to get the dip on NVIDIA. Prior high has already come back in. Now we're looking for the 13.5 underneath VWAP to see if we can catch the dip buy on this particular name. So trying to have that one calm down. Zoom was another we're looking at. Still not loading. Yeah, that chart hates me. So we'll have to get away from that one. Zoom is another one we're looking at, but hasn't pulled back into 80. It is right now Kohl's off of that $14.5 level. I'm just looking for one shot that I can close and get a push back into VWAP on KSS here. It's now down 20%. Of course, shorts are restricted. If it bounces off 1450 a second time, I want to get a quick reversal, makes a fresh low, I jump out of the trade. Do not want to be fighting this one past any fresh lows. That's never how the SSR bounce play is going to work. So NVIDIA is pulling back. I'll have to wait for this chart to roll back up, but Zoom getting very, very close. Kohl's about to retest that 1450, Obes.
Yes, sir. I'm kind of, no regrets, but maybe some regrets here. Just like I should have been punching away. You saw the 4,000 lot on that 15 and change. When I see that, and then we start reserving on top of the 15, looking weak, and that size starts getting decremented underneath the 15, oh boy, I want to get aggressive as well. What's that?
Decremented.
When the bid decrements, like you see it kind of going down little by little. It's getting eaten up, and you're like, okay, well, if you watch if you watch a lot of tape, you can see that when things move. Thank you, Sharif. So when things move, it has to take pieces of the bid out. You have to take out whoever is in front of you. And if there is a large order sitting there, sometimes all of it doesn't get taken out right away. So if you're watching, you can see it slowly getting taken out. Nobody's really hitting the ask, and everybody's pushing into the bid. And again, who's pushing into the bid on an SSR ticker? Probably people who are holding inventory.
Yes.
I like that confluence. I want to see that happen. And if I see that happen, why, Neil?
UAVS also.
Am I not pushing into this ticker with all my buying power? Maybe not all my buying power. That's a joke. But a decent chunk. Why am I not pushing into it with at least 20 to 30% of my daily risk? That is a better way to look at it, in my opinion. And I definitely kind of botched that up a little bit. But whatever, where's the next trade is what I'm looking for. Sure, we're holding 14 halves, and I guess the trade was just that 15 pennies, but a decent probability, 50 pennies, a decent probability 50 pennies right off of the open there on KSS. Now, people talking about Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs is blasting to the upside as of right now. So straight 15-minute candle to the upside off of the open. And we are trading higher here, 25.98 with a 26.09 high. Prior day's consolidation here from the pre-market looking a little distinct coming into play as of right now. Do we get a reversion? I don't know. Where is the next trade, guys? Let me know.
Is it a rocket ship in Rocket Labs?
Yeah, it is definitely a rocket ship here. Let's take a quick look at some of those retail names. I'm looking at all these earnings names on the side as of right now. So let's see how those guys are doing. We can quickly take a look at ANF.
Quickly, Kohl's ended up holding that 14.5. Obviously, you guys could see that as Obi was on the stock. Apologies for the voice, guys. The voice is going away today. But KSS holds at 14.5. There's the confirmation of the higher low. I got in 65 with a stop at a fresh low underneath 14.50 for a bounce play back into VWAP as we're starting to come in hot and heavy on this name. Also, NVIDIA tried to hold the prior high. It did not. So there it is dipping underneath VWAP. Went long over the prior high. And again, first target here, stop under there. Pretty simple. Now we just have to wait. It's either going to be testing the 137 at the low or we're waiting for 135. So KSS will still hold on to. Just wanted to make sure. And again, when you have a structured trade, it's pretty simple. It hits your out, you got to be able to get out. And then a similar story here for Kohl's. Like, I don't mind holding some past 15, but remember, this is where VWAP is sitting. So on a VWAP bounce play on an SSR bounce, I want to make sure we're profiting into VWAP and then maybe holding that last quarter or third out and about to see if we get a push back into 15.50. So decent little bounce here on Kohl's. Rivian, we said be very patient. It went right into that target area, did not come out of it green, so I haven't touched it. It did not hold on to the prior highs. There was no bounce to be said, so we don't just stand out in front of it. Now all of a sudden you're retesting afternoon support. This is the only other support level left until you get to like $11 even. So either it shows some green in here or there's no play for us, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You've got to be able to back off something like this and not just sit there catching a falling knife. Bazelicious, Palantir is open. Palantir is now on the NASDAQ. So Palantir is no longer on the NYSE. So if you pull it up on the NYSE, you're only going to get historical data. Palantir is open. It is flat. It's at VWAP as we speak. So just be very... Again, I made the same mistake. So it's not just you. Trust me. I was turning Obi. I'm like, can you call up Palantir today? Because I forgot that it was going to be on the NASDAQ. But yeah, just type in NQ and you should be fine. So KSS, getting the bounce play, you can win short, you can win long. That's what I love about the market.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at, so we'll go over the retail names just in a second here. But AMD, oh my God. What is happening over here? We opened up at 143. We're trading 139 below below prior day's consolidation, end of day consolidation, but prior day low sitting at 139 and 139.04s. We're trading at 139.56s at the day low. Look at this aggressive selling that came in right off the bat on AMD. Now, this is not the only chip that is selling off. You can take a look at Micron. You can take a look at SMCI. NVIDIA, not so much. But these tickers are selling off quite aggressively. 100 mark incoming here on Micron as well. And again, got to make sure watching that SMH. You can see that SMH definitely got that tailwind from that SMH, kind of pointing out that definitely a few tickers in this ETF that are selling off right now. But if you take a look at Nvidia, not really doing too much of an extension to the downside. Sure, we are selling off, but it only sold off from 139 to 137. So that's being held above some of these pre-market levels as of right now. But we are taking a little bit lower as I continue to speak. Futures still sideways and haven't really gone anywhere. All right, so let's take a quick look at those retail names and see what's going on with those. So I've pieced out a majority of this KSS as we bid right back up. I want to get more. What's up?
Dix just went red on the session.
Looking a little limp.
Yes. Okay. Well, I wasn't gonna go there, but I can't disagree with that whatsoever. It's gonna be one of those kind of days. Look, it's now down 0.1% and actually fluctuating red to green story or green to red story here on Dix. That's continuing to flush. We mentioned that there were a few retail names to look over. Kohl's is the only one that I'm in because everything else is. When you're bleeding down, you got to be patient. We got the 14.5. It's now holding underneath $15. So clearly the right levels to work off of 14.5 and 15, but you're getting a higher low. It's trying to go green. I have one more offer, and then I'm holding 20% for VWAP. That offer is sitting at 93. If I get filled at 93, right now, we're just holding on to a quarter. We'll have 20% if we get a push through VWAP, and then we'll look to see if they can go any higher than that. Nvidia still looking very heavy. The Nasdaq's up a 0.5%, but Nvidia now. Did you see the bid just come in?
No, look at the bid on Softy, Apple, Alphabet, Amazon. Like everything is aggressively.
Everything but the chips.
Yeah, chips with the dip is definitely the title of today because all these chips are dipping hard, and you can see again. Let's go through some of these Mag 7s. Microsoft straight to the upside as of right now. 422, 423 is trading, making some fresh highs again. Apple right here. Look at these fresh highs. 235 is trading 234 halves right now. And Google, look at this. That's some alpha level price action here on Google. To the upside, 169. This thing has been quite an interesting mover over the past couple of days here. Again, breaking that trend that I was looking to continue for the fade into the close and holding sideways here on top of this. What is this? I guess I have a little bit of a level here at 167. Doesn't really matter, but holding some of these pre-market levels as support for a push through that pre-market high again. And Amazon, wow, look at this one. That's a strong swing to the upside right there. And oh boy, some of these prior levels coming in. Where's that line coming in from? I have no idea. I got to take a look at some of my charting here on Amazon. But oh boy, some of that prior day's double top, right? Prior day's double top at that 201. We were talking about that, Neil, and we are blasting 205s. 205.88s is the current high right now. There goes the Nasdaq past that 2100 of right now. Let's take a quick look at what. Oh boy, Amazon reversion. Hello, did someone call? Let me take a look at this tape right now. Oh boy, 50 never got dealt with there on KSS. Let's go straight to Amazon right here and see what we have in store. High a day, 205.88s. We're trading 207s, 205s right now. So sorry, 204.70s. No, we're trading 204.90s. All right, so you know what? I'm going to take a little piece of this one as of right now and see if that comes in. And I want to get a lot more aggressive if this move continues further to the downside and we lose a little bit of the bid and we are pulling back off of that 21,000 as well on the NASDAQ. Let's see if some of these strong tickers take a little bit of a pullback. 15-minute candle. How much time left? We have 13 minutes, so that thing just started printing. Let's see. We are trading 204.90s. I'm in 204.88s, but I want more. Maybe closer to 205s. Let's see. Let's wait and observe. I'm going to stay a little patient on this one right here. Do I have my stop in? Let me do that. Let me work on that. What's going on with
Very quickly, we waited for the first actual green candle on Rivian. You see it bleed to the downside. No need to stand in front of a falling knife. Let it make a little reversion here. So it makes the bid, holds 11.20. Then we get a curl back the upside. I grabbed some just above 30s. Got a fill in I got 44, and then looking at this 50 level to get a couple of fills. Then we'll play into 11.60. Remember, that 11.80 was the key price level. So that now sits as VWAP. This means target into 11.80. But you know what? That UAVS, 56% short float, halted to the upside, now halting to the downside, going into a down halt as we speak is UAVS. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. The market's blasting, Tesla's going, and this UAVS, I mean, these small caps are going absolutely nuts. So if you like it, if you like the show, like the show. Very simple to do. You just hit a button, and then you can throw some chats in there, us as well. If you want to be able to engage with us, it's a subs-only chat, so make sure you hit that like, hit that subscribe. Join this fantastic trading community. UAVS now fully in a halt. Give it 5 minutes. It's a volatility halt to the downside. Wild one. Second halt of the day on UVS already as it continues to go. So KSS holding in the money. We wait patiently for the bounce on Rivian. It's trying to go. And Tesla, sorry, we forgot all about Tesla. I forgot all about Tesla. Almost. It almost fills this move all the way back into 347. So looking at this, just wanted to get back into this prior support from yesterday. I'm only looking mean reversion up here. It never gave you the long offer. I thought maybe it would give us those longs in the mid-30s. That clearly was not the case here with Tesla. So we'll have to look for a little something else. So Rivian holding, UAVS holding the middle of the range now. As a matter of fact, quick little update on KSS. Whenever we make the push back into VWAP like this, which I think it already has, the stop goes from the low of the day into the prior bar low. That'll be just underneath where we got into it. So because it's already made the push adjacent to VWAP, if this gets back underneath 1462, I'm out. So it can't turn into a losing trade on Coles.
Yeah, nice trade there on Coles. Again, still kind of churning around there. That UAVS, man, that thing's flying around like crazy with those halts up and down. So definitely want to keep an eye out for there. What else am I looking for? I'm looking at these chips, man. When are these chips going to turn? This market is hella strong. Look at that. We're coming right back into 205 halves there on Amazon. Do I get stopped out? Maybe. I'm more than willing to try once again if this strength, again, we're going to look for that bid to kind of dissipate. I thought that was it right there. But again, if it's not going to, that's perfectly fine as well. Like I said, I want to risk a lot more, and I wanted to show me that I can risk a lot more before I actually put that risk on. But as of right now, I'm going to give it a little bit of a wider stop and see if or see how it comes in. Again, more than willing to give it multiple tries before it kind of starts to work here. But chips still haven't really caught a bid. Oh boy, there goes Amazon. Maybe we're going to be seeing those 206s. This market again trading much higher as of right now. What's going on?
Don't look now, but remember Cassava Sciences?
Yes.
Day 2 SSR play immediately flushes through $4. Look at the volume candle wick underneath 4. I was just looking at all my SSR stocks as the market's trying to blast here. Then holds the $4 level once. It just held it again. So if this bar closes without losing $4, I'm looking at a long bounce on Sava. Again, just trying to be patient on any of these types of bounce plays. Once we close again, this is a retest here at 4. As long as this bar closes above 4, I'll look for another shot there. So far, the dip buys have worked, but you have been trend down on some of these names. Tesla still clawing its way higher, still not at that 347 for fade trade. Do have to be a little bit patient with it. You're starting to see some strength come into NVIDIA now there if you're watching it, Obi. And for everybody, Xena, the Warrior stock, is open
once again
and trying to hold. It's now 2 halts to the downside, trying to hold on to $9. And we said there could be some gap filling if it were to lose that bid. It's not out of the water yet, but it is in the midst of this little gap here on Xena. Be careful. 2 halts to the downside already. I think you want to let these suckers calm down. Currently, I'm just waiting very patiently for that one to calm itself down while we look at KSS holding. Rivian just got another fill. You still haven't closed this bar above $4, so I still guess we have another minute to go here on Sava. But I was able to catch another fill on Rivian on the way back up. It just tagged 1150. So again, when you're waiting to buy the dip, you don't have to just sit there buying all the way through. Let it make a bottom. Let it give you some kind of a long entry candle or whatever it is that you're looking for. Get that higher low, and then go long in the stock. You don't always have to just be long layering into those bad boys because you happen to like it. If it shows weakness, be willing to be patient. A weak stock is generally going to give you the prices to get in.
Yeah, I think something interesting. Coal's coming back into that 14 half level here. So let's see what that does. Let me pull that one up here on the tape so you guys can follow along. Again, the ticker trades on the NYSE. So right here, so let me throw on that size filter as well so we can capture any sort of size. There's that bid right here. So prior lows were sitting at 1454s, but he's sitting here at 1455s with the 217 lots. So let's see if we can take him out right there. Once again, someone's hitting the bid or below the bid on an SSR name. It might be telling as to what kind of participant that might be. Again, Coal's trading much lower. It's already been trending down on a bigger picture, and we get a little bit of a gap down or a flush off of earnings as well. So that's kind of like the situational look. That's kind of the setup. But the trade itself, I think, was that continuation to the downside there. The trend hold, trend following trade here. So here we go. There's that 55. Buddy, see, this is what I mean.
GameStop
bid is decrementing. We were there at 217, and this, my books are a little bit doubled here. So this is the same this is the same book, the Edge X book, EXB or EDGX. Same thing here. So we were above 200. So there we go. We got a bit of a refresher. So more people stepping in into the book there, 92. So you can see 132. Buddy's refreshing.
GameStop broke $30. I hate to interrupt you, Obi, but I just realized Adair is not here. I was like, oh, what's going on in GameStop? I don't have a new news story on it. I think it could just be a technical break on GME. Quickly want to run you through it. Here's your daily chart on GameStop. There is your double top at 30. There is your technical breakout through 30. Simple procedure. On the way back in, can you hold those prior highs? So obviously 30 on the daily chart, 29.80 going into yesterday's close. That gives you a target dip buy zone. I'm just going to quickly check X. Maybe Roaring Kitty or something tweeted something. I didn't see anything hit the wire. Sometimes when he tweets, it'll hit that. But anyways, GameStop has been making some power moves. That said, you're now getting a pullback. Again, NVIDIA just lost a bid one more time. And Tesla does not like me. Why? Because I thought being patient, waiting for the fade on Tesla a little bit higher was the right thing to do. Well, we're a little too patient with this. It turns right at 345, right underneath prior lows, and now you're making some lower highs here in Tesla. So I was skeptical, wanted to fade this one into the mid-40s, just might have missed our entry point. So let's see what happens with VWAP here. Maybe it can hold underneath VWAP. We're going to hold on to Rivian. That's now back at 1150, so we did take it out already at 1150. I want that push into VWAP, which is 1180. That's the out. We want this pushing back into 1180 on Rivian, but Tesla now under VWAP and continuing to fall. So I literally saw nothing from Roaring Kitty's account, so I guess it's just a technical breakout on GameStop. Why not? Why not? Sometimes you get these small cappers running on a holiday shortened week. We've already seen it.
Yeah, again, a lot of small caps running this week. Oh boy, Neil. So I've been sitting beside you for the past couple of days, Friday as well.
It's true.
You know I've been trying to short GM.
Yeah,
because it's aggressively strong. I'm like, why are you running? Where are you running?
He has.
Why are you running? Sure, my execution was not the best. I was trying to short. I liked those prices to sell at, though.
I'm guessing
Take a look at what GM has done today. These are the past 2 days. You can always see a little bit of charting happening past couple of days. This was on Friday. This was on Monday. We are trading below Friday's low, Neil.
Dump it.
And I was like, I like these prices to sell. I like these prices to sell as well. But whatever. I was on the wrong side of the move. It doesn't matter. The right side of the V comes in after hours, a trickle down in the pre-market, and an aggressive selling continuation back down off of the open there, trading at 55s. Oh boy. All right. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking here on
oh my God,
GM.
Tesla's
GM,
dumping.
nice little continuation. Yeah, Tesla, I see that it's dumping.
No.
DJT as well, kind of coming into the downside. And yeah, GM. Oh my God, indeed. AMD still to the downside. Intel, we were talking about that one in the pre-market right here. Intel to the downside as well. Oh boy, that anchored, not really showing up as support. Let's see if these pre-market levels show up as support, as again, that's where the bid kind of came in earlier on in the day today. 5 a.m. low is at 24.40. We're trading at 24.48s, 49s right now on Intel. So it should be interesting. But then again, you got to remember, like I said in the pre-market, SMH, and the rest of the tech sector here, or the chips, it definitely coming in with a little bit of a dip. Micron aggressively to the downside as well. And there's another name where I'm seeing some aggressive action as well. ARM, 140.50s or 140s off of the open, traded all the way down to 136.70s for a day low, and now finally catching a little bit of a bounce as well. AMD, no real sign of a bounce. I was like, oh boy, this is going to set up as a bit of a reversion for me, but not with this market, not with the chips going like this, and the market, the NASDAQ and the ES not really doing too much, coming in off of the open, pretty much trading sideways as of right now. So, oh boy, some missed opportunities.
Oh
but
boy.
yeah, definitely not the last opportunity. As again, I'm sure there's going to be more and more things that potentially set up as the day goes on. Just got to be looking in the right places. Yeah, no, Tesla kind of came to the downside, but trading back above that.
Coming back to
40.
VWAP.
Yeah, that it's holding that VWAP pretty much sideways action. Amazon still holding near its highs quite well. Softy, some fresh highs. Apple with a pullback, 234.80s high day, 235.40s as of right now. So is the turn on the market going to come in? Well,
it's already happening.
That 21.
It's already happening. Like, I would say, is it going to come in? Well, this is what it looks like. Okay, I'll get to Tesla at VWAP in a quick little second, but just to finish your point there's your prior high on the NASDAQ. There's your 21. There's your wick top. Now you're underneath. As long as we hold underneath 20,980, that's a pretty bearish reversal. Then obviously a lot of Mag 7 names were pumping early. Tesla came right back into what was pre-market highs. Obviously 345 would have been the better short. I get it. I missed it. So what? I just came back underneath VWAP. I tried to get this break through 341 on the way down. I didn't get anything. I just left the offer out there. It got 88s on the way back through. Yes, I like 88s and 22s and 12s when we get even dollar breaks. If we lose 340, I want to get some bids out in front of 339 for the scalp trade into the low of the day, and then respect it. If we get any lower, obviously the 335 we think is, okay, I shouldn't say we, the 335 to 330 I think is a support area on Tesla, so I'd rather be getting some longs if it does get down into that price. But if we get back above VWAP, I want to get out. That's why we're going to be scalping some out. Rivian did give us another push into 1150, but since then has been going sideways. So sideways action, still higher lows on Rivian, target out in front of VWAP, that's what we're looking to grab. But when Tesla's doing this, and we just got to fill down, wow, look at these wicks. I just got filled 339.80 on Tesla, or probably 77. Yeah, of course, I keep doubling up those digits. And it goes right back into VWAP. So heavy volatility here in Tesla around that 341 in VWAP. That's a good fill because we're already coming back up and looking to press VWAP. At least now if it presses VWAP, I can't turn it into a losing trade. But that was a big bounce there on Tesla. Crazy moves in your favorite, Obi.
Yes, sir.
And still the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world, Amazon. High of day as the market pulls back on Amazon. 2% to the upside. Shout out to everyone in the chat that's been going on about this bad boy. It does look incredibly strong. We've got to focus on what we're trading. And my eyeballs are right now on this price action on Tesla. Because if it resolves above VWAP, I think it's going to make a very strong push. So I got to have, there we go. Very, like I said, very tight stop. That's a miracle fill down there to have gotten that. But again, look where support was. So support was at 339.5 or so. I just threw the bid in, hope to get picked up. I got picked up. So when we get the stop out, we stay green on the stock as we're scalping out. But wow, pretty fortunate fill out there on Tesla. While that was happening, I mean, thank you, Tesla, to get that money fill. But then we're able to get Rivian next leg up 1160. And we've talked about this over and over again. It's all well and good to like a dip buy on a stock, but if you don't have a reason to get in, and since the open, there's your trend connecting, there's your trend reversal, there's your first green candle, wait for it. Don't just dip buy every single price because you like the dip. Wait for an actual setup and a sign that you're bottoming out, and then you can pounce. That way, you're at least going to be following some semblance of a plan. So Rivian, we're going to get back up to VWAP, hopefully one more fill, and I want to go back over to GameStop for everybody. Pulling back into 30, there's your dip into 30. I have it on another level too. It's not like I knew it got to 30, like I'm not psychic or anything. I got the black chart up here, so I've been watching it the whole time. But it is pulling back, trying to bounce and hold over 30. I want confirmation we're holding this 30 level, and then I want to work into a long. I'm just willing to participate in anything that's going. Now that the futures are reversed, if you're bullish, small caps might be the way to go. Well, sorry, a small cap runner or a Mag 7 name, because the chips aren't looking very good at this particular moment. Tesla, which we liked for a fade, I have to wait for 45 or maybe even 47 to come in because that's looking strong. GameStop certainly looking like it's a nice little continuation long setup, especially with 30 now gone.
Yeah, this is actually wild. Like the market's pulling back aggressively there, or it did, off of that 2100, and Amazon's still trading near its highs. Oh boy, she's definitely strong on the day today. So again, I tried once again as we we did a bit of a grab of those highs there, but we're trading right there once again. So maybe we're poised for a push past that, a distinct push past that 206. We're also, this is kind of technically a breakout as well. Through those 205s and some change, and we did pull back and hold 204.30s I think here as well. But yeah, no, I'm going to continue kind of watching this. Yeah, 205.30s is some of those prior highs. On Amazon, we're trading back up into those 206s. So you know what? I'm going to try a couple of times. If it's not gonna, I guess, do the move, it's not going to do the move. It's going to continue to the upside, very, very strong, and that's perfectly fine. Like I said, I'm looking for the next trade. Chips again. Chips catching a little bit of a curl here, and specifically, I am watching AMD. Oh boy, KSS, man, that thing, ugh. Dude. Literally, I was watching this. On the way down, there was stacks of offers just sitting there. They would get filled and then it'd tick lower. They get filled and then tick lower. So not only are people who are long selling, there are also short sellers sitting, getting in on the ask, or participants that cannot hit the bid, getting on the ask and waiting for that uptick to come in and fill them as well. And a lot of mid prints going on this ticker. So there you go, a bit of a stack on the bid. Let's see if that bid gets taken out at 1425s. 15 was the place to be, man. I was like, 15 was definitely a decision point, and it never got back up there. We did tick back up into the 90s. I got slightly spooked and took off a little bit more. And again, like I said, not really holding on to anything anymore. Just a little bit of a runner, but it's good. I'm glad. Okay, oh boy. So we stopped out of that Amazon
That's still
on that
going?
aggressive. Yeah, it's making some fresh highs there. Yeah, I mean, if the chips are going to start to turn and give this market a little bit of a bid, like AMD here, I think if Amazon's like, all right, well, I'm not pulling back on the weakness. I'm only going to run up on the strength. We get a little bit of strength in the market, and it pushes up to some fresh highs. So I'm going to continue watching that one. Apple, though, pulling back. Prior bar 15-minute break happening right now on Apple. Maybe that's what I have to wait for here on Amazon if we're going to continue to be this strong. Trading above 206s now. Where is the next level? Oh boy, we are breaking out of that 205.40s as of right now. And this selling came in, let's see, on Friday, November the 14th. That selling came in all the way from 210s, and we sold off all the way down to 200, 199 and some change there on that day. So we're coming back up into some of those levels. Are we going to get all the way to 210? Oh boy, Neil, if we get to 210 on Amazon today, that will be absolutely wild.
210?
Yeah, I think that's the next. I feel like that's the next level here, because like, look, when I look at the Amazon chart, again, I got to keep an eye on this one at the same time, just in case it breaks down. But oh boy,
I'll just be happy if Jimmy gets to 30.75.
If Jimmy gets to 30, oh, you're in there right now. Let's go,
Jimmy. Don't you lose my number? Is that the right song? 'Cause you're not anything. I
have no idea.
It's like Phil Collins, I think. Anyway, I don't know that. I don't know Phil Collins too well. Jimmy, don't you lose my number, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, Jimmy finally holds that 30 level GME. A wise person once told me that I'm supposed to shorten this to Jimmy. It's Amy and Jimmy, AMC.
Yeah.
Not that we're in the meme craze. But the $30 level does hold. There's your bounce. There's your confirmation. There's the break back above prior low. I was able to get 36s. Again, patient entries, everybody. Have a plan. Something that you want to see happen, then react to when it does. I said I'll be happy if it gets to 30.75. I'm scalping 2/3 of it out. Now we're going to hold for a break of the highs. Why? Because Jimmy's squeezing. And if Jimmy wants to... Okay, I got to stop saying that. Because now I'm thinking of Seinfeld and that guy who speaks in the third person. He just calls himself Jimmy the whole time. So anyways, if you go to the daily chart, Once we get to 31, you've got this zone from 31 to 33 where there was a huge checkup, and I'm blaming Rory and Katie for when it failed down there. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So let's see it push into 31 here, but I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth. This is what has worked. Specific, patient entries, then pounce, and then let it play in your favor. Scalp to the high, hold to next level, which I think is going to be $31 on GME. Rivian still holding trend. Again, same story. Patient, wait for the entry. Now we're going to get VWAP, it looks like. At this point, you've now got a nice trend going on Rivian. If it reverts that trend, I don't wait for the low of the day. I get out if it reverts that trend. So we've got a trade that can't turn into a loser at this point. 4X AU saying, you're lucky I'm not there because I'd probably be running around screaming, trying to give 100 hugs, no FOMO on GameStop. Well, we'll take it. The real trade, let's be real. I mean, if you're, let's be real for a second. Buying a dip off of 30 is good and it's working. But for a stock like this, look at this wick high at 936 and then look at the afternoon high. Okay? So if you're really early to this, that's your breakout trade. There's nothing wrong with joining a good trend. Make some winning trades joining trends on strong stocks. But the alpha move is to actually have this one on a 29.80 break and then holding through a 30. I didn't. I'm just a joiner. I see everyone putting in GME in the chat. We find a setup in Jimmy. We go long on the secondary push. But that first push was spectacular. Then you're in the money and you're holding like a champ. We didn't actually press in the 31 here, so I do want to make sure that I move my stop a little bit tighter. I don't want this. If it loses bid here, I think you get to VWAP. So I want to make sure we can't turn into a loser. If we break 31 even, I'm going to trail it even higher. We only got a couple of longs, and really they don't tend to care what the market is doing because the market is pulling back again, Obi.
Yeah, the market's pulling back in, and this KSS looking like it might be getting to that $14 mark as of right now. But look at this, bids. Let's see if they decrement. Are they decrementing? Yes, they did. You saw that wipe below the bid coming in on those 14.25s. Let's see if they got more to buy here. Look at those. Look at that size sitting, getting up on the ass. Now they finally get filled as well. So I guess this 14 area is going to be interesting. 206 is incoming here on Amazon. Let's see if this market actually takes a strong pullback. There goes the ES as well. I like that. ES is coming into the downside. AMD, no real bounce, man. Oh boy, we're still selling off on Micron, on Intel, on NVIDIA, on SMCI, on SMH. On the TQs a little bit as well, and here's another leg down, or another little flush down here on KSS. Oh boy.
Bitcoin's bouncing, by the way.
Bitcoin's bouncing? Where are we at on Bitcoin?
93 on Bitcoin. So this is a little, for the market to be pulling back like this,
Alphabet.
And Bitcoin is hitting 93. I just looked over, Mara almost went green. Oh, come on, voice, stay. Mara just went green for a split second. If we're able to hold on Bitcoin with the market weak, going to have to start looking at something like this for a trend up. But let's let it settle down a little bit with the market pulling back. I don't want to jump into anything willy-nilly. Let's stick to the plan of action, at least for now. But you just said something which caught my attention. Coles, you can make money long or short. I made money only bounce plays. It's trending down, 14 even, comes in next. I'm going to look for the SSR bounce again at 14. Same thing, 14, we did at 15. We took it at 14.50. I'll take it if it sets up at 14 even, just sticking with the plan here on Coles.
Yeah, so that aggressive selling on Amazon just got bought right back up. Absolutely wild, man. This ticker is hella strong on the day. I guess it's poised to hold. Well, holding the moving average right here. I have an 8 on the 3 minute. We came down right into that level there. Some prior highs as well. 205 and 80s, 90s. I think the low of that candle was 205.72 right here. This little wick, and we got an aggressive bid back to the upside. So, oh boy. I thought I kind of came in when I saw some aggressive selling, and I did. We came all the way back down into the low of the trend where that support has been coming in, and that support comes right back in very, very aggressively with, again, 4 seconds left to finish printing this 3 minute candle. Oh boy. Seems like we might be poised for a little bit higher, Neil, as this market, again, chops around sideways, not really doing anything too crazy. I want to see this get back below that 205.75, 70 area to be like, all right, maybe the trend has finally broken. I want to get a lot more aggressive with Amazon. But again, The jungle is tough, man. Navigating the jungle is definitely a tough one, and Amazon being the most lush of them all.
Well, you know what they say,
Definitely.
Obi?
What do they say, Neil?
They say welcome to the jungle.
They do say
Because we've got fun and games, which we have here every single day in the markets, especially when Jimmy breaks through 31, although temporarily, because as I said, if we took 31, I'm going to trail it up here, and it got the 31 break, it got the 31.08. I trailed somehow, I'm still in it. Want to make sure we hold on to a piece for the dream, but 31 was the next test. The good thing is, like, if it blasts 31 and just holds immediately higher, I would have probably profited at the 31 quarter or 50 level, somewhere in there regardless, but you are getting a dip back in. So just wait patiently for the trade. We want to now hold to see if it can hold above 31 even. Rivian continues to cruise. Although Tisha Perkins, shout out to you in the chat. Chasing Latitudes just mentioned VSS. Tisha Perkins with the super chat, VC. So can we go over it? Absolutely, yes, we can. Right now I'm waiting for Coles at 14. We're holding on to GME. Rivian gave us our target, so I wanted to mention that. We got the VWAP retrace on Rivian. That was a perfect plan of action. Wait for the dip. That's actually louder than I was anticipating. I have one green candle, then we take the long on Rivian. You can like the dip buy, but you don't have to be in it the whole way. One bounce all the way to VWAP. That's my move. We're out of it, and now we can move on to VC, which it's VSEE Health. I'm just gonna make an assumption that I can call it VC, and I'm not gonna confuse anybody. Halted with a current tap of flat. So 331 or 33 is the current tap for anyone that's looking at it. I haven't looked at this because obviously we're looking at GME and Kohl's and a whole lot of other stuff, and Xena was going. But look at this on the daily. There's your $3 breakout. Can it hold on to this prior high on the daily? $3. That's key. Because if it can do that, you've got pre-market highs at about 290 or let's call it, I mean, since 6 o'clock. I haven't looked at anything before 6 o'clock. But if you can hold on to 390, then you've got like a nice little base. I don't like chasing them. Usually you'd want to be in off of VWAP, so it has to set something up above $3 after it calms down. So after one halt, let's see if it can hold a bit of a higher low in here off of this high and the $3 level. That would be the key. So GameStop going, we're out of Rivian, and there was something else that I'm easily forgetting about here. Tesla.
Google? Oh.
No, it was Tesla. Tesla actually holding above VWAP now. So we took our shot at Tesla. It was a solid short underneath VWAP. It did give us like 340.88. Our best fill was about $1 in the money, and then our tight stop in here off of VWAP, but it's now trending up unless we lose VWAP again. So I'm watching this one for another fail underneath VWAP with the market, again, putting in red candles on the NASDAQ. It just feels like we're reverting here. Unless it's a small capper or a runner, I'm still looking for some short entries here, specifically staring at you, Tesla, underneath VWAP. DJK, I don't know if GME is headed to $40. I don't know about all that. 32, 33 would be nice. But $40 seems a little bit extreme. And then why leave Rivian glitch chips? Well, I'll give you the entire reason as to why I leave Rivian. Because we're looking dip buy. The first zone was 1210 to this prior high 1180. When you dump like this, the trade becomes next support into resistance, confluenced by VWAP. And then what's the next trade? That's just the way I'm looking at it. It is a monster trend down, which was not what I was expecting. But we react to that by waiting for a green candle, and it holds off support for confluence. But I'm not ignoring 1180 was a key level for me, and it goes with VWAP as well. If I was not trading this stock long, what would I be thinking when it gets to VWAP in here? Probably short. So that means exit trade at target. Now, obviously, it's going to look foolish not to have shorted now, but you get the point. That's the trade to me from here to here. And again, every trade is a complete setup. Sometimes it's like hold because it can go further, but when it's trend down like this, I'm not making the assumption every single trade is going to be a home run there.
Yeah, we're finally getting a little bit of a pullback. I was getting a little too aggressive there on the front side of the move here on Amazon, but we're finally coming in on the market. Well, not really finally coming in, doing a little bit more of the same, but we're coming in once more a little bit to the downside here. Let's see if the ES and NQ can continue, cover a little bit more of that that KSS as well as we start to hold a little bit higher. Couldn't really get all the way down to 1420s holding as of right now on as a day low on KSS. Yeah, no, the chips didn't really do a significant bounce. I was looking for a little bit of a bounce. Intel, no real bounce. Sure, the prior 15-minute candle gives you a little bit of a bottom wick, but we're trading well below that as of right now. Micron about to break its day low as well, so got eyes on that. Oh boy, Amazon, you gonna give it to me now? Let's see, where's that 8 moving average sitting at? It's at 206.16, so we've been holding above that and only that since the open there, or since that aggressive push off of the open. Again, VWAP hold as well. Amazon's quite strong on the day. NASDAQ.
What a beat. Oh my goodness.
20,900. You can do it. Let's go. So
what else you can do, Obi?
Yes.
Is you can put your trading skills to the test. Because if you're ready to do that, the Trade the Pool and Trader TV stock trading competition is almost here. From December 2nd to the 6th, you'll be trading with $200,000 in buying power to make bold moves and aim for top prizes. With rewards waiting for the top 20, you don't have to come in first to win big. This intense 5-day challenge is your opportunity to sharpen your skills, test your strategies, and go head-to-head with other traders who are just as eager to win. It's your time to prove yourself and claim your place among the best. The clock is ticking. Are you ready to step up and rule the pool? Click the link in the description or scan the QR code to join now and secure your spot. And let us know, like, what are you interested in trading for something like that? Because obviously, you go for the outsized gains. So you're really looking like at NVIDIA? Or are you looking at things like Kohl's, or like the Jimmies, or like the NNEs of the world? That's the other thing you got to consider. It's not just putting your skills to the test. It's making sure you find the right opportunities in there. So Tesla lost VWAP again, and it did so very, very rapidly. But not as much of a heavy candle. It's actually putting in a higher low off that VWAP test. So I'm not just going to sit here on the other side on the offer like we did last time. Let's look for some confirmation that we're going to hold underneath VWAP before we get a little too far ahead of ourselves here on Tesla, trying to fight some things. A couple of names in here that I haven't talked about yet. Apple now holding underneath VWAP. The market's starting to look a little bit heavy, so I feel like it's the right move to start looking and aiming for some short trades. GameStop, I don't think necessarily cares at this point that the market's dipping, so we're still holding on. At this point, it's an easy out if it loses VWAP for me here on GameStop. So we're going to hold for another push back into those highs. Whoa, volume just came into Tesla here. That was a pretty decent spike there on Tesla. This is why I'm not sitting in front of the offer on Tesla. We needed to confirm on the view up. Now it's all of a sudden looking very strong. That's a strong bid that just came into Tesla. Let me just hit the wire. I didn't hear anything just now on Tesla, but clearly a big volume spike just came in. You saw it. It was holding under VWAP, pulling back with the market. Now this looks awfully strong. So I'm going to stay off the offer this one, at least temporarily.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue watching this Amazon as the market looks like it's pulling back in as well. Again, we're trading below that 206 and some change as of right now, but within the 10, 15 pennies of that, I want to see candle open and close below the trend, I guess, below the moving average, whatever you want to call it. I want to see something distinct to be like, all right, well, you know, maybe we are starting to break this trend that we've been having since the open here. Amazon doing a bit of a technical breakout, and it's coming into the 10:30 time as of right now. So let's see if there's any continuation, or do we take a little bit of a breather on Amazon? This is what we're looking like right now on Amazon. So let's see, we had that strength off of the open. We came all the way to 207.10s, trading at 206s as of right now. So I do want to get a little bit more in this one, but we're holding a bit of this trend from some of these lows here. So if you were to draw a bit of a trend line, you can see that we're right there. We're kind of holding in and around some of those prices. The trend, obviously, if you're getting in here and you want to risk to there, that risk is a little wide. If you're trying to take it to VWAP here, VWAP's just at 205, so about a point away from VWAP and about a point away from the day's high. So if you're giving it the I guess the right kind of risk, then yeah, that's pretty much a 1-to-1 as of right now. So I don't know if I want to add here. I like my price at 206.90s. Definitely, I think it took me a couple of tries to get that price there, and I wasn't willing to cover when I was a point, I guess a point in the money right there on that 205 hold. But let's see if we hold higher. Again, like I said before, I'm more than willing to get stopped out a couple of times, a few times, to catch the trade if and when it does come in. I do like the setup here on Amazon on the day today, but a lot of things selling to the downside as well. Again, we talk about chips, we talk about some of these retail tickers that have reported today. KSS came all the way down to 14.2s. We're actually ticking back up now, so I'm glad I got out of majority of the position there on KSS, just leaving a bit of a trail on. Let's see if those sellers, oh boy, indeed, come back in at that 14.7 mark right here. So you know what? I will get a little bit more of that Amazon as of right now. Let's see if we can come into that VWAP level just above 205s. Oh boy, Buffett's calling. Does that mean
what's Uncle Warren saying?
Berkshire?
Why is Uncle Warren calling us right now? Because
oh boy,
maybe he sees value in some of the chip names. That could be a reason, although I would argue that AMD is still way too expensive for Warren Buffett, his liking. AMD double bottoming here. NVIDIA is getting off the lows, but it's actually Tesla that I was going to go to. You know what? The market just tested the lows again. You guys saw what just happened underneath VWAP on Tesla. Like, it was looking like it was going to hold under VWAP, then it blasted higher. You've now got hold underneath prior resistance, hold support, higher low, flat top break. This is starting to resemble something from the other day. Remember this? Hold the low, higher low, and then blast off at 345. Now, I'm not saying it's going to do the same move, but sometimes you've got to be able to take a shift of your plan and notice what the price action is telling you. So this is indicating to me I need to take the 345 break just like we did a couple of days ago. And I know I started thinking a short on this, but you've got to be able to adjust on the fly. And my adjustment is to now look at the long on Tesla. So 345 breaks, I'm taking it on Tesla. We like the short under VWAP. It blasted now. It's holding higher. The market's relatively weak, so we're going long on a 340. If it doesn't break 345, then I got to come up with another plan of action for Tesla. But at least for now, we're taking that breakout. NVIDIA is trying to reverse trend. Rivian, by the way, is now looking like it was 100% the right call to get out off of VWAP. Look at the candle. It's holding a higher low, so it's still holding green. There's a chance this is not done on the long. But it's either hold above VWAP, I think, or wait for the low. It's not really giving you an awesome setup here for the long, so I'm just backing away from it, at least in the short term. GameStop still holding higher lows. No break of 31. You're now holding underneath 31, but we've already taken some profit in there. At this point, like I said, if it loses VWAP, we can get away from it and then move on to whatever the next trade might be. But I want to hold on to at least a piece of this for said dream. Of course, Tesla. The second I'm like, I want this breakout, it goes right in there and I jinx it. Goes right into 344 change and pulls right back into 343. Still holding higher lows, so it's still looking pretty good. We can be patient for it. It's 10:25. I would like for this to happen before 11 o'clock. You want some time for this to give a move before noon. So let's see if Tesla still has the juice here. Sam, why is Buffett holding so much cash? So you can probably just look this one up, but Buffett has he has an indicator that he's a big fan of, which has to do with valuations relative to US GDP. And that's been flashing sell like a million, I don't know, like a year ago. And so he's been trimming positions in everything because he has the market is ridiculously overbought, and so he's been building into cash. That's why he gets punked for not putting it into Bitcoin, but he owns Treasury, so he's still banking. But yeah, they have a lot of cash because the popular metrics he looks at have been saying the market and a lot of the S&P has been way too expensive relative to US GDP. I forget the exact metric, but you can look it up.
Yeah, so I'm kind of sorry, I'm just staring down the tape here on Amazon. Again, I'm looking for that continuation of sellers there. Oh boy, here comes in that KSS. So we did get back up to VWAP there on KSS, and we're trading a little bit lower here. So it seems like the sellers are 14? Coming in. 1460s it came up to. Couldn't quite get to 1470s. That's where I have my VWAP. That's sitting there as of right now. So going to continue watching that one there. But oh boy, I kind of missed that entry. But I did get a couple of entries that I did like here on Amazon. Might have added a bit too aggressively, but looking for that trend break to happen, coming in with only about 2.5 minutes for this 15-minute candle to print, and some of those prior lows coming in at 205.40. So we're trading about 40 pennies away from that at 205.80s as of right now. Let's see if we can take a little bit lower there, but that KSS continuation, man, oh boy, we're getting some market tailwind on that move as well. Let's see if we can get that selling. VWAP here on Amazon, I have sitting at 204.90, so we're just trading, I guess, about 70, 80 pennies away from that VWAP as of right now. So let's see. The bid was quite strong in the morning session. You can see how aggressive that was. Where can I look for a potential bid? Maybe this 205s that held earlier, and that 205s right now confluencing it with VWAP, which is another place I want to be looking and watching the tape at potentially to see what decisions we make there, what decisions price makes there, so that I can be guided in my decisions on this current trade right now. So 205.60s coming in again, 40 pennies away from that prior low. Let's see if we can crack a little bit lower here on Amazon. But if we don't, that's fine as well. I'm waiting, I'm watching, man. Where is the next trade is another question that I'm asking. Should I be asking that while I'm in this trade? Maybe, potentially. I'm going to let this one cook and see what other things we have. I know that GME, you're still in there.
It's up 6% now on GameStop. Tesla just broke as well. See, this is what always happens. Like, best laid plans. I was like, oh, I'm about to talk about GameStop because GameStop, yada, yada, yada. And then Tesla decides it has to go ahead and break right away. Immediate offer at the $0.50. So instantly you have sellers at the $0.50 starting to push through. I'm sitting at 88s. Okay, I wanted one more out there in the 50 range, so I just took it out there in the 50 range. Remember, you have overhead resistance at 347, so this needs to work, and it needs to work in a hurry. It was the same thing that happened the last time we had this break. I'm not expecting this kind of a move, but it was a 45 to a 47 area resistance, so I want to make sure that I get the scalp trade in there. We've gotten some out in the 50s. I have an offer now trying to get some out in front of 46. If we break 46, I want to then scalp from 46 to 47 while holding on to about 20% for a move past 347. That's very similar to what we did, it was 2 days ago, right? You get old, you start to forget these dates. No, it was a couple of days ago exactly. Well, I just showed you guys a chart, so I should know this. Where we had this exact same move. Now, whenever you have a range like this, I didn't even get filled there at the 30s. Seriously? Gimme. Always gets. Oh yeah, then I put another offer and it flashes up there. Okay, so we just got the fill, but I just wanted to quickly point out, because I went through all this very, very fast. There is no chance that when this move sets up almost the exact same way on a 345 break, that I think it's going to give us a $10 move like it did. What I expect is, because everyone and their mother is on this trade, that you're more likely to get a push into this 48 and then this lower high at 47. That's why a little bit more aggressive scalping than the last time we took this trade. But still, you wait for Tesla. I was thinking short Tesla this morning. You know this. But it said it's not a short to me. It showed me the higher lows. It showed me the consolidation. It gave us the flat top break at the 45. And the rest is, as we say, history. But there's still no press into the actual 47. I've only gotten fills at the $0.50. One more fill, and then we're only at 20% for the next move past the 347 level, pretty much to plan. And now I can talk about GameStop, because Tesla thwarted my best laid plans to discuss GameStop by making the breakout. So now GameStop, there's your trend since the break of 30. As long as it holds on to this trend, I'm targeting 32.25. It's not necessarily random. Just go right in back to, what is this date? June 12th. We had a fail up here. That prior high, as you can see on the 11th, was 32.25. So that failure, there was your prior high. That's my target area, that 32.25. Or it loses trend and I get out and wait for VWAP. So Tesla, again, another breakout that we're able to wait for, that works out for us. I'm going to make the assumption that when Tesla made that break, we probably missed an opportunity to bounce into Rivian. When Tesla starts going, would have missed an opportunity to go back into a long on Rivian. But you got to pick and choose, everybody. But I'm not looking any gift horses in the mouth. Had I reloaded Rivian here instead of taking the Tesla trade, I'd be covering some in front of the 1180 key price. Certainly taking some profit there. Would be great if it can press higher. But let's be real. If you have to pick and choose, I'm picking I'm picking Tesla 10 times out of 10 when choosing between those two. A flat top break on Tesla at 345. It's getting heavy and not actually giving that last press. There we go. It just got filled at 70s. I moved my order from like 80s into 70s just to make sure we got that filled. Now we're waiting for a 345 break on Tesla. So we're down to that 20%. Can't turn into a loser. If we break 47, I should say, let's see if we can get pressed into 350. Not anticipating it'll be as big as it was 2 days ago. You have tons of overhead resistance and the obvious next key levels, 48 and 50 even. Thank you, Tesla.
Yeah, some wild moves here. That aggressive bid came right back in on Amazon with the open of this current 15-minute candle. Again, 12 minutes left to print on this one. There, 206.30s trading. So there's a bit of a reserve offer there on 206s. We break that reserve offer on 206s, and then we kind of rip right back above. What's going on, Fabian?
I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's going on?
Are you subscribed?
Am I subscribed?
Yeah. Are you subscribed to Trader TV?
Yeah, of course.
Can I see?
Sure, yeah.
Prove it.
Prove it live.
Prove it. I can prove it live.
I can type in the chat.
You? Good.
Of course.
Bam. Oh, I haven't
Show
like.
it to me. I want to show you something. If you hit the subscribe button,
Like now, even though I already am.
Unsubscribe.
But I don't want to
Unsubscribe.
But I don't want to.
And click it.
But I don't want to.
Do it. Now hit subscribe. You get a little animation.
Boom!
The special
that's what
viewers
I'm
get a
talking about.
little animation. So test it for yourself to see if you get that. All right.
I like that. Thank
Adios.
you.
Straight from Fabian.
Yep.
I promise you this, though. We get twice as many subs if Ramin did that. Ram.
That's fair.
Just saying.
That's very fair.
Bruh. Just do it. Uh-oh, Jimmy's losing the bid.
What's happening?
See, I just drew this trend line. And once again, Neil with the trend line jinx. So if we close underneath trend here on GameStop, ooh, that's heavy. I'm just going to... Oh, yeah, I didn't pay for locates on it. Do you see that? I just went to punch out, but I had to take profit. So it coded that as a sell, a short sell, which meant I couldn't hit it because I didn't pay for locates on GameStop because I wasn't expecting to go short, but it broke the trend, so we jump out. Now waiting for a VWAP retest or a 30 retest. Sometimes you just got to be able to ring the old register. I don't know if it wants to go higher, but I have to follow my plan of action because that's what's been leading to more green pastures. So Tesla, I said this one can't turn negative. My stop is now back through 345 as it continues to go. What just happened?
Yeah, so many people. Look at this Streamlabs wave that came in right here. That's crazy. Look at all those subscribers. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing. That was wild. That's like, when you kind of wipe the book. That's the subscription button getting wiped. That's absolutely dope. Thank you guys for that one there. And yeah, no, Fabian coming in with the hot request there for that subscription. What's going on, Randy? What you looking at today? Tesla. You were looking at some Tesla.
2 points.
Oh boy, Neil is trading Tesla right now.
Rivian is doing okay, but Randy. Unfortunately for everybody, Rivian decided it wanted to revert that move. So it was up huge this morning, but Rivian, look, it was a huge gap up, but the good news is you always like something to hold on support, and they managed to hold on support. It's trying to battle VWAP here. But with Tesla pulling back, I do worry that Rivian might lose a little bit of juice. The other thing is the market is also giving some back in here. So just to sort of complete that, you haven't even had a green candle on the NASDAQ since the open. We open, push higher. It's been 3 red in a row, and you're running out of time on this candle to reverse that trend. So obviously, there has been a pullback. You had to find the strong stocks. That's why we went over to GameStop. GameStop wasn't even in the plan of action. You want another reason why everyone should hit the like and subscribe? Because Trader TV Live has the best trading community out there. It's just about finding opportunities and becoming better. Because you can sit there and, yeah, okay, fine, like Rivian was a good dip buy. It's great. But GameStop broke out. Everyone started screaming about this one in the chat because we've got a great trading community. And it's not that hard to find out in the wind some great trading setups. Like, worked into a long, was very patient about it. It gave you the 30 long. Now, I'm out of it on my own plans. Some people wouldn't take that trail out. It is what it is, and you could still be long the stock as we speak. So that's what it's all about, everybody. Like I said, great trading community. You don't have to fight stocks. You can always find something a little bit better. Yeah, Tesla, Just one last thing for anyone. It's entirely possible it could go $10, but after this yesterday and everyone looking at that break, I'm not nearly as optimistic about this move as I was previous time. So if we lose 345, I'm going to jump out of this one. I have it down around the quarters. It cannot turn into a losing trade because we did scalp aggressively into 47. But you just had to have that notion that when it's doing the move that we just saw go $10 that everyone was in love with, I can't see it the second time through being as strong. So bank the profit, make sure you get, well, you could get aggressive if you want to, but I did. And now if it comes into VWAP, we can make another trade. So you can take your trade, acknowledge what it wants to give you and no further, and then look for the next trade. It happened to be a long. VWAP's another couple of dollars down. I don't mind waiting for a VWAP. And it's the same thing with GME. I don't mind waiting for it to pull back into VWAP here or even support at $30. If it wants to get to 32, there are a lot of ways it can get there. They don't all have to be straight shot to the upside, and then you never get any pullbacks. And if there are pullbacks, you can get out, jump back in, and wait for your shot. Unfortunately, in taking those two trades, I did miss the bounce on Coles. There's your mean reversion on Coles. So there's an opportunity cost to everything in trading. And when we grabbed those last two longs, Coles very clearly did this, trend down, there is your curl, there's your bottoming tail candle, there is your entry spot, there is your press into VWAP. So that's an obvious setup that I was looking for. It lost 15. This kind of worked 14.5 into like 14.90, but it's a much better trade on this mean reversion here on Coles. But we took Tesla and GameStop instead, so we missed out on the chance to get that into VWAP. But it's all about the setup. You know, the setup's right there, and if you have a playbook of trades, setups, and execution strategies like this, then you can have that one. You're talking about 14.30 long with 8 cents worth of risk. That's the low of the day. 8 cents worth of risk. It's now at 14.70 and still going. That's the kind of setup we like. You know, and again with GameStop, not guaranteed that it's going to bounce off VWAP, but I can wait. If it shows me another consolidation pattern on the dip, I go into the long. Simple as that.
Yeah, so this Amazon's absolutely crazy today, man. We kind of made it all the way back to 207s and then taking a bit of a pullback here. So maybe a bit of a reclaim of that moving average. The futures haven't really done much. Like I said, they've been trading sideways. Sure, we look like we're trading lower. We look like we're trading a little bit higher. I guess we've been looking like we're trading lower more than we have been higher, but we're pretty much still sideways on the day here. So I want to keep that in consideration here. And Amazon, a little bit double toppy, bit of a failure to follow through. We saw that reserve held offer coming in at 206s. Let's see if Buddy shows up again on 206s. We're trading 206.30s right now. But yeah, no, let us know in the chat. What have you guys been trading on the day today? Oh boy, HSAI. So this ticker had earnings today, and I'm just setting my eyes on this one right now. Look at this, Neil. This is an earnings day one play.
Huh?
Pre-market high break, pulls back 10 pennies. And pushes up to $7 from under 6. How wild is this ticker right now? Did they beat on earnings? Absolutely not. Surprise. Negative minus, or I guess 262% miss on EPS. Sure, they beat on revenue, but that's, I mean, you know what? It was 6 pennies, you know. So it's like when your estimate is 2 pennies and you report a few pennies more or less, that percent can really get pretty big pretty fast there. And KSS coming back up into VWAP as well. So yeah, no. Mandar asking, sweet Jesus, what happened to Sava? Let's take a look at Sava here. All right, oh boy, we cracked that $4, but we're still chilling in and around there, $3.93 as of right now, but a strong pullback nonetheless off of the open there. So some selling coming into the name here on Cassava. Day 2 after they announced that they're stopping their trial for their Alzheimer's.
Oh, it's setting up a nice general trend here on Sava.
A bit of a downtrend there.
So like this, look, this one never, I guess technically it's set up in here for a reversion trade. Like there's your trend down. It never really breaks trend down, but I guess you could maybe take this. Although for me, when looking at a reversion, like it has to explode off the even dollar, which it never really did, or it has to break the trend, which now underneath VWAP is this. Well, I have eyeballs on Sava because now all of a sudden breaking this trend would be back above the $4 and looking very good. I can tell you this about GameStop. Well, it did bounce off VWAP, and it bounced very, very quickly. Right back up to 31.25. Like, look at how quickly this gets off to 30.50. It doesn't even tag VWAP, so a little even more violent, I think, at this point than I was anticipating, but a good look for GameStop. I think it's really churning today. The trend is really good. Got to find a way to get back into this. It's a great bounce on GameStop, and I did miss it, unfortunately. But I got Coles on my sights.
Apple, I did.
And
wow,
I just heard Sharif just say Apple high of the day.
Oh boy.
Oh, Apple. Wherefore art thou, Apple? Only 1%. It's not just high of the day, everybody. This is a triple top and upcoming in a couple of bucks.
That's that.
This is 237 change.
Breakout?
Well, it's a double top in here. It'll be a triple when we get there. But I mean, obviously, look at this. Like, you're trending into this. I heard Sharif even say higher lows into a triple top on the daily here on Apple. But you know what? 237 is a long way away in Apple's terms. So if it's going to get there and we're going to make a press into that, this is another stock I want to join. I like the fact that the market didn't get to the highs and it got to the highs. Already it's relatively strong. GameStop, we're looking obviously still at Tesla if it can get back into VWAP. That was good. And of course, you got Kohl's that we're watching. Got to add Apple to this list. I don't know if you get back into VWAP, but if it can just consolidate above 235, why not play it into the high as opposed to just trying to get a breakout $2 from now?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good look. GME pushing as well. Apple on the day, very, very strong here. Softy as well. Softy's also pushing its day highs as of right now. So this market is pretty strong now. I guess we were looking slightly weak on some names, but again, Softy was the one that was pushing up right off of the open, and so was Apple, and they continue to be strong going into, I guess, 11 o'clock as of right now. So definitely something to watch out for. Amazon as well, trading near its highs. So that's relatively strong as well. Tesla trading at 344s with a high of 347 or 346.90 I have. So yeah, I got to keep an eye out for that one as well. Oh boy, we're bidding right back up here on Amazon. Holding trend to the upside, man, and I feel like I'm fighting a bit of the trend here. Apple with some fresh highs right there again. So yeah, Apple hella strong. We did break through that high there, and Neil's talking about that top.
What a beast.
You can take a look. Oh boy, that's a lot of lines. So yeah, so these are all-time highs here on Apple at 237.23. We're kind of pushing up into that level as of right now as we speak. So should be interesting going forward on the day. Do we break out of said level? Or do those resistances continue to act as a bit of a resistance area and we continue to the downside? I have no idea, Neil, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting in anticipation. Hopefully, not trading in anticipation here, but waiting in anticipation to see if that breakout comes out. And if it does, I think we can potentially make some decisions there. But KSS, man, still holding that VWAP as a bit of a resistance as of right now. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Also are some of these earnings tickers on the day today. So we talked about ANF, we talked about Kohl's, we talked about Zoom, we talked about Dix, we talked about Analog, AGI devices, we talked about Woodward, WWD, and Samtech as well, and then HSAI. Those were all of the earnings names that I was looking at, and HSAI is the strongest one of the bunch as of right now. So absolutely wild action on the day. Lots of opportunities. Let us know what you guys have been trading in the chat, and we can take a look at some of those opportunities that you guys may or may not have captured as well. So I'm more than willing to do that. I know a lot of people are trading GME as well. Neil, you're totally out of your GME, or?
I'm all out of GameStop. It was I feel like the plan was sound. It was just a matter of I didn't get back in. It broke this trend. The trend since the break of 30, which was here, broke trend. I got out with the intention of, hey, I think that dip and a break of trend pulls us back into VWAP. It did kind of get there, but I didn't get back into it. You would have had to get like 30.70s. I was thinking it would press a little deeper and closer to 30 and a quarter and maybe get some fills at or just underneath VWAP. But it's still trending higher. I want to try to get back into this off of either VWAP or maybe the day-long trend is something that can continue to hold. I mean, obviously, it's got a nice linear line through, so as long as it holds on to any of these prior highs, you're still making, in general sense, higher lows. Like this higher low is held at 30 and a half, so I do like that. Apple, by the way, so Apple, now remember, that high in the daily is all the way at 237. So when I said why take a break on Apple, wait for a break, at 237, if it's going to make a fresh high, why not look at the local one in here? So I'm still thinking it can dip and maybe give us something in VWAP or 235, but the $0.50 is sitting here primed for a breakout as well on Apple. So I'm just going to take a shot at the $0.50 breaking back through 50. You did test it once, but it's an easy stop out to me, not even giving it back to 235, just giving it to the prior bar. I just don't want to be waiting for Apple to get to 237. I want to find entries before we get there. And if it means having some shots with tight stops, then that's fine. Because if Apple wants to hunt, it's clearly relatively strong. You do have, you got 236.5 as the highest close, ish, and then you've got 237 up here. So there's a lot of room for it to still run. So taking some pot shots at it with 25, 30 cent risk, I don't mind doing. So that's the explanation. I said I wasn't going to take a breakout trade on it, but that was not taking 237. If it sets up consolidations and 20, 30 cent risk trades, I'm going to take those shots on Apple on the way. If we pull back into VWAP, I wait for that. But took an L on this one, but I still feel like this has room to run. And the other thing that I'm waiting for is Tesla. Tesla's pulling all the way back into VWAP. So it was a heavy scalp trade going in on Tesla. Now we're back into VWAP, which is what we're waiting for. So can it continue to hold? What I also like here is I'm just going to slap these. If you get to VWAP, you'd be trying to hold on to this general trend since it made this bottom when we were short. So if we can hold on to VWAP, we're waiting for it to get down, show the reversal pattern, and then we go into the long here. So just going to be patient with it. We got out of Tesla when it lost to 345 after scalping 45 to 47. Now the real story is, can it get to VWAP first? Second place would be, can it hold it?
Yeah, I think that Tesla pullback, market's taking a little bit of a pullback here. Again, we can't really get past that 20,100 just yet. Here, again, a lot of things are winding up. You can see that so is Amazon here. I'm kind of fighting the trend a little bit. Day high sitting at 207.10s. We're trading 206. 90s, 207s. Every time we have kind of got up here in the 207s, we take a little bit of a pullback here. So I guess I'm looking for more of the same. But then again, we could also not see that. We have 10 minutes left here on for this 15-minute candle to print, and we're kind of chopping around in and around that day high while the market pulls back as well. We've already kind of tested this a couple of times there on Amazon and not really gone anywhere too far just yet. Xena, I know a lot of people have been moving some Xena shares on the day. Even yesterday was quite wild there, but it's been ticking down pretty much since the open there. So some strong selling. We had a halt down off of the open there, and we've been only trading below that halt price as of right now. SMR to the downside, making some fresh lows with a very strong volume candle as of right now, trading at 27.50s. Cassava trading lower as well, 390s day lows. DJT, nothing too crazy, trading pretty much sideways on the day. GME still holding above that 30 level, trading at 30.85s. So yeah, I'm not really seeing anything too else. NVIDIA breaking some lows. So again, NVIDIA looking distinctly different from the rest of this market as of right now, as the chips with the dip kind of comes into fruition. AMD still making some fresh lows, SMH to the downside as well. So nothing really has changed too much on some of these names. They continue to move in the direction that they have been pretty much off of the open there. So Bitcoin want to cover that 93.2. So that thing took a nice little pullback off of those highs, and we're catching a bit of a breather here. We talked about that multi-week trend, or the trend we've been holding since about the middle of the month. There for the past 10-15 days has broken as of yesterday, and we did take a little bit of a pullback back down into the low 90s on Bitcoin. So definitely one to watch if you are trading tickers like Coinbase, Mara, MSTR, things like that. That's kind of the look I have right now. I'm not really seeing too much else. Steven Smith saying triple bottom on NVIDIA. Oh boy, it's been making bottoms.
Stephen A. Smith? No. Obviously, Stephen A. isn't in our chat. Although if Stephen A. was in our chat, what up to you, sir? So just now, I feel like this is maybe a little bit early. You just held on. So this is Tesla, obviously. You guys can see I'm in long here at 344. It had this trend back in. We got out of the original long. It had this candle right here. Like, look at we open at 343.90 on a 3-minute. Travel back and forth like a buck, back and forth, up and down, and then are able to close pretty much at dead even. So when I see it hold a higher low at the $0.50, I kind of get in when it breaks back above 344. But what this lacks, and look, I have a very tight stop on this, and what this lacks is the actual close higher on this candle, which would be the more reasonable entry. Allow this to actually close about 344, and if you miss it, you miss it. So I have a tight first target at 344, it's underneath the $0.50, and then a tight stop underneath the other $0.50. And that's because I kind of violated in getting in a little bit early. So I kind of like the position. The market's holding on. I do want to be in the dip buy, but the adjustment is to have a tighter stop and then I have a tighter first target area. Apple doesn't want to go all the way to VWAP to get a dip back in, but while I have a chance with only 7 minutes to go, you're getting real close here on GameStop. So GameStop is getting really close down into VWAP. I don't want to miss my shot at this dip here on GME. So if it does pop down into the $0.50, I'll be looking to scoop it up. If it does a candle like this, I have a level 2 dedicated to it to make sure I can go ahead and grab that one. Eyeballs are still on GameStop, and I'm not ignoring Sava either. I still have Sava Sciences up looking for a break of trend as well. So I do have a couple of things on the go, but it was Tesla. Look, Tesla might end up screaming to the upside here, but it's the way that I entered into it. Like, you end up closing sideways again. That's not very bullish at all on Tesla. It gets very, I don't know what the word I want to use here. Like whippy action off 344, not very clean. If anything, I should allow it to resume an upward trend before getting any more aggressive here on Tesla. Because if it's going to get to 347 again or 350, there should be ample opportunity to get in. Look at how ugly this action is with only 5 minutes to go here. But like I said, tighter stop with this, and then the first target at that $0.50, you can see the resistance it's already putting in. We'll just have to wait patiently for it as, now GameStop is coming into VWAP. So that probably is going to be the next thing. Oh, okay. That's right. Special treat. Before we get on over to the midday, we do have Mr. Mendel from the OTC markets. Jeff, welcome, brother. Good to talk to you. How's everything going?
What's up, guys? Trying to center myself here on the screen right now. So should we start calling you Mr. Moon ATS for overnight trading, guys? Come on, I'm gonna just keep hammering this every time I come on, baby.
You should.
I'm gonna go right into my sales pitch right now, if you guys don't mind. And then we're gonna talk about how the Cowboys are blowing their draft positioning to get Shordur and Dion to come to Dallas. They got to stop winning.
So
how can they beat the Commanders? Seriously, keep losing.
They're trying. Well, I'll tell you this right now. I think regardless of where Dallas ends up actually picking, they're going to find a way. I think there's an absolute mortal lock that like Dion and Jerry are going to figure this one out, and Sanders is going to end up on your team one way or another. I think the Cowboys are going to get Shedeur Sanders. it's too obvious for it not to happen here. So as much as I hate it because I want to cheer for them, I think you guys are going to get them. But more importantly, can we talk, like, how about you just give us, for anyone that doesn't know, the OTC markets, you guys are getting into the game, the aftermarket trading. We've seen it with Tesla on the robotaxi event. You saw it with the election with DJT going absolutely nuts. Aftermarket and into the evening trading is really heating up here. And we're talking about as late as 7, 8 o'clock in the evening where you're getting real trades. So I think this is a big opportunity. So can you get, for anyone that didn't tune in last time you were on, can we get into that?
Yeah, so this is 8 p.m. Eastern to 4 a.m. Eastern time, right? So it is a listed trading platform, Moon ATS. And so, yeah, so Tesla, right? Everything that you guys always are talking about on the show, right? Stuff that is also trading heavily already overnight on a similar platform, right? We are standing that up. We are going to be live. We're going to have like the top 100 symbols in there by January 15th. Oh, perfect. We're gonna have, and then over the following weeks after that, get out all the names on the listed side that we can, right? And so what this means is it's access to additional liquidity, more liquidity, giving people another venue, a trusted venue, right? Because like all these people, a lot of the firms that are connecting to us trade on us during the daytime, right? And all of our over-the-counter names as well too. And so this is something where we've put a lot of time and effort into it, and now we're in the final countdown to rolling this thing out. And so it's this is in addition to us also doing OTC overnight as well too, which is a totally new product. So that's going to take some time to grow, but we think by offering a platform that allows to basically all of U.S. equities is key to kind of growing the space, growing access to the U.S. capital markets in general, and also scaling out our platform for existing clients. So that's my sales pitch. But it's looking forward to working with you guys on building this out, just like we did with OTCX in the past, just getting more access to OTC markets in general. Right now, we're going to do it on the listed side as well too.
Well, for traders, you have us at more access right there. Like that's all the pitch you need. It's just we're talking opportunities to trade, right? Like this is no one's sitting there. When you have access to a market, you don't have to sit there and trade it every single day. But when you do have events where you might have earnings that get released, you might have, like we talked about with Tesla, they might have like a robotaxi event, or maybe you get a corporate event in the evening. Maybe you get news overnight. Those are the types of things we're talking about. Now, I did put the link in the chat for everybody, so you're able to go to otcmarkets.com, the OTC link /moon overnight. The link is in the chat if you're interested in looking at it. But just in a general sense, should we not be considering some of the old standard names in here as well with all this tariff talk? Like some of the regular ATSs that we always go on about here when we bring you on here, Jeff, I feel like are going to be in play once again. You have the housing market moving, so we get Fannie and Freddie still doing a lot of volume. They're actually leading in here today. But what else is hot here for OTC markets in the general sense in this holiday shortened week?
So FNMA, Fannie Mae, also Freddie Mac, FMCC, right? Fannie Mae's down a little down today, right? But if you look at if you pull back on the chart, a massive move, and this is all around it's all based on what is a Trump administration going to do with those entities, right? Are they going to be privatized, right? Because right now they're basically like government entities right now too. And so, what track does he take? So definitely two names to watch, right? It's right now Fannie Mae's trading, above $3. It's first time in a while for the past couple of weeks, right? And so there's a ton of activity. If you're day trading it, it kind of fits, where, there's a lot of liquidity on both sides of the marketplace to scalp. Same thing with FMCC. And then, if you take a step back and you look at, some of the more global stuff, BY, DDY, which is BYD, right? It's kind of like two-prong, right? It's electric vehicles, but also, the tariff talk as well. I don't know how much that would actually affect BYD as much, but still, name to look at. Luckin Coffee, they're expanding. They're looking to move outside of the APAC region, I believe. I think I saw something on that, but just another kind of name to look at. DIY, DD. Talk about those names all the time. So definitely some stuff to look at on that front. And then, then we have all of the Canadian names as well too. So those 5-letter symbols, that end in F. A lot of those are Canadian listed companies, which, the ones that are tied to energy, the ones that are tied to cannabis, always, I think over the next few months, with all the changes going on, definitely something to keep an eye on. I don't have any in particular today, but definitely keep that up. We already brought up our website one time, the stock screener on there where you can go and look and see what's active for the day.
Yeah, that's right over here. OTC markets, market activity, the current market. You can see, I like to usually, sometimes you can go by the actual volume, but sometimes it's actually a little more informative to just go by the number of trades in here. That's where you'll see FNMA and FMCC. I just wanted to point out, just for our traders out here, when you look at DD in particular, something you might notice for any traders that like setups, like breakouts and opportunities, well, you might notice a little something happening on DD at $5, which is an absolute brick wall at the $5 level. Trade it as you may, but a setup is a setup for sure. So lots of things to look at here. Thank you, Jeff. But of course, I think the big story is going to be the ability for aftermarket trading and trading in the evening. So make sure you guys check out that link. I threw it in the chat for everybody, and we'll keep talking about it because it's trading opportunities. All we ever look for is an opportunity to express trades and make a little bit of coinage, and that's what I think people are trying to expand to. We might eventually go 24 hours, and this is a big step here, Jeff.
Definitely. I'm gonna have to get Moon put on my backdrop here. So.
Well, you know what you could do? What you could do is get us some merch with Moon on it. Like, give me a Moon hat. Maybe get like a golf shirt. Not that I golf. You're the golfer. You get like a golf shirt out there. We can maybe throw me an apple fritter. I have no idea how that relates to Moon, but if I just like eating apple fritters, so if you wanted to send that, that'd be fine too, Jeff.
Okay, listen, you're getting my creative juices flowing, but I like it. So good stuff, guys.
That's what I like to see. Thank you so much, Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales there at OTC Markets, a good friend of the show. So shout out to him, and shout out to Overnight Trading, which we know was a fantastic thing. Now, it's past 11 o'clock. We ran a little bit long in there. But you know what? It's been a while. The market's still trying. GameStop did try to bounce off VWAP. Apple's still going. But we got the Bash Brothers in the house. That means it's Sharif and, wow. Sharif and...
I'm gonna let you finish, but... I'm gonna let you finish, but...
Wow, Pam, she's got no chill, bro. No chill. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And we already have a couple of people. Shout out to Jacoby Waters. Have a great day yourself, sir. I love the attitude. Shout out to M. Mason, VRO Trades, and Yannick Nesbitt, Mateus Lane as well. We got the world's greatest mod. We have Vic Yan, Vac and Cesar Sandoval. We got Champions of Liberty. Love that name. Star City Pro. Love that. Pitchbull, Kalua, Seth, Ezekiel, Captain, Physics. Yes, that's a sick name. I like the way you spelt it. Easy Media. We got Sixto V or 605, Yoel Reyna, as well as the OG, Mark Susi and Fiddlebeck. Marcelino joining us as well as Ruby. We got Baron Trump, Seth, Jimmy J. We got... I like my suitcase. We got Crypto D. We got, who's this? Will Not Know. George S. Hamlet. Vince. CHPT. Merv. JD. He is roaring on 20s. I love that. Shout out to T-Man and Idris. Rome 24. Yak. Shout out to Nina Animals. And who's this? Mikdad Muhammad. We got Gonzalo G and Catmandu. I love that. I think Obi likes that too. Hold My Name. And who else? Last one here. Northern Canopy Developments. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day. There's a whole lot moving here, Joseph. Wow.
Bro, it's an absolute stellar of a day. I mean, we were talking about the mags earlier before that. You were pointing them out. They all just seem to be roaring. But first things first, Sharif, I just want to show some love to a couple individuals in the chat.
Absolutely.
Kalula and DJ Deckard Kane. Man, the kind words, truly, that's all I can say is just thank you. I know a lot of you guys put stuff in the chat there, but I noticed Kalula and DJ, so thanks. Thank you.
Anything you want to cover before we weasel on into the lesson, my man?
Yeah, absolutely, brother. You know what we're going to do right now? We're going to go see the top performing sectors, my friend. And you know what? It looks like a little defensive movement is going on here. So we have utilities in first place. You know, we're going to do the win play show here, guys. So utilities up a whopping 0.75%, all right, guys, in first place. And then we have the communications sector up about a half a point. They're sitting in second place. And then the tech sector looking like it's being ran by Amazon and Microsoft and as well as Apple in the show at 0.42%, my friend. That's what we got for the top 3 performing sectors so far this morning.
All right, Tisha, I see you. I know you want to talk about HSAI. You know I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to give you guys a quick glimpse of the small cap gappers that I've got on the side chart today, but sadly, we do have to weasel on into the lesson. This is the one you're talking about, Tish, right there. HSAI, a light, a decent, an all right. 75% up on the day, knocking the door of that $0.50. We already broke through it, but that's not the only one, Tisha. There's a whole bunch of other ones. LX looking awfully directional right now, taking out 420. We got PDYN trying to hold above that $6 level and the volume weighted average price. We have VSEE giving up the dang ghost, giving it up right there at VWAP and at an area crest at that 280. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. Rocket Labs looking awfully bull flaggish. Another good day for RKLB, trying to hang out above VWAP. We've got Kodak. Remember this one? We were talking about 2020, 2021. This one's above VWAP and running today, but not a big mover. And then last but not least, we got SGMO. So there's a whole bunch of small cap gappers. I promise you, we're going to get to all of them, not just from an analysis perspective, but you know how we do on the show. We're going to trade these bad boys. And first and foremost, Ian Respeto. He's dropping cash. He's wasting no time, Joseph. Hey, guys, I'm in Meta long hold. It's having a great day and up. Any news or catalyst looking real quick for you? I know that Meta's been beat up a little bit lately, so, quite unjustifiably so, in my opinion. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Here it is. Meta, OpenAI, partner with Orange to train AI models for African languages. Man, anybody who knows anything about these emerging markets knows that Africa is booming right now. So, having languages that meet the dialects of the continent, obviously something really good. I don't really see anything else. Let me just have a quick look on the side or my blotter over here. Nothing really coming in, to be honest with you, Ian, aside from that. If I do see anything, though, or if Joseph sees anything, we'll definitely let you know. No question about it. But let's weasel on into the lesson du jour. Guys, we're continuing our chat, our talk, our lessons on these momentum oscillators. Today, we're going to talk about the stochastic oscillator. Yesterday, we waxed poetic about the money flow index. We're going to talk a little bit about the overlap between the two because they do have quite a bit of overlap. Because, well, that's just the way it is. They're momentum oscillators. And Ramram just reminded me that I have to do an ad read, but I don't have the calendar up, Ramram, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm just getting that bad boy ready. You let me know when we got to pay some bills. So here we go. Understanding the stochastic oscillator, as we always do, we're going to start very basic, just introduce the topic. The stochastic oscillator, as I alluded to, is a momentum oscillator. It measures the closing price of a security relative to its high and low range over a specified period. So relative to a high, low range over a specified period. It's often used to identify, like we use the RSI and everything else in momentum oscillator word, overbought and oversold conditions. That is its most basic function, but not the only function with which it is used. So here this is how it is. It usually appears on the bottom of the chart, much like the RSI and the money flow index and all the other oscillators, with an overbought rating of 80 and an oversold of 20. So exactly the same levels as we had on the MFI yesterday. We're going to geek out a little bit over here for a hot second just to talk about the calculation for all my math nerds out there. We're not going to belabor it more than that, but the percentage K line. So I'm going to submit to you, there are two lines of note on the stochastic oscillator. One is called percentage K and one is called percentage D. The percentage K line, super easy to calculate. The close minus the low divided by the high minus the low multiplied by 100. That's the last time you're going to hear that because the computer does all the analysis for you. The percentage D line, much easier. We'll talk about that in a hot second after, though, we pay some bills, Ram. All right. Exciting news from VinFast, the electrifying story of 2024. Hold on to your seats. VinFast, Vietnam's EV trailblazer, just released its Q3 financial results, and here's why the buzz is real. Q3 deliveries skyrocketed by 115% year over year with nearly 22,000 EVs delivered. But how about that revenue? A solid $512 million, up 42% just from Q2. And that's not all. Gross margins improved by nearly 4,000 basis points compared to Q2. VinFast is now Vietnam's undisputed EV champion. After pivoting to a pure EV strategy just 2 years ago, they've zoomed past global brands in the market, growing their retail sales in Vietnam by 159% quarter over quarter and an unbelievable 504% year over year in Q3. So what's next? VinFast certainly not slowing down. With Vietnam as its launching pad, the Vietnamese EV OEM continues to balance growth and cost optimization. And with new funding of $3.5 billion from its founder and parent company, they're set to stay in the fast lane for its global expansion. Shout out to the good folks there at VinFast, who again did a report today. Weasel on over and read about their report. But back to the lesson, Ram. So we talked about that percentage K line and how it is calculated. This is really not that important. All you need to know about the percentage D line is it is a 3-period simple moving average of the K line. So whatever the closing level was on K line, for the K line on day 1, 2, and 3, you're taking a 3-period simple moving average and plotting that as a new line, aka the percentage D line, where the close, when we say close here, is the closing price. The high, obviously, is the highest priced, and the low is the lowest price on a specific day, okay? But let's talk a little bit more about these lines and what they represent. So the percentage K line, the more important of the lines. This line represents the current closing price relative to its recent high-low range. So a value, for example, of 100 indicates the closing price is at the highest point of the range, while a value of 0 indicates that the closing price is at the lowest end of the range. The percentage D line, by contrast, this is a smooth version of that percentage K line. It's calculated, as I mentioned, or calculated as a 3-period simple moving average of the percentage K line. The smoothing, in this particular case, helps smooth out the noise or weed out the noise and make the signal a bit more readable. And this is kind of what we're looking at there. Your percentage K line right there is a 5-period, and then your percentage D line, a 3-period of your percentage K line. And so this is what they look like on the chart. Don't get too worried about trying to read it right now. We'll go over that. So how do you use them? How do you use that percentage K line, that percentage D line? What's the move here? Let's first talk about the percentage K. So the percentage K line can be used to identify overbought and oversold conditions. So super easy in this particular case. When the percentage K line is above that 80 level, we're talking about an overbought reading and a reversal may be imminent. Not that simple. We'll get more nuanced. Conversely, when the percentage K line below 20, it's indicating that the market is oversold and a reversal to the upside could also be imminent. The percentage D line. The percentage D line can be used to confirm the signals that you're already seeing from that percentage K line. So for example, if the percentage K line is overbought above 80, but the percentage D line is still rising. In other words, it still hasn't gotten to that 80 level. It's still printing 60, 65, whatever. It's suggesting to you that that overbought state for the percentage K line may subsist for longer. So again, if you have a percentage K line already above that 80 print, So an overbought territory, but your percentage D line is still weaseling up, say like 60, mid 60s, you can hang out from the percentage K line perspective, continue or for longer in that overbought territory, okay? However, if the percentage K line is overbought and the percentage D line starts falling, it's suggesting to you percentage potential reversal. So what does that mean? So our potential K line is above 80, but our percentage D line is no longer rising at this point, trying to work its way closer to the percentage K line. No. It starts falling. So that the percentage D is falling when the percentage K is in that overbought. You could be looking at a reversal. So some nuance there. Yes. Did I using? Yes, okay. I just want to put one more point. Yes, percentage D and percentage K when used together. When used together, the two lines can provide a more robust signal. So, for example, a bullish crossover. When we talk about this, oh, that's right, yesterday, and every time we talk about moving averages. A bullish crossover occurs when the percentage K line crosses the percentage D line from south to north. That's a bullish crossover, and it's sometimes a signal. Conversely, when the percentage K line crosses from north to south, down below the percentage D line, that's a bearish crossover, one of the ways we can use it. So here we go. We have, just as by way of example, overbought and oversold conditions on the percentage D and percentage K. You're below 20. Both lines are below it. You're oversold. Both lines are above it. You're overbought. Okay? That's kind of how it looks there. Super simple. And now the crossovers. So here we go. So the green one over here is the percentage K. So look how the percentage K line crosses above the percentage D line. Look where it crosses though, before the breakout area at $1.25. And then look what happens subsequent to that. You end up breaking out big and make new highs. So how do we use it for trading? So what's the move here? So like we mentioned, 3 different ways to use the stochastic oscillator. First, identifying potential overbought and oversold areas. So we already mentioned the simplistic way that you can do this. You can identify any print with the K line above 80 or any print with the K line below 20. That equals overbought and oversold. But it's not the only way we use it. We also use it to confirm trend. So if the percentage K line, percentage D line as a group are continuing to make higher highs and higher lows to kind of shadow the price, which is also doing the same thing, it's confirming your trend. Same thing goes in the downside. If the percentage D line, percentage K line are continuing to make lower lows and lower highs, and it's shadowing the price, which is doing the same thing, it's confirming the downward trend. Last but not least, you can identify divergences between the price action and the K and percentage D line. So here's what I'm talking about. When the stochastic oscillator diverges from price, it can signal a potential reversal. For example, if the price is making new highs, but the stochastic oscillator is making lower highs, this can indicate a bearish divergence. Conversely, the same thing is true when the stochastic oscillator making higher lows, but the price continues to make lower lows. You could have a bullish reversal in that case. So yesterday we talked about the money flow index, so I just want to compare and contrast the stochastic oscillator to the MFI super quick. Both the stochastic oscillator and the MFI are momentum oscillators, as we mentioned, that can be used to identify overbought and oversold conditions, as well as to identify potential reversals. Here are, though, some key differences between the two. Number one, the focus of both. The stochastic oscillator focuses on price momentum. However, from yesterday's lesson, we know the MFI looks at price and volume. So one is a bit more nuanced by taking 2 variables into consideration. The calculation as well is a little bit different. That kind of stands, obviously, that's normal. The stochastic oscillator is calculated based on the closing price relative to that high-low range, whereas the money flow index is calculated based on a positive and negative money flow. Last but not least, the sensitivity of the 2 oscillators also diverges, whereas the stochastic oscillator may be more sensitive to those shorter term price swings. The money flow index is more sensitive into volume changes. So one really focuses more on price, the other one a bit more nuanced with price and volume, but with a heavier weight in volume. I hope everybody prints up this one.
All right, man. That was good stuff there. I'm just paying attention.
Hey.
Maybe I get to using that stuff. But Sharif.
Yes, sir.
DJT is breaking out. So the volume started to step in on that, guys. Just touch on this Amazon trade here real quick. Why I decided to short it, looking for a move back towards VWAP. We had these definitive signals, guys, and I'll always keep an eye out on these. So just for confirmation, you can see that we're at an extreme high. We have that indecision doji, whatever you would like to call it, a gravestone doji, a shooting star, whatever it may be. And then we have this conviction on something else as well, too. So that's why as soon as we have that in extreme, that's a short signal to me. This indicates, hey, buyers pushed this all the way up here, had the inability to hold it, and then the bulls pushed it up, and then the bears pushed it right back down, creating this doji that I want to see at an extreme high or low. And then I'm going to just look for a move back to VWAP. I don't have much size left on it. So, we partialed out nicely on this one, looking for that move back to VWAP, but we may not get it here today. So that's just simple, guys. We did the VPA lesson. These are just key signals. Even though the volume signature may not be there, just look at the overall market. Like the Qs are an absolutely choppy mess. Today is a borderline dumpster fire stuff going on with the Qs. But again, it's the push and pull. And then you see that you have that indecision within the overall market. So therefore, you can get a little bit deeper of a pullback. But I want to pull up this on a daily perspective because Ryan Pedrick said something about a gap fill that I truly wasn't. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's beautiful. I already have it marked out. We have breached the gap there, Ryan. I'm going to wait to get back in because I do already have some swing positions open. So I don't know how much I'm going to be able to allocate to this one because I know someone in the chat, Easy Media, said, Joe, thanks for the calls on GE. I'm glad that you're killing that on GE, but I'm actually getting all giddy inside because the thesis is starting to plan out. And Sharif, you know me, when I get into something, I want to go heavy. So I have some capital on the side, some cash, some dry powder that I'm going to be looking to add. So unfortunately with this one, I just being totally frank, full disclosure, I was pennies away from getting stopped out. My stop was 175 on this. And then sure enough, it held and I'm like, all right, my position isn't too large. Great. I'm going to wait for this to come back. And as soon as we re-enter this gap, I'm going to start to push the size on that one. But there's some key things that I was reading on GE this morning because I seen that it was moving higher, but the stock short float has risen by almost 4% since the last report. So yeah, which is quite a bit. So I don't know if this is kind of squeezy, but again, I don't know if those are overly alarming numbers. I don't have too much data on that, but when you see that, it is slightly alarming compared to its other peers as well too. So I'm just going to keep an eye on that. But I do think we re-enter this gap and then we get about a 40 to 50% fill. And then that's what I'm going to be looking to take a little bit off the top. But again, as soon as we re-breach this gap, I'm going to get involved in or add more to this position on this stock. So yeah, that's my plan on GE. And I'm glad Easy Media that you we're making some cash on that one there. And iBit's breaking out. I'm in iBit. And then I'm also in this Amazon trade that I just displayed to you guys. I don't have much size on it, but I'll pull up my iBit chart as well too. As you can see, price was starting to compress. We had these definitive resistance levels, and then we were just kind of forming higher lows throughout this kind of early opening drive, the morning auction. And I'm like, is this really going to recover? And Sharif and I were talking about Bitcoin as well too, just looking at it from a daily standpoint. What is going on right now is totally healthy. This pullback is absolutely totally healthy. The volume is dwindling on the sell side. And then sure enough, at any point, it can just, that volume, the buyers can step back in, they start a new buy program, and then that's when they're going to start pushing price higher. Am I saying it's going to happen right now? Absolutely not. But I think at some time in the foreseeable future, it's going to happen because of how long we were consolidating on Bitcoin. And then now we broke up, now over about 30% from that breakout level, 77K, up to just almost 100K. So I think this has some longevity to it. It's just going to take a little bit of time because I know a lot of people have that 100K price target, but when I think we hit that 100K price target, Sharif, we hit it with momentum, we're going to go north of 100K, all right? So sitting around maybe 110, 114, but again, the price targets, said this before, every analyst and their extended family had 250K, 300K, 150K. So it's only a matter of time, I think, until this underlying asset hits those numbers, my friend.
I got to agree with everything you just said there, man. We talked to the NOS boss about, what the measured move on a $100,000 breakout would look like, given the cup and handle pattern that preceded that. And, he unapologetically said, I believe 320,000 or 350,000, may seem lofty for now, but when we're there, it's not really going to seem lofty. So obviously we're not trying to predict what it's going to be, but just talking some technicals. All right, 3 trades I'm involved right now, all small cap gappers, all out of the money. So we're going to keep our eye out on this one right now because, here we go. This is the level that I liked for HSAI coming into the 10 exponential moving average. There we go. Let's get into that bad boy at this level over here. This is the level that I was waiting for. So let's see if we can get it now. We got to put in the stop. There we go. So let's get into that bad boy there. And all right, so I love these advertisements because I can't see where I'm long. There we go. We're long 62.74s. All right, we're taking a print here. Let's hang out at 7. Let's hang out at 82s as well. See if we can continue to ascend here on HSAI. A beautiful move into the 10 exponential moving average. We already got printed there on the little pop-up. Let's see if we can get printed on 82s with obviously resistance at 8. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that rejection at $8. So keeping my eye on that one. Separately, I'm in Kodak. Only reason I'm in Kodak, not because it's moving a hell of a lot today. You can kind of see that it's not. But it did work into that $6.50 area, which also happened to be VWAP, which also happened to be that pre-market high that we printed at 8. I know those are institutional prints, but I'm still looking at them. So we're going to keep an eye on that. This one, though, breaking down LX. This one was supposed to be a 10 exponential retracement like the one I'm in on HSAI. I got to go back to that because it's really going up here. I got to take some more profits in the mid 90s. Oh. There we go. So we're going to hang out a little bit up here. Let's hang out at 02s. See if we can break. I appreciate you, Joseph. Let's see if we can move up there on HSAI. Now back to LX. So LX has the 20 exponential moving average at $4. Obviously, I don't like to base a whole lot on the 20 exponential, but there are times when the deeper retracements do come into the 20 exponential and hold up. This one is looking like right now that it's going to form a hammer candle because it did dip into 405s and now it's back at 412. So I'm unsure whether I should be adding here. This was not an area of support that I gauged. So I'm kind of hesitant to add at this level because it wasn't planned. But it is putting in a hammer candle that has about 30 seconds left to close. Decisions. I'm going to let that one cook. I don't want to add to it at this point. All right, nicely moving up here on what's called Kodak. Let's see if that one continues to run. HSAI, we've wet our beak, but still having trouble with H, Joseph. So I'm going to have to pack my patience there. What are you looking at over there, brother?
I'm just here managing this Amazon position here. We're starting to pull back a little bit. We might get that initial leg down, and then we hit that target of VWAP here. But I mean, the overall market's strong. We were talking about the Mag 7 being strong, Microsoft as well too being strong, and that's a stock that I like. It's kind of been beaten down, chopping around, hasn't been doing too much, but it's starting to break out, and I'm starting to like the price action on Microsoft from a daily standpoint. Even though it is still kind of stuck in this range, I'm going to be keeping my eye on Microsoft because I do think that it can break out, and if it decides to do, there's one thing that it's going to do. It's going to drag a lot of the market up with it, and I say this a lot, Sharif, is that hey, I think in order for us to continue to move higher, we need these big names to participate. Breadth is great. It's absolutely great, but unfortunately, some of those mid-cap, lower-cap stocks aren't weighted enough to totally drag the market up with it. You need these big boys to participate as well, too. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. I'm going to wait. If we can break this 205.99, then I'm going to take a little bit more off. I don't have much. I only have about 20% left, not even, of that position. But as of right now, IBIT is working. It's breaking out. Rob EV, I know you said Bitcoin to the moon. Yeah, I feel it. I like it. I like Bitcoin to the moon. I will not be complaining about that whatsoever. Sharif, and I'm just hoping Sharif and I haven't missed our opportunity to even punch more on this thing, because if this pullback isn't as deep as we're anticipating, then we can get that leg up to 100K. And as of right now, it's kind of looking like that. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but from today's price action and how strong this breakout is, Is this the pullback? Is this the bottom of the pullback? I don't know. But from a technical standpoint, it may be looking like it. So let's wait till the day finishes. Let's see how this candle prints on the daily. And that's going to determine a lot, because if that print finishes how it is right now, then I'm going to put more of my weight and more favor into the fact that, hey, that's as deep as the pullback was going to go. 92K was the potential bottom, but now we're going to take that initial leg higher, guys. So we'll pull up the chart because we've been talking about it. I don't know if I did already, but
you heard who he added for Treasury, right? I'm talking about Donald Trump. His Treasury secretary pick, the market's pounding the table. Yeah. They're so happy. So why I'm even waxing poetic about that is because you and I have been talking about this. But is it possible that Treasury holds Bitcoin as an asset? I think it just increased in likelihood.
Well, and one thing about that too, Shreve, is that it's a strategic play by the states as well, too, right? So like it can be an absolute race. It can become a gong show, and to the point where it's like who has the most Bitcoin in their reserve.
Straight up.
So and America, we know that they like to be number one, so it can definitely happen. So. And I think it is. I think it's going to get to that point. So, guys, here, we're going to take a look at this from a daily standpoint. And if this candle prints like this, I really like this indecision here on the potential pullback. And we were talking about the volume by time profile as well, too, guys. So if this holds and then we get a sit on top of this 94, 95K, then I would not be surprised if we push and we make even more all-time highs on Bitcoin. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. But as of right now, Shreve, I'm going to take a little bit off the top here, and we'll send it off to you.
Absolutely. There's another one. I can't believe I didn't have this on the side charts today. I'm going to have to remove, let's see, who's not doing VC? We'll take this one off. QMCO. This is the multiple halter. I can't believe I didn't have this. This one we were obviously involved in yesterday. It's a lot more expensive today than it was yesterday, given its recent price accretion. So QMCO, let's throw that on there. This has halted today multiple times, I believe multiple times. Let me just fact check myself over here. Yes, both up halts today, guys, on QMCO. Big boy mover yesterday, and then, was it yesterday? The day before? No, it was yesterday. I'm not losing my mind. Yeah, it had a good move up yesterday, kind of gave back a lot of it in the afternoon. Are we above yesterday's high? So what is yesterday's high? 27.84. Oh, yes. We're at 28.70, so we're $1 higher already, and it is halted again to the upside. So now we've got 3 big boy halts on QMCO. This is the 1 minute on it. Let's flip to the 5. How do I get back into the, or how do I work my way into this stock? I mean, I hate to chase these multiple halters that are gapping up. Initially, I'd possibly be looking at 28. Whole dollar level. It's also very close to that high day yesterday. So you could have buyers in and around there. Look, if I was to get in at 28, it would be like a quarter of the typical size that I would take. It's just I don't like taking these when they are squeezing. I like areas of predictable support and resistance off which to get it in. In addition to that, you guys have seen me talk about using the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions on these small cap gappers. And I'll submit to you, this is very extended using that methodology. How come? Because the 10 exponential moving average is at $23. This is halted at $28.70. So it's $5.70 higher on a $20 name. I don't know what that percentage is, but it's a lot. So what I'm going to look for is this one to come in a bit. If it means missing the move, I miss the move. But I have to have some predictability in how I trade. So I'm going to let that one cook. But I did quite well over here on HSAI. So I took out that beak wetter at 802s, but it is coming down again now near my entry. So that's a third rejection now at $8. And here we go. It's coming right into my entry, so I'm going to de-risk a little bit over here, see if I can weasel some out in the high 70s, but it may not give me that because it looks like it is on the warpath down here. Did I move up my stop? Yeah, I did. So now I've only got a couple of more outs on HSAI. So if these two print, these 2 beak wetters that I've got here north of 8, fantastic. If it doesn't, then I get stopped out. We'll see which one comes first. KODK, boom. We took our first little print there. Appreciate you, Joseph, through the break of 658. Now, it's not doing much. The only reason, again, I'm in Kodak at the moment was a VWAP hold. LX. So I added at what I perceive to be the 20 exponential moving average, and now I'm break even on this trade. We'll see if it does want to hold the 20 and then kind of curl back up, test those highs. The only thing I don't like about LX is the lack or the volume or lack thereof. So let's talk a little bit about this one. Sorry, Joseph, let me just see if we can throw up some details here on LX. It's a Chinese company, it looks like. Yeah, it is. 128 million share float with a short float negligible, about 1%. So not much in the way of that to help us today. Is there a headline on this thing? Let me find out over here. LX. Yeah, okay. So this one, I think it did, here it is. Lexin, FinTech, Ram. Shares are trading higher after the company announced its board approved an amendment for a dividend policy to increase the payout ratio. And they also reported Q3 financial results. So that kind of might have something to do with it. Anyway, let's see if this one wants to curl back up. First, Beak Weather 18, second, 22s. Let's see what comes, Joseph.
Yeah, for sure. My guy in the chat, Scotty E, is talking about AMD downtrend. I don't think so. He's like, yeah, I'm going to stay away from it for now, and I think that's a fantastic idea, man. I don't know. This thing's just giving me like Darth Vader vibes. I don't know. Love to hate. Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of AMD, but guys, if you go and check out our week ahead video that's posted on YouTube, I talk about AMD, and I'm talking about holding a specific level. And this is the key, and this is why I stated in that video is like, hey, I don't want to own any outright equity, but I still want to be able to profit off a potential bounce. And this is what I'm meaning. Imagine owning shares. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm long here, some shares. Well, okay, essentially I'm flat. I'm not making any money. But if I don't own any equity and I just create a credit-based trade to the point where it's like you're building a thesis saying, okay, yeah, I sold some 10 Delta puts. I don't think that AMD is going to go below 125 by the end of the week, and you can still profit off that instead of owning outright shares. That's so much better of a game plan, in my opinion, opposed to just holding equity in a stock. In a company that is in essentially a downtrend. The sentiment is really weak on this stock. So until it turns around and you get those buy programs kicking in, then again, I'm not going to be looking to own any equities. I just want to profit off of credit-based trades without owning outright shares. So that was what my idea on this. And sure enough, it's playing out how I thought it would, because it's just selling off, and it gave back kind of all that move that it put in the past couple of days, guys. So that would be really frustrating from a stock holding standpoint. But guys, yeah, we're still holding IBIT. I really like how we're breaking out with strength here in the volume. You see the volume by time is starting to pick up. So that is an extremely key metric. So this can be a little more confluence or conviction within the setup and see what's going on. Yeah, exactly.
I meant to hit the bang button because we had a little
like
thing where anybody says confluence, we hit the bang button because of your boy over there.
Obi, for sure. So he's got the old boy there going as well too. So, but yeah, guys, let's say, oh boy.
How's the chicken?
Yeah, I was literally just gonna ask that. Yeah, good stuff. And guys, I was just talking about Microsoft earlier. I do like this from a daily standpoint. Kind of been lagging some of the mega cap peers. You have Amazon that was making all-time highs previous week ago. Same with Meta as well too. And then Apple's just kind of hovering around those kind of levels. And Microsoft has just kind of been stagnant. But guys, I'm really liking this. This price action here is putting a little more conviction within a trade. And I do like it for a potential breakout here eventually. So we're going to look to set something up. I don't know if it's going to be options-based or anything like that, but I really like the way that Microsoft's looking. And I mentioned this earlier in the session, is that if we're really going to continue to make all-time highs in the overall market, we're going to need these big boys to participate as well too. So I'm going to be continuing to look at Microsoft, especially when it starts to break these key resistance levels, Sharif.
QMCO's going, guys. It's really breaking out here. $33 high a day. Just to give you some context, the low of the day today is $14.50. So the range on this is great. Now, the halt levels, where are they at? $29 or thereabouts. You can kind of see we halted there. Why am I talking about halt levels? Because I use them sometimes as intraday levels of support and resistance. We'll see if this one wants to weasel down to 29. I am likely not going to trade it given what it's doing right now. It's spready, it's wild, and it's hard to manage risk on this unless I got a really, really key level. I just wanted to mention it to you guys because we always talk about these small cap gappers and what kind of small cap gapper trader would I be if I didn't tell you about the one that's moving right now. So QMCO really going. Just hard for me to manage risk on this. I see the super chat. I'll get to it in one hot second, but I want to mention Mara because you guys are all talking about Mara in the chat. Absolutely, Mara having a decent day today. It's still well off the highs yesterday, 28.90 I think we got into. Right now we're trying to work our way back above 28. It's a nice break above this level over here, this 26.75 level on, that was basically, what time was that? That was 10:05. We broke above that level. So what I want to see is for us to come down, test this possible area crest, and I'll take a long off there. But MARA breaking out, it's up 4% today. So good look for Mara. I actually saw you guys talking about Lily. Your boy Lily, or your girl Lily, as Adara would say, is above that $800 again. In case you're wondering what's going on, looks like the Biden administration looking at including these GLP-1 weight loss drugs in Medicare. Or I don't know if they want to include them as covered drugs, drugs that are paid for by the government, or whether they want to include them in the upcoming negotiations that Medicare is supposed to have with drug companies, with the goal being obviously to drop those prices and make things a bit more cost effective for the government. So that's the look today. Have a look at Novo Nordisk. Lilly's moving. Amgen, by contrast, did have a positive phase, I believe phase 3 trial for their GLP-1. However, it only caused about a 20% weight reduction. The street was looking for 25. So it sold off, I think, to the tune of 10% on that news. Might be a buying opportunity. Not giving any advice. Just talking a little bit here. All right, so I did get boom on Kodak. Go, Kodak, go. We're going to take out some more there. Let's see if this one wants to weasel up and break that 670 area. How we doing? Okay, so we got stopped out for the last two outs there on HSAIs. It did break my area crest, so now this one making lower highs and lower lows, but a good trade nonetheless on it. Let's see what else we're doing over here. LX, we wet our beak at 14s. But that ain't the move. We're not looking at wetting our beak on a 1 or 2 penny winner. We want to take out tops over here. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one, see if this one wants to continue to the high side. All right, QMCO, as quickly as it halted up, as quickly as it's halting down. Halted down, guys, 27.54, still up 26%, Joseph. I'm just going to give everybody the information on QMCO super quick, and then we'll talk, and then I'll throw it to you guys. The float on Quantum Corporation, QMCO, 4.11 million share float with a nice short float of 18.29. Not a bad look today. Days to cover, 0.03. What's the RVOL on this monster? RVOL, where art thou? 23 times RVOL. So Ovi would love that number. Really like that. Just kidding. So that's the look there. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, we're just looking to trim a little bit off this this IBIT trade here, Sharif. It's continuing to move to the top side. We're fortunate enough to just get in right at the breakout here. I seen that price was compressing, and we had the kind of this resistance zone. I'm like, okay, if this thing really wants to get moving, and sure enough, the volume started to kick in, and then we had a really precise entry on that one. So that's a good look there on IBIT, guys. And then we have our Amazon that we're still holding in, and it's kind of working out in my favor because I got a long and a short going on, which usually doesn't tend to always work out the best for me, but today is the day, it seems to be. So we like that. The overall market, the Qs are starting to pull back, looking like they want to break this key support level from an intraday standpoint. So is that going to drag the Amazon down with it? I think it will at some point. So let's take a look at the Qs really quick and see how they've been doing on this session. And I think it's been a little bit of a choppy mess on the Qs in the SPY the past couple of days, especially when you have NVDA not really wanting to cooperate with everybody. But we're up a whopping 0.34% on the session and looking like we might break some potential support levels, which is always keep an eye on. One thing you do want to see is when we break it, I want to break it with some momentum, so keep that in mind. So MSTR 5-minute chart showing a good V-shaped recovery. Sure, let's take a look at that, Rob. EVMSTR, MicroStrategy. We like Michael Saylor. So again, let's take a look here. Yeah, nice V-shape there. We like this recovery. Let's break it down on some lower time frames and see if we get any definitive signals here. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit tougher to see here. But again, you do have some indecision. But again, throughout the whole earlier in the session, you have it throughout this primary downtrend. So you would just be getting chopped up if you were trying to play the reversal. But then you get it at an extreme low. Nothing really standing out to me saying, hey, I'm ready to turn around. But if you have the ability to catch this a little bit out of my price wheelhouse, it is sitting around $400 or so on that one. So a little bit spready. So, I mean, hey, yeah, it's turning around. We like what Michael Saylor's doing. We like how this guy put all his eggs in one basket, essentially, and it's just, he's a true believer. So
exactly,
yeah. So you can't really get more all in than what he's doing. So yeah, we'll always keep an eye out on that as well, too, guys. Let me know what in the chat. I'm not sure if the Q's is resistance or support. It's been in that range for quite a while now. Yeah, and that's what I mentioned, dear Ollie. Is that, I mean, I think it's a choppy mess. That's some price action that you don't necessarily want to see. Like all these candles overlapping each other, some mediocre volume going on here, and no really definitive direction. Well, sideways is a direction. But again, if you're looking to play a breakout trade on this, you're probably going to be getting chopped up, because I know I've experienced that before. It's like, well, why isn't it breaking out? Why are we just chopping around? Well, when you have so much push and pull, you have Amazon and Microsoft trading higher, and then you have NVDA and some of the semis trading lower. So that's where you get this push and this pull. But eventually, I think at some point, one party will win, and then you'll see a definitive direction. And as of right now, Sharif, it's looking like the bears are slightly winning on this one as we go and test some potential day lows on the Qs. So let's see if Microsoft and Amazon can hold up the rest of the party. And I know Apple put in a pretty good day as well, too. So take a look. I haven't looked at the dead one actually today. Yeah, I haven't looked at it today. It had a dead one, man.
What is it doing, bro?
What is it doing?
Being dead.
Yeah. I mean, that's a tougher play. There's a nice
VWAP?
Yeah, that's VWAP there. So one thing that we do like is that, as you can see, we had a nice, strong opening auction, this 5-minute opening range, really strong, some continuation, and then we pulled back through VWAP, so you can see the elasticity in that, and then you have these indecision candles. So if I seen a strong opening drive, and then on the pullback, you have these indecisions at a potential low below VWAP, I would look to take a long here at the break of these candles, and then you take it from there. It barely made a new high a day, but it's still sitting up at $234 on the session, brother.
All right, so everybody's yelling about CDZI, or ZI, as my American friends would like to say. We say Z on this side of the border. Don't ask why, I don't know. Do they say Z in England?
I've never been there.
They probably do.
Have you ever
yeah,
been
they
to
probably
England?
do. That's
Have you
why.
been to England?
Yeah, he lived there. I went to school there.
Yeah.
Leicester.
Oh, wow.
For 2 years. It was
Hey.
probably the wrong city to live in, but
Okay. A little rough on the edges.
It was just a boring city.
Oh, yeah.
About 2.5 hours north of London, East Midlands. Like there was just nothing.
Around.
The only good thing was about 40 minutes from Birmingham. Birmingham's the second largest city there, so you could have some fun. But London was number one. It was too expensive.
London,
way too expensive.
I heard.
Well, because I was a student, I was broke. So anyway, CDZI, guys, moving. Let's talk a little bit about this one. Great looking chart on the 5, but we've got an area of indecision now. We're zigging, we're zagging. We've got a bit of a range here from 465 down to 440, with the outlier being that 472. However, even though it does look like it's fading, look where it's at. It's near the high. It's above the 10 and every other moving average, and it's got equidistant topping tail and bottoming tail. What does that mean? That means there's an equilibrium right now happening between buyers and sellers, where no one side is winning over the other. So it's kind of like a stalemate at this point. Now, how do we work our way into this? Well, personally, I'd like to get something towards the bottom end of that range. That gives me, a definable area to say, okay, maybe this isn't the right trade. So, for example, if I was to get in mid-40s, 440s, that is, I would have, that 10 exponential in the high 30s to kind of tell me, all right, well, it may be holding up here. If it's not, maybe you got to wait until around VWAP till 420. So CDZI, good look. Here are the details. CDZI. All right, guys, 44 million share float with about 11.5% of that 44 some odd million, or almost 44 million, borrowed for short. So a decent short float with an R-vol today of an eye-watering 41. So it's doing volume, baby, and you can see that here depicted on the volume chart in the bottom. So how do we work into this? Good question. Oh, we're doing it well right here on LX. Okay, LX, I see you, boy.
I see you.
All right, let's load up CDZI. I think this trades on the NASDAQ, and I am right. Let's have a look at the 1 minute over here and see how we can weasel in. Yeah, so that 440 is the level that I like, and it was also a level of resistance. We tried to break above it, albeit on the one again, rejected until you had that big volume candle that pushed it through. So what we can do is we can weasel in small share size over here just to get involved in the trade. So if it does break out, we got something to take. But it's already spready. It's a 3-penny spread because I tried to cross 2 pennies and it's not filling me. So right off the bat, we already know that there's some issues of illiquidity. There we got filled. So we're going to go ahead and put the stop exactly where I said I'd put the stop at that 437 area. And if it doesn't hold up there, then well, no worries. We'll look to do a little bit better. So where do I want to add on this, though? So I like it into the 10 exponential. Well, where's the 10 at? It's a little bit above my stop. So let's go ahead and throw an order here. I'm going to put it for mid-40s. Let's go 43 because I don't want to go 44 because that's an unlucky number. So we're going to go hang out there. And then if this one wants to continue to ascend, which it looks like it is doing, we're going to hang out with some beak wetters here at different levels. So there we go. Throw those out. See if they get filled. QMCO, guys, is coming down to the 10 exponential over here. Sorry to flip between them, but, you know, these small cap gappers, they don't give you a lot of time to whiffle and waffle. So QMCO coming down to that $25 area where the 10 exponential is. Bang on LX. We take out that top at 423. Shout out to Jordan. So we'll set up.
That's a banger.
Thank you, bro.
Deserves one of these.
Hey,
Dang.
we'll look to take out the top there, Joseph, if we can at 425. So we'll layer an out there. Let's see how the other one's doing. Kodak,
Wow.
okay.
It's another.
It's not, you know, killing it, but we're waiting for that 667. I didn't want to put it at 666s, guys. I don't want you guys to get the wrong idea up in this place. But we're waiting at 6.7, so we're at 667 on Kodak, up 6%. Only reason I'm in this, again, guys, VWAP hold. There was really no other reason. Lexter, 001, Sharif. Super Titan is stronger than Super Titan? Am I reading that right?
I don't
Can you
know.
help me out here, bro?
See it.
Super Titan is stronger than its grip. What does that mean?
I don't even know.
I don't know, bro. I'm old. You're going to have to explain this stuff to me, man. I'm not down with the new lingo. I don't know what any of that means. But let me know, brother. Shout out to Lexter01.
Shout out to you, even though I don't know.
No, bro. I can't say it.
I don't even know.
All right, so that's a look there. All right, how we doing over here on the new CDZI? We're in no man's lane, Joseph. Zagging a little bit above $0.50, a little bit below. Pack our patience and see what comes. What's your look, my man?
Yeah. Our good buddy in the chat, the philanthropist Baker, says, Joe and Sharif, what are your thoughts / outlooks on Riot, short and longer term?
Interesting
I am
question.
playing some cash secured puts and covered calls. All right, well, we do know that we have Mara, and I think everybody understands my opinion and where I stand on with Mara, which is really unfortunate. And I don't know if it really changes too much with Riot because they are Bitcoin miners. So just keep in mind, again, I like that you have some cash secured puts. So you're looking like you want to get a sign on this at a potential lower price than what it's currently trading at. It's totally fine, and that's fantastic. One thing I will point out, though, and I feel like it can possibly happen, is that if Bitcoin just decides to go parabolic, like extremely parabolic, and go to $250,000 or anything, it's almost borderline inevitable, Shreve. I don't know what you think about that. But these are going to start to appreciate as well, too, drastically, I think, at some point, right?
Well, because the thing, the value of the thing they're mining is going up.
It's going up, exactly, right? So again, just putting 2 and 2 together there, it's not rocket, or as Ricky would say, rocket appliances. It's definitely not rocket.
Or my friend, rocket science?
Yeah, rocket science. Yeah, it's not rocket appliances.
Immigrant, though, you know.
But yeah, Trailer Park Boys. Boys, guys. I know we're Canadian, and if you guys haven't got a chance to watch it, it's an all-time great show. But yeah, in all reality, guys, we'll hop back into this. Again, I think it's only a matter of time, especially if Bitcoin does start to appreciate. You get your price that you want there on the philanthropist. Then that's really good for you. Then it can just give you some more room to run. But as of right now, it's just tough. It's so expensive and it's so energy inefficient to mine Bitcoin. So I think a lot of these miners are losing a lot of money to just having to power their operations. So just keep that in mind. I do think these things will appreciate in price, but it just might take a little bit of time on that one there, brother. What do you got going on?
I'm looking at QMCO, Joseph, because it's got a bunch of bottoming tail candles on the 5, and here's what I'm looking at right now. Call me crazy, but I want to trade this bad boy over here because there's a lot of profitability potential for this bad boy. By the same token, there's a lot of risk potential given how it's trading, but the bottoming tail candles here are what are catching my attention. Every time this dips down into that mid 25, low 26s, there's an army of buyers picking that up off, you guessed it, the 10 exponential dang moving average on the 5. I could try to say, oh, let me get in on the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis on the 5. That's a great strategy for some of these larger cap names or something that's, predictably trending. This one, the bottom can drop off at any time. So I don't want to use that strategy. I'd rather try to get in on the low end of the range. Otherwise, I don't want to trade it at all. It's hard to manage risk on this. You can lose dollars at a time. Say you either take negligible size and hope for a $2-3 move so you can make real money, or you take big boy size and then take the risk that comes with that if it goes against you. So I hate these dilemmas in any event. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. QMCO is the one that I'm talking about right now. Good look for it on the day. All right, we're printing, though, on some other ones over here. Bang on LX. We just took out that high of the day at 26s. Now I've set up my beak wetter now at 33s. Where am I long? I'm long 13s. So not a bad look. Let's see if this one continues to ascend. Kodak still hanging out at the highs, but that 667 price target elusive at the moment. All right, what are we doing here on CDZI? I took a beak wetter there at 60, but that ain't the move. Let's see if this one wants to fill me. I've been waiting for a planned dollar cost average at 443. I've still gone unfilled as this one really is ranging, perhaps putting in a bull flag. That's really the only reason I've got that dip trade there. On this one, I didn't take the full position. I'd like to get in or build my position towards the bottom part of that bull flag. What is a bull flag, guys? In case you're a little bit newer, it's exactly what you see on your screen right there. A big directional kind of, I don't want to say uninterrupted, but pretty directional move up. And then there's a period of whiffle and waffle. The whiffle and waffle is a consolidation period. Sometimes they look different. It can be a pennant, where you get higher highs and higher lows, or lower lows and lower highs, but you don't give up the majority of the move, or it can be, or that's a flag, sorry, or it can be a pennant, where it's a compression, where you get lower highs but higher lows kind of meeting in the middle, and then you take the breakout of the top trend line. Because the textbook says the breakout typically happens in the direction of the original trend. And you don't need to be a chartered market technician, again, to see what the trend is. Just look at the percentage. So I'm looking at getting filled at 443 on CDZI. I'm currently 1 penny out of the money, but I did wet my beak there on some profits. Let's throw another profit target up there in, I want to say, the high 60s. Why not sit at 69s? Whatever. We'll sit at 69s there. Only reason is because it's very much near the top. So I want to see what we get. Okay, LX is going, man. LX just printed a new high a day, 428. I'm still waiting at 33s. Let's see if this bad boy wants to continue to go. And I just noticed that I didn't even look at all at the MAG. So let's go and weasel our way over to the MAG 7, see what's going on over here. Okay, Google. Okay, Google, I see you. Google's coming into high a day. It wants to take out that 169.16. It's printing 10s right now. So Google, beautiful higher low, higher high situation, taking out the implied balance high that we put in the earlier trading session. So goggles on the way up. Your boy Meta as well, looking like it wants to hold up at that 20 exponential. It did the 20 exponential dance where every single closing print was north of that 20. It did wick, but now look at that, kind of curling. Wants to take out that 575.50 again. Ultimately, though, the high of the day, 577.50. Good look for META. Amazon working its way down into the volume weighted average price. This doesn't look as scrumptious as some of these other Mag 7 names. I'm talking about you, Google. I knew Neil would like that. I'm talking about you, Google. I'm talking about you, Meta. Amazon doesn't look as good right now. Apple, Joseph, holding up at the volume weighted average price, so no change since you pulled it up there. Holding VWAP is the dead one. Apple. Tesla, kind of, I don't know what kind of pattern this is, man. This is just a whole lot to digest over here. I'm not trading that. Let that one go. And then your boy NVIDIA seems to have held the closing print from yesterday, 136.04, the low of the day, 136.17. And look at what happened subsequent. Higher lows, not higher highs though. 137-ish does seem to be a bit of a top. Could we get a flat top break and a move past the volume weighted average price above that 137.30? NVIDIA is putting in higher lows with a flat top. I won't be convinced differently, and that flat top has been hanging out since we gave up the ghost there at 137 at around 1025, Joseph. So we'll see what this one wants to do. What's your look on that side?
Yeah. I like what NVIDIA is kind of doing right now.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, flat top. As we're forming kind of higher lows there. So let's see if some volume can step in, and then it looks like we might play the potential. Show me, you got. Did you see what you got cooked up there?
I did. I thought I had I thought I only had one more out, Joseph. We've got another one, so we're gonna layer another order up in this. You know what?
All right, throw another one up there. So yeah, guys, we're gonna keep our eyes out on NVDA. We kind of like the pattern that's forming. We do have this definitive resistance zone. If it does break that with some momentum, then we can look to participate, and then we can look to break through the volume weighted average price as well too. So we'll always keep our eye on that one. But as of right now, I'm just gonna take it as it's not ready just yet. We're gonna want to see that volume step in. All right, guys. So we'll keep an eye on that. The Q's still slightly bit of a hot mess, which is totally fine. But I'm all out of the Amazon trade here, guys. The dark pools are here to kill me. So unfortunately, let's take a look here. I got all out. So as you can see, I played that indecision, that doji candle, that gravestone, whatever you want to call it. And then sure enough, we got all out somewhere around here, guys. So that is the Amazon trade. I'll display it more after I work on those dark pools whenever we send it to Sharif. But as of right now, we're just going to continue to look. We're pulling in a little bit here on iBit, Sharif. So we'll just hold off. Let's see if we can hold this resistance zone. And then I think if we do, then maybe we take another leg up. But as of right now, we're going to send it off to Neil.
Get it, Neil.
Your lesson of the day is, and I've heard the line before, and you've probably heard it before, that history doesn't always repeat itself, but it often does rhyme. Well, one thing that you should consider when trading is that everybody is looking at past data to inform their trades. When you're looking at the chart, you're looking at what's happened in the past. So we can all see the same things in price action previously. So when a long setup or a short setup or an explosive trade sets up at a price where it's already had some good action, you can pretty much guarantee that there are going to be traders that are anxious to get involved at that price. And that can crowd a very specific trade because stocks have memory, because traders have memory. And I'm going to give an example of what you can sometimes expect, which can be still a good trade, but not necessarily as big as what you might have hoped for. Now, Tesla is the real reason why this is the lesson of the day, but there's an example here on GameStop that I can point out. Whether it's the day before, the day before that, or maybe even a few sessions before, when you have a setup, and I'm specifically talking about yesterday's breakout on GameStop, now you can see the confluence with this level at about $28. You go to the previous day, at the end of the day, it's resistance underneath, it's consolidation, breaking away above, it's resistance here, it's support there, and then going all the way back to the 20th, only a few days ago, ends as support. But look at the volume come into this breakaway move. Volume comes in on break of 28, dips, supports 28, and then ramps to 30, and then closes holding 28 as support. That's the key price. So when you put in some lower highs going into 28, anybody knowing 28 is a key level is going to like this breakaway. However, this makes it a pretty obvious setup at that 28 for it to go. And you also have the price action of the following 2 days, how it responded to that move. High of 30, well, everyone's thinking resistance. Topping out the next day at the open just underneath the 29, just above the 29 level. So when you look at this move, maybe you temper your expectations that you're going to get to 30 because of the overhead resistance that's put in on the stock. And when you see that, you can't expect the same move because everyone and their mother that's taking the 28 is hoping for a move into 30. And then you recognize, well, where is this thing stalling out? If it has history for 28 to matter, then why wouldn't it press into this high? There's an out. If you reloaded it, great. Now you've got this move twice from 28 to 28.70. And then all of a sudden, you know the higher low is going to be another level as well. So there's that 29.25. You don't worry about that 30 level as much. And again, it's just about finding a way to complete the trade thesis, which is not to keep it at, hey, 28's great, 30's resistance, let's just get $2 out of it. No. Understand what you're up against and who might also be trading this. Now, the example and the reason why I'm bringing this one up is actually Tesla, which I was in. I mean, GameStop, we took a trade, but it had nothing to do with that 28 level from previous days. However, Tesla, the long that stands out on Tesla should be obvious. Obviously, the shorts here are pretty big. But this long right in here 2 days ago at $345. That's the big one. Now, you can see you have some key levels here before that. That day, 345. In here, 347.5. Those are two big levels on the way to the upside. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can get past that. There's your breakaway. It chewed through that to not even stall until it got to 355. So obviously, the day that it broke, that 47.5 meant literally nothing, and it just blew right through it. Now, yesterday, did it matter? Yeah, first support was back at that price. Second support was back at that price. End of the day, resistance at that price. So the second time through, when this sets up the same trade, support off at 339 early, trending higher, higher lows into a flat top break at 345, when everyone can see the same thing that went $10 before, do we think the resistance should matter today? That 347.5 when you've got confluence the next day for it? Yes. So what happens? It breaks 45, clean to that 347.5, instant reversal, pulling right back in there. And this is where you've got to be nuanced in your trading and understand that the more times a very good price level and trading opportunity presents itself, the more eyeballs are likely to be on it. And if there's more people looking at the same breakout that just worked for $10 2 days ago, well, then there's more people looking for exits on that scalp trade, on that short-term trade, which leads to an obvious resistance level on the chart, more likely to step up and hold because you have more people trying to exit at that level. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's a pretty simple and uncomplicated lesson today. GameStop, one example from 4 days ago off 28, Tesla, the 345 break. And it's not to say you don't take that trade that sets up, but what you might want to do is ask yourself, hey, if it worked so great last time, you're probably up against a few more traders here or in it with a few more traders. Maybe respect the fact it's not likely to move just as much as it did a couple of days ago because of that resistance. And then find where that resistance is probably going to lie. The other side, which I think would be the alpha move here, would have been to look for a reversion off 347, which clearly I could have done, didn't do, but now we look back in hindsight, and that's what the lesson is all about. Finding those other opportunities to maybe slap in a reverse, not hold on to some to trail back in. Why? Because you've got to consider your counterparty. And it's not just your counterparty, who are you trapping short at a resistance level when it breaks out at 345. It's also who is trying to still buy this at the top of the move. Who's trying to buy it at the top of that move when it's now shown resistance at that level a couple of days before? When everybody knows it's a crowded trade. It's different when it's going the first time and busting out that level. But when it's already given the pull back in and shown this level has more influence, then who's really going to be buying it out and about? You'll have less buyers, you'll have more sellers at that key price, which means you've got to find a way to take your profit inside of the range. Not every trade is going to be a home run just because it was a home run off that level 2 days ago or the day before. Sometimes a home run trade turns into a single or double the next day, but you should still be willing to swing at it because you know it's good. Good pitch, just get on base and move on to the next. That's your lesson of the day.
You got to love the baseball metaphors because he's all about baseball. He's a season's ticket holder. That doesn't happen
really?
by
Yeah,
accident.
no,
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
shout out to Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts every day around that new time. Thank you very much for the lesson of the day, Joseph. All right, quickly, guys, we forgot to throw on the poll, so the poll is active now. Get into the chat. There's some good ones to talk about. Let's talk a little bit about why we threw these on. We're going to throw on another poll at 1 o'clock, so you've got an hour to get your votes in. We got Rivian on the receiving end of more government money. Everything's fine. IBIT, as Bitcoin comes a bit down, I'm going to be adding to my IBIT position. I'm just full disclosure over here. You know I got baby shares. Intel also getting government money. You see the theme here, Joseph?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of government money being thrown around here. And then CrowdStrike. Why did we throw on Crowd? Yeah, Joseph voted for Crowd. I threw my weight behind IBIT. The reason we threw Crowd on there, CrowdStrike reports today, and it's been shellacked. Well, it's recovered a little bit as of late, but I want to see exactly how they guide, how they speak about the companies after that whole, or their relationship with companies after that whole debacle in the summer with the outage, this, that, and the other. Get your votes in, baby.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Shreve, but absolutely look at this recovery on CrowdStrike.
That's
Look at
a hell
this
of a recovery.
Absolute massive recovery. Yeah. Up over 70%. After the sell-off, still up over 70% on the year. 20% month to date. And guys, you know what I did on this trade. I talked about it many times. I played the gap fill. I was out so early. I was out so prematurely, and it's slightly frustrating. But I think this stock absolutely recovers, as I just mentioned, up over 73% on the year, 20% on the month. This thing is absolutely starting to buzz. Jeez. And then the expected move, Sharif, I was going to get you to fact check me on this, but I think it's about 7.8% that the options market is pricing in here, a potential move on CrowdStrike coming up at after the bell. So that's something that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, and I think you are too, because you have Palo Alto.
Dub, yeah.
Exactly, you got Pan Dub going. Yep. So we're just going to keep our eyes on this thing. I think this one can absolutely move. Is it going to break these all-time highs here around 398? I don't know about that. It's going to need a lot of momentum and a great report, especially after what happened here. But it's definitely possible. I think that this can possibly happen. I don't know about today, but if we get that really big move, we beat the expected move, we're going to be testing these levels, because I've seen a lot of open interest around the 400 level. I don't know if it's going to be a hedging possible hedges or whatever it may be, but just keep in mind we have those open contracts, those outstanding contracts sitting around 400. So I don't know what this is going to tell us, but just keep your eyes open, because if CrowdStrike decides it wants to move, did you see the expected move?
Yeah, I got it ready for you, man.
Yeah, what do you got there,
okay,
brother?
So it's 8.8%, Joseph.
Okay,
so you got.
I had 7.8. I had 7.8.
Yeah, same. I mean, it's same roughly, thing. Roughly. Yeah, we got 8.5. Excuse me, 8.5. Okay. So we got a whole bunch of companies reporting today after the bell. Let's take an opportunity to do this, guys. Dell, they don't just sell computers anymore, baby. We all know they're selling AI servers, and NVIDIA had Michael Dell, or the NVIDIA conference. Jensen welcomed Michael Dell first row. He's been courting him. So keep your eye out on Dell. I'm all ears, baby. I want to hear how the AI business is doing, and whether or not that Blackwell is actually heating up, or that was just, a way to bring down the price and buy more. So Dell, obviously, Joseph waxing poetic about this. CrowdStrike, going to be a big one. Workday, look at this previous move, up 12.5%, expected move 9.5%. We got plenty on their. Autodesk, another big hitter. HP, kind of the same play as Dell. They're not really, they're selling PCs, of course, that's not what I'm trying to say, but they are trying to diversify in that AI server game. We got, what is this? Nordstrom, Urban Outfitters, Joseph. We got Guess. So we got some more retail in focus. So make sure you are with us on that market recap show. No doubt about it. It's going to be a hot one. Neil on the ones and twos for that bad boy today. So make sure you're hanging out with us after the bell.
Man,
all right.
Sorry. I remember when I was like in my earlier 20s, like really early 20s. All I used to wear were Guess jeans. I'm like, I'm not putting anything else on me unless it was Guess. Yeah. But sorry, Shreve, I want to cover the super chat before I send it off to you here. JV, Joe, time to start shorting Ross or buying puts, ROST. So Ross stores. And I said to him, I don't see any definitive signal for me to be like, hey, I want to short this thing. Because as of right now, this price action does not indicate any form of short. And then I went in and I broke it down on the lower time frames. I went to the 5 minute. It's not the most liquid Again, nothing is telling me to short this stock. From a price action standpoint, we'll go a little bit, we'll give it 2 hours. Again, yeah, there's no signal here saying, Joe, short me, because I think this is still potentially looking like it wants to move to the top side. But I just wanted to cover that super chat. JV, thank you for the $2, and that's my 2 cents on Ross. I just don't see any reason to short this thing just yet.
Respect that. All right, guys, let's talk about some of the trades we're involved with right now. So Kodak, I just took it out at 668. Still 3 more outs on this one. I want to see if it wants to test the high of the day. So let's layer a beak wetter at 70s. And then we're going to put another one at, what's life without Whimsy? We'll go 74 to front run that $0.75. Let's have a look at the other one, LX. Still holding 4 outs on this one. This one did take out the high of the day, but sadly, I did not have a beak wetter north of the one that I had, so we've put it at 38s, now curling back up to 30s after zigging and zagging with that 22. We'll see if this one wants to continue the trend up 26.5%. Looks to be good. We'll see. This one, though, I don't know, but this one, we're about 7 pennies out of the money on CDZI, and what is concerning me about it is it's in no man's land. I don't have a read. Let me explain what I mean. So CDZI, look, it's not at the 10, it's not at the 20, and it's not at VWAP. It is in no man's land, and also there's no discernible trend right now. We had umpteen amount of candles of indecision. Candles of indecision typically have equidistant wicks on the top and the bottom. That means there's a bit of an equilibrium there, hence why I call them candles of indecision. And then subsequent to that, we dropped, but we dropped below the 10. We're not at the 10, we're not at the 20, and now we've got no trend here for the last, I want to say 15 minutes or so. Maybe some higher lows, but I'm not going to put too much stock into that. What I like about it is that we're not breaching, we're not working our way down into VWAP quite yet. I've already got my stop set up on this one. If it wants to breach that 430 area, I'm going to get out. And then if it wants to hold up at VWAP, I can reinstitute the trade. There's nothing preventing me from doing that. I'd rather not do that, obviously, but we'll have to wait and see what the market gives me. CDZI involved in it, the only one that's really kind of not working out as well at the moment. Now, HSAI, let me tell you, I mean, I didn't play this one right in the sense that I should have held on a little bit more and been more alive to where the price action was. Here's what I mean. So if you breach the 10 in this fashion, all right, fine, get out. But look what this candle did. This candle was a hammer candle, and it was proven by the fact that the candle subsequent to it was green and made a new high and didn't even come close to the low. So I should have been more alive to that. That was an opportunity to get back in. And since it did that little dance, it's about 50 pennies higher. So HSAI is in play, baby. It's up 73%. Just because I'm out of it doesn't mean it's out of. Oh, look at that! It's breaking local highs. 8 1/3. Here it goes. 855 HOD. We're like 20 pennies off that right now. So the trend continues to the high side over here on HSAI. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's see what else we got over here. Let's weasel on over to the Mag 7. Yeah, not much in the way of anything for me today. I'm not gonna, I'm not going to have to force myself to trade the Mag 7 just because everybody's interested in them. But I got to tell you the truth. I haven't been jiving with these bad boys on an intraday basis lately. But this one over here, Joseph, Amazon at VWAP and 205.50. It is kind of the level there. I wouldn't have a dip trade on it, but I'd keep my eye on it to see if it wanted to hold that level. Volume weighted average price, Amazon, guys. Oh, quickly. I got to remind you guys again, the poll, 300 votes just ain't going to cut it. I know that the poll is laid, and I'm sorry, it's on me, really nobody else, but we're going to need more than 300, especially if we're going to get another poll in 40 minutes. So get into the chat right now. Rivian, iBit, Intel, and CrowdStrike. Rivian, because they got money. Intel, because they got money. iBit, because we got a bit of a pullback in Bitcoin. And CrowdStrike reports after the bell after being down quite aggressively in the earlier part of the year. But as Joseph showed you, one hell of a recovery there off the lows, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Come on, guys, make sure you guys get those votes in. Let's pump CrowdStrike here on the votes because we want to talk about that one.
Yes,
we like CrowdStrike. We played
Oh,
CrowdStrike a couple weeks ago, so come on, let's talk about it.
Bang.
We'll get Neil and Obi to talk about that one, guys. So get those votes in, please, and thank you. So yeah, guys, I know a lot of people are mentioning in the chat GME potential bull flag, and I agree on that. Let's see if some volume can step in. Sharif and I were talking about GME earlier off camera, and I'm like, you know what, man, I don't love it. He's like, I kind of like it. I'm like, I don't like it. So you know what I mean, which is totally fine.
Each their own.
Yeah. To each their own, right? And I just think because of the shortfall was so big last time around when everybody got into that craze, that is like, okay, yeah, this is fun. It pumps up to 65 or whatever it is, but the short float isn't the same. It's still not, the metrics aren't the same in order for it to do that. So I'm sorry if I'm breaking anybody's heart, but again, it's totally subjective, right? It's just my opinion on it. I think it's going to be really hard for this thing to ever get back up there. So again, that's my opinion, totally subjective on GME. But guys, we're still holding off on some IBIT here. See, look, I mentioned this earlier. If we can just pull up my chart perfectly. Perfect. I said, okay, I'm looking for what was once previous resistance to become support. And then sure enough, we get that bounce. We have this indecision candle at the low of the pullback, at the low of that retracement. And now that underlying asset is starting to bounce off of those key resistant levels, now acting as support. So keep that in mind. I like this for a bounce. Are we going to go and test high a day? I'm not too sure about that. But one thing I will be keeping my eye out is that we do start to recover. And if that momentum kicks in, because as you can see from the volume by time profile, that on this pullback, it is relatively significantly weaker than what it was when we were moving and appreciating in price. So just always keep in mind, an eye out on the volume by time, because I think it's such a key metric that you need to use to implement into some strategies. All right. So I know someone in the chat was asking me about the MFI today, Sharif, and I said,
yes, sir.
He's like, yeah, Joe, why are you still short Amazon when the MFI is kind of saying that it's oversold at the time? At the same time, I said, well, you know what? I don't really use the MFI, and that's totally fine. You need to find what works for you and then just become as good as you can at it, right? So you have whatever criteria that you have, if you want to use MFI or the oscillators that Sharif was mentioning today as well too, the moving averages, stick to those, build yourself enough sample set, enough data in order to be like, hey, this is how I base my trades off of. And that's what I do. When I talk to you guys about volume price analysis, the volume by time, and key levels, these are the metrics that I use. It doesn't mean you have to use it, Sharif has to use it. These are just the metrics that I use in order for me to be able to read what the market can potentially be doing, because that is also subjective. The way you interpret something can be, I interpret it, you can be looking at it from a totally different perspective, and we can still come out with the same outcome, all right, guys? So just make sure, find something that really works for you, and then just learn how to exploit that and stick to it, build data sample sets, and then absolutely take it from there.
See who's in the chat?
Who's in the chat?
We got Putin in the chat, bro.
Putin?
Yeah, he's trading from Russia.
Is he?
Yeah.
What's he trading?
I don't know. Maybe, what would be funny here? L3 Harris?
L3 Harris, yeah.
Raytheon, maybe?
Yeah, LMA, Lockheed.
He's trading, what is he trading on? SMR and Oklo. He likes that nuclear. Oh, come on.
Ooh, I was gonna say.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I was just regurgitating what he was saying.
I was going to say Lockheed Martin, but...
Oh, got dark there, eh?
Yeah.
Got real dark.
We're going down that path, so I don't know. Yeah. Choppy market is right. Panthic, Sanjeev, I said that. So,
all right. Joseph, I just want to mention... everybody's talking about the minutes today. We get the minutes at 2 o'clock. People asking, are those market moving? Sometimes they are. Most of the times they haven't been lately. The market usually already knows all the information or has discounted, for the to use that term, all the information typically thrown in the minutes. We do sometimes get something novel. It's not all the time, but yeah, just be on the lookout. 2 o'clock. The Fed minutes gives an insight into what they're thinking, how they see the economy going, what their future. I don't think it's a dot plot, but sometimes we get commentary about future rate projections and stuff like that. So just be ready for it. 2 o'clock Fed minutes. Sometimes it has a way of moving markets. Sometimes it's a nothing burger. You're going to have to find out. So here we go. LX. This one continuing to hold the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So I don't want to move down my beak wetter, which has been hanging out at 39s. We'll continue to watch that one. This one, though, I don't know what to do with CDZI. I really feel like I don't have a read, but it's not breaking the level that I've earmarked for a stop, so I'm not going to get out. I'm only 7 pennies out of the money, so this really shouldn't be a reason for me to get out. But the fact of the matter is, it's printing lower lows and lower highs. That's what it's supposed to do, though, if it bull flags, right? Because we know the flag pattern, you get that big move up. That's what we're looking at here. And then usually we get a downward channel, or sometimes if it's very bullish, an upward channel, less often. And then you get a breakout from the downward channel. So just to explain what I mean by downward channel, let's just draw. Oh, that's not the one we want right there. That's the one we want. All right, so we'll draw these, touching the highs. And then the same thing with the lows. So you get kind of that downward channel. And then the book says when you get a breakout of the upper trend line is when you're supposed to get long. Obviously, it's never really that simple, but just to explain to you guys why I'm still holding this, despite the fact that it's continuing to print lower lows and lower highs. We'll see how this one ends up manifesting, but I've got my eye on it, baby. All right, what else we got over here, man? Is anything moving anew? Okay, there is. We have a new entrant in small cap gapper world. It goes by the ticker IMG. So this one didn't make its way onto my scanner because it was sub 85 pennies, but that's my filter for these scanners, by the way. It has since retaken that level, and you know how I feel about these midday small cap gappers. Here's what I mean by that. The ones that get the bulk of the move, the meat of the move, not in the pre-market, not in the open, but midday. We're not trying to take over scraps, trying to get, in on areas of support and resistance. This is actually moving anew right at 1210. So it's 60 minutes old right now with that high a day at 115, but I'll submit to you, it's a different trade north and south of $1. You gotta get far enough away from $1 in order to use it as resistance. I'm gonna go ahead and say 15 pennies just ain't enough, especially with where it's trading right now at 105. So number one, let's see if the dollar is the area of support that we possibly anticipate it to be. If it is, and it really gets away from $1, then we'll start looking at weaseling into the trade over here. First and foremost, though, I want to see that 115 break and take. We're printing 107, 108. So show me that you can continue to print new highs. So IMG in focus right now. Can you read HTML?
HTML?
Yeah.
I have no idea what that
HTML, like internet language, like for websites and stuff like that. Hypertext markup.
Well,
language.
as soon as I said I don't even know what HTML is.
I'm sorry. The only reason I say that is because HTML, anyone who can write HTML knows how to insert an image. It's IMG SRC, right? Image source. Fabian, back me up on that. He has no idea what I'm talking about.
He has no idea.
Yeah, he has no idea.
So
IMG, there we go. It just took out the high there, Joseph. So now we got to get serious with this one. Just took out 119. So let's go ahead and load this up. I'm going to take out QMCO, IMG. I think this trades on the NQ, and I'm right. There we go. So let's see how this one wants to do. It's continuing to zig and zag over here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and take a dip trade here at lucky number 7 for small size. If it wants to dip into 7, great. I'll get my entry level. It's not going to dip into 7. Here it goes. It's going, guys. 120, now 122, the high of the day. I know, right? It's gone. 92%. I mean, I'm wishing over here that it dips into my level. But IMG, guys, it's really going 89%. Here is the information on IMG. Okay, I have very little. It's about 1.94 million float, and I don't have a short float on it. The RVol today, a light 33 times regular volume on this one, relative volume, excuse me. So IMG, yeah, I'll keep watching this one, but I'm not going to weasel into it too quickly there. It's just awfully volatile. Kodak breaking down. Okay, so we've taken out the majority of the position, but I don't want to give up anything over here, especially if it breaks down below 660. So I may move up my stop on this. How's my CDZA? Oh, it's doing nothing still. So we'll continue to hold on to that. That one ain't it. Let's get in, man. What's going to happen? What's life without whimsy over here? We're going to get in on IMG. There we go. We're long. Come what may. What are you doing there with Doge?
I'm over here looking at GME because I know a lot of people in the chat were mentioning this, and I was like, am I interesting? I seen Neil in the chat say, oh, it's kind of going without me, but then he's like double top as well too. So I like how he pointed that out. But one thing I'm going to keep an eye on is this volume. So if we're really going to break out, then we're going to see this volume continue to accelerate and pick up. But as of right now, it is holding these levels. So keep in mind, if this volume by time profile does pick up, then maybe we can see if this thing can continue and potentially make new highs of days. But again, as I mentioned before, I'm not really one to be trading it, even though it's not overly memey right now. But again, I just think there's better opportunities out there than me playing GameStop. Like, I don't know. Like, everybody buys their games online now, and the brick and mortar aspect of purchasing games is almost out the window. And if you do, you have places like Walmart where you can just go and buy it, and Target for people who are in America, and Best Buy and stuff like that. So what do you got? He's got a lot going. But guys, as of right now, it's moving. So that's good. That volume's keeping up. So yeah, if you're in that GME and you're playing the break of this 31.25, that break of that resistance is looking pretty good for you. So congratulations to all of those in GME. So guys, yeah, I mentioned this before on iBit. We're still holding on to this. We are holding that resistance level, so let's see if we can continue to hold. Let's take a look at the actual underlying asset here, Bitcoin. And I said if this prints as a hammer down here, this could be a signal. Potentially, I can be very wrong. Don't get it twisted. But I do like this for a potential stopping signal. And then we can take that additional leg up. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if it broke to the downside and then we go and test like mid-80s. But again, if this prints as a hammer, then I think that we can potentially go to 100K. So I'll be keeping my eyes on that. But as of right now, I don't got anything really cooking up. Like, we can take a look at the Qs. Qs right now. Yeah, a dumpster. I need a dumpster fire thing going on because this thing is absolutely brutal. Yeah, man. It's tough. It's tough. If you're looking to play a breakout on the Qs, then you're probably just getting chopped around or getting little price movements, and there's no real volume stepping in. So that if this is what I'm looking at on the Qs, and this is from a daily standpoint, I would definitely look to condor this for a week or two. So you can play that like 509, or play the high end 510, and then the 507 would be an absolutely fantastic condor. I don't know about doing that intraday because it may break out. But it can work. I never really played condors from an intraday perspective, always from a longer time frame, but sometimes they work, especially on choppy days like this. So this gives you another tool in your playbook, Sharif, when you have kind of those choppy price movement days.
All right, man. I entered, and I'm happy that I did because we wet our beak multiple times. All right, we're zigging and zagging here, guys. 3 outs already on IMG, SRC. No, it's not SRC. I'm living my old 90s days. I saw someone in there in the chat. It's like, yo, bro, HTML is so 2000s. In other words, just call me an old ass. So that's kind of what it is there, but it's the only computer language I know. Well, I know a little bit CSS too, so that's not bad. All right, anyway, beak wetter at 133. Next beak wetter there, we're going to take it out at 137s. If it wants to go, it's over 100% right now in Greensville, so we'll see if this bad boy wants to continue. Don't have too much data on it, just know the float, don't know the short float. So be careful with this one. It did make its way sub $1. So they sometimes, not all the time, they tend to have, their moment in the sun north of $1 and then seem to weasel down. It's not a hard and fast rule. I've placed my stop below 14s, so if it breaks down below 14, I will get out, and then I'll look to defend that dollar area for a better adjusted cost basis there. So that's my move on IMG. Let's see what comes. And yeah, we'll talk about it then. LX continuing to hang around at that 4 1/3. Looks like there is a seller of note at 432, despite the fact that I got filled at 433. Look at all these holdups, area holdups at 432. So don't know what's going on with that one. Gonna pack my patience. Kodak still at 665, but I'm going unfilled here at 70 and 74. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And what's CDZI doing? Really doing its best. Nothing right now, hanging out between 435 and 445 or 450. We're long, where are we long? CDZI, I think we're long 49s. Yeah, so we're exactly 5 pennies out of the money right now. Why are you laughing? Because I got 4 positions? Yeah, I look like Sean right now with like 4 positions, bro.
Crazy.
That's really not
you're killing them all, though. So
it's not my mode. Usually it's hard. Bang, Joseph, we're taking out the top there on IMG. Let's hang out at 45s now at the front run. That $0.50 area, Joseph. Let's see if we can weasel up there. This one's really squeezing. Short it's got a small float, guys, so that's the reason it can get parabolic. It's not the only reason. You can have a higher short float and a larger float and also have that kind of parabolic effect, Ram. So up 114%, not a bad look there. So not much going on other than these 4 trades that we've gone on at the moment. I'm out of 4/5, so we've got one more out on IMG. We'll see if it can print me at 145. Otherwise, I get stopped out below 114, but I do look to defend that dollar on IMG. We're going to take half the position size we took originally on that bad boy. Let's keep looking over here. CDZI continuing to work into that 445, but really looking for this one to curl above the $0.50. Okay, so now that we've had more price action develop, I can make some, observations. $0.50, despite the fact that you had a lot of wicking below it, we were kind of using it as support. And then it flipped. We're now using it as resistance. Look at all the attempts since giving it up on a decisive closing basis, not on a wick basis. I'm talking about that 4.5. We've been trying to work up there, but there's been somebody shorting at 450 or high 440s, keeping us below that $0.50. So I got to be alive to that because I'm long 449. So if that's going to be the case, then I really need to, like what I see. And my assessment should, if I want to make money on this, I should be able to see the likelihood of this one breaking above 4.5. I like it still. I mean, the 5-minute doesn't look all that bad. I'm looking at the 5-minute again. It's well above VWAP. It's above the 10 right now. So I think that it's prudent for me to hang out there and find out what happens. So those are the ones we're involved in. 4 trades right now, all small cap gappers. Let's see how they do. Or let's actually see how we're doing here on the poll. All right, we got a decent race on our hands here with Rivian taking the cake right now, 30% after they got 6.6 billion. Then Intel 18%, and then we got iBit 26 tied with CrowdStrike. So iBit and CrowdStrike taking about a quarter of the vote right now, with Rivian a little bit less than a third and Intel a little bit less than a fifth. I'd love some more votes on this bad boy. We've got another, I think, 24 minutes, and we got to throw up a new poll there, Joseph. Yeah, and then we'll have 4 more options, and we'll take the top of each bunch there. I see IMG is going from my side chart over here, but it didn't work into 45s. Here we go, 41 HOD. Let's see if we can take out the top. I'm waiting at 45s. The only reason I have it at 45s is to account for psychological resistance at the $0.50. Come on, bro. No, I'm not going to. Bang. Yes, you can't go like this to me because I was about to hit the flat button, bro. That's the only reason it held me back, because I didn't want you to do that to me, bro. I was like, I'm not flattening out here and have him go like this. So took that out and bang. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm over here looking at iBit. I was hoping to get that I'm reloaded thing going on, but it's not working out for me right now, and that's totally okay, because if we break this low, this potential turnaround low, as you can see, we started to slowly curl around a little bit here. And if we break this pivot, then I'm just going to get out of the position in general. Around 53.48 is my average. So I didn't have too much left after that. So you know what? I might have to cut this, even though I do think it still might continue a little bit higher. But as it's coming against me, that just can potentially indicate that I can get a better price. And I always like getting better prices, guys. So Baron Bigley, $2 super chat. NRDY 5-day inside buys in a row, 25%. SI squeeze time. Let's take a look at NRDY for you. NRDY. I wish my overview was working so I can look up what these guys actually do. But Nerdy Inc. This is definitely more Sharif's world.
You want me to have a look?
Yeah, take a look. Yeah. Because my overviews, I can't pull up what they actually do, but that's definitely Sharif's world there. In the small cap gapper.
They operate a platform for live online learning. The company's platform leverages technology, including AI, to connect students, users, parents, and guardians, and purchasers of all ages to tutors, instructors, subject matter experts, educators, and other professionals. I think it's just a learning.
So like Duolingo or whatever they got going on. Yeah, something like that. And so let's take a look at it from a technical and daily perspective. Guys, you know what I'm going to point out as soon as what catches my eye? I'm going to point out this right here. And sure enough, it is filled. So that's a nice play. But again, this isn't a stock that I would be looking to play. It's a little bit on the cheaper end. But what a beautiful gap fill that is. Essentially doesn't even look back. Barely any red candles here before you get the soft gap fill at the low of the gap down day. So that's a really good look. It does look like it's about to break it has broken these resistance zones. And you know I'm going to point this out. You're going to see the volume stepping in. So this can confirm that, hey, this might be a genuine move. As for going any higher than this, I don't know enough about the company or what they do. But again, as of right now, if you're in at those lows, the sub-dollar levels, then you're looking pretty good. So congratulations on that one. If you're just getting in, you'll know what I'll have to say about that. We can always get a better price at some point with most things. So just keep that in mind. But as of right now, yeah, nerdy, really, really good pick there. I like that one somewhat, guys. So yeah, let me know in the chat what you're looking at. Come on, get those votes in. Vote CrowdStrike. Vote whatever you guys want to see. And right in the chat, whatever I see the most common one, I'll suggest to Sharif, hey, maybe we should throw this in the chat as well too. But as of right now, guys, I'm gonna pop out of this iBit trade. No need to give back any profits on this one because we were profitable on it. So we'll wait. We'll see if we do want to make that second leg. I told you where we have our definitive level on that, but I'm going to get out a little prematurely and hold, because if we hold this, then I can just get back in about like 20-30 cents lower. So yeah, we'll look at LBM photos. That's what Peter Scheif predicted a while back. He was a great one on here last week. Oh, 100K an ounce on gold. Isn't it like $2,700 an ounce of gold right now? I don't know. I'm pretty sure it is. So for Bitcoin to go to 250K before gold goes to 100K an ounce, I think is a lot more likely. I know you're saying LBM photos, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. Gold's 2,700-ish an ounce, right? I think, yeah, something.
26.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, okay, yeah. So I mean, 100K. I don't think that gold is going to get to 100K an ounce before Bitcoin gets to 250K. That is not where I'd be putting my money from a betting standpoint, especially. But guys, I want to take a look at NVDA. Been slightly disappointing the past couple of days. Oh, fantastic! A lot of dark pools. So I'll just pull it up. Here, and we'll take a look. Let's see if we can break this resistance zone. It's just been kind of chopping everybody around, like the overall market. Like you can see that these things are essentially like trading in tandem if I'm going to compare the 5-minute charts here. So this is essentially the same thing, different ticker, right? So again, it just moves the market. It has so much influence in what the market does. So we'll keep an eye out. If NVDA does decide it wants to break out, then I think it's going to drag the market out of this consolidation phase that it's currently in. So I can see that happening. But again, my good buddy Greg, are you in the chat?
I saw him in the chat.
Yeah, I seen him in the chat. He mentioned to me, he said, yeah, Joe, he's like, there's no buy programs going on with NVDA right now. So just sit there and wait for the programs to start in. And then you can look to join right then and there, because I was joking. I'm like, the thing's trash, even though it's obviously not trash. But he's like, yeah, dude, just wait, right? So that's why. So thanks, Greg, for just pointing that out and just being like, hey, man, wait, it's going to get moving again, especially because we mentioned before with the price targets, right? So it's just chopping up some people, obviously collecting some liquidity, and then potentially making those moves higher.
$4 trillion before Valentine's?
Well, Valentine's is in February. It's like the 19th or something, isn't it? $4 trillion. What are we sitting at right now? 3 something? 3.5?
You know it's the 14th, right?
Valentine's Day?
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
No, bro, I'm so bad with dates like that. Like, you didn't even understand, like, Valentine's Day is the 14th.
We're at 3.358 right now. I think we could, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Easily.
4 trillion. 4 trillion easily, yeah. I think Neil is agreeing. He's saying, he's scratching his head over there. So he's like, he's 4 I don't know.
Well, it's like,
I'm not good with those.
Hold on a second.
Hold
on a second. I know we like to have a little bit of fun and wax poetic about, like, just making jokes and whatnot. But Joe, you can't honestly tell me you didn't know what day Valentine's Day was.
I said the 19th. I thought
I'm 100%. I'm not buying that even a little bit. I know you're absolutely 100% taking a piss with us right now. There's no chance you did not know Valentine's Day was on the 14th.
Girlfriend too, man.
Yeah, I was saying you got a girlfriend.
I rely on her
not
for
you.
the date.
I know.
No, I can't even. By the way, IMG's halted to the upside. You still in that, Sharif?
I'm not. I was going to cover it though, Neil. Yeah.
Damn.
155 halt, tap,
Big move,
155,
big move.
boys. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, someone in the chat said I get into a big argument every year because I don't know. I know, yeah, you're not wrong. Like, just let me know. Sorry, but now I know. Now I won't forget that it's the 14th.
Ram was like shocked, bro.
When I said the 19th?
Yeah, Ram.
I genuinely thought it was. And you know what's funny? I have a wedding party on the 19th of February.
So,
right?
Why.
So, yeah.
That's why you're thinking. Look what Black Sheep Trades does. Canadian Valentine's is on the 19th. Yes, Black Sheep Trades.
So, yeah, I was a week off, eh? Better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, we're having a good time. All right, so here's what Neil was talking about, guys. IMG halted 155. Currently the tap zigging and zagging 155 a little bit, 154 essentially at the area that we halted at. So no exuberance right now with the auction that's going on. In case you're wondering what I'm talking about, auction halted this, that. So what ends up happening if you move 10% super quick, I think within 5 minutes or so, your stock is halted for volatility, and then it takes a period of rest, 5-minute increments usually. It'll be halted for 5 minutes, during which there's an auction that takes place between buyers and sellers. So people can still send buy or sell orders while it's halted. The way to do that using our system is to use an order type called market on open. So you send those orders in, the exchange receives them, tries to pair them together. If there's an imbalance of orders to the buy side here or the sell side, it shows you a theoretical auction price. It is now open. Here it comes down into 140. Let's see, 155 HOD, zigging and zagging, dropping below 150, but right back up we go. Are we going to take out that seller at 155? Because right now, yep, he's out. There we go. Moving into 160, seller at 160, probably going to get taken out. Boom, there they go as well. So the ferocity of these small cap gappers should not be understated, nor should the risk of getting into them be. So make sure you're getting them off sound levels with appropriate sizing, and you are, for the love of God, use stop losses, whether mental or hard stops using orders. Ram, show them the beautiful, what's it called? Price action over here. So look, you could look for a dip trade off 155. In fact, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I need to participate in this one a little bit because I think this one's going to continue to zig and zag. So we're long now. So let's go ahead and hang out at these levels, see if we can wet our beak on some profits. Anything below 150, I'm Gonzino. Let's see if this one can continue to ascend above that 165 level. Looks like it's encountering some selling right now. Anything below 155, I'm going to flatten out over here. It's going to have to continue in the uptrend. So maybe overstaying our welcome a little bit as we continue to move up again. Here comes 166, 170 now, HOD. Can we continue to move up though? We got some selling here, Joseph, in the high 60s, low 70s. Small position for me because I'm punching in at highs, but we want to execute well anyway on it. So whether or not it's a small position, I really do want to do well on this. So we'll continue to watch. I'm not going to use a hard stop. I'm going to use my flattened key again. Anything below 150, I'm gone on this. What are you looking at, Joseph?
Yeah, someone in the chat, Josh J, asked me to look at ABBV for him. Yeah, for sure. I don't know too much about it. So let's talk a little about it because he's a gap fill. I like gap fills. So we'll just talk about AbbVie is a diversified research-based biopharmaceutical company engaged in research and development, manufacturing, commercialization, and the sale of medicines and therapies. Okay, sitting at about $316 billion market cap. Let's take a look. Yeah, I like this for a potential gap fill. I don't necessarily know why it gapped down like this. So you just keep that in mind. What was the catalyst? What caused this significant depreciation in price? So keep that in mind. But as of right now, it's looking like it wants to enter the gap. Just from collecting my data sets from forward testing, keep in mind we did a nice move up here. So as we enter the gap, I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little bit of a pullback. If it can hold the 70s levels, then that's really good for you. And then you can get back into the stock. But again, I don't know the reason on this specific sell-off. But again, you're going to get the nod from me on from a gap fill standpoint. But as for like biotech and like pharmaceutical, I don't really trade those too often unless there's like a massive panic in the streets like Moderna when when we trade that. But again, build your thesis. There's a nice fill there. It's a pretty big gap fill, so it can take a little bit longer of time. But again, I potentially like this setup. I won't be looking to trade it, but again, if you want to build a thesis off that and you believe in the company, then by all means, I think you can start a position on that. Have your definitive outs, right? Like if you start breaking certain levels, then you have to get out of it and then maybe just reassess what you have going on. But again, I like the gap fill, so good luck there, Josh J. on ABVV. And one thing I like is some people put in the chat, Sharif, is that some companies and tickers I've never even heard of. So it's always fun to just continue. Yeah, exactly. To just kind of expand on that front. But guys, NVDA is still kind of disappointing, chopping around in that specific range, and as well as the Qs. The Qs are now kind of sitting above VWAP, which is good. So I'm going to take a look at Amazon and see if Amazon started to recover, because we are out of Amazon right now, and it's still kind of holding. Oh, wow, okay. This is really interesting to me. Unfortunately, we missed this, but guys, you know what I'm going to say. We had this primary trend up, a really strong opening auction here where we open up. Yeah, so that 5-minute orb is absolutely fantastic. That's something that you want to see with the volume backing that as well, too, because this is almost as bullish of a candle that you can print. Almost. And then you can, for the 5-minute orbs, traders out there, that's a really nice 5-minute orb. But then we have this indecision candle at the peak here, which is really nice. And it happens, Yeah, I think that may be the case. It so happens to be, I have this level marked, is because that is the gap. So again, the breach of that gap, and then sure enough, it rejected and pulled back. But guys, keep in mind this, it could barely hold below VWAP, and you have those indecision candles, and it's not rebounding. So that's a good look there. I like Amazon for the foreseeable future. That's one thing that I wish I got onto. And I mentioned JPM and Amazon were my first 2 options trades ever, and they both worked out really well for me. So yeah, Sharif.
All right, guys, I want to tell you guys about Trade the Pool. Are you ready to take your stock trading skills to the next level? Trade the Pool and Trader TV stock trading competition is coming soon, and it's bigger than ever. So from December 2nd to December 6th, you'll receive $200,000 in buying power to make your best moves and compete for incredible prizes. And here's the best part. The top 20 places win. So it's a lot of people. So there's plenty of opportunity to secure a reward. So gear up for this intense 5-day trading showdown and prove yourself against other traders. Whether you're aiming for the top spot or looking to make your mark, this competition is designed to push you to your trading peak. The countdown is on, baby, so don't miss out. Click that link in the description or move your camera on down to the bottom right corner of the screen and scan that QR code. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. Love when Mitch comes on in the morning, man. He's got so much energy and excuse me. And he's got some great technical analysis skills. And he does use a lot of statistics, kind of like Raider Trader, kind of gets, what's hot right now from a quantitative perspective. So I love that about how he looks at the market. So shout out to Mitch. Lexter, Sharif, Joe, thank you for the show. You guys are doing an amazing job. Oh, that's nice of you, man. I appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
That's nice of you to say. Jim Flannery talking about IMG halted. Yes, it is. Thankfully, I got out of that halt as it came down. So now we're flat on this one. Oh, actually not. No, I'm still up on it. I had half the position over here that I took originally, so doing all right. Now, let's see. When it opens, does it pop up again above $1.50? I'll submit to you 147 ain't that far away from that $0.50. Here we go. We're open. It is lower. Let's see. Does it have a bid, or are we going to continue to trend down? It's a monster topping tail candle right now on the 5. The candle that closed at 12.45, very ugly, and the topping tail aspect of it really kind of showing you that people were either taking profit or reinstituting shorts right above that 150 from 155 to about $1.70. So let's see if this one wants to zig and zag its way back up right now above the $1.50 again, but still being met with some selling right now on IMG. So yeah, let's see what this one wants to do. I don't need to be first, but here it comes again, man. The buying is aggressive on this. Right above that 155 level, trying to take 160 again, up 144%. This one really going over here. This one can continue to trend up? We're going to give it another try over here, Joseph. We're going to give this one to layer some orders over here, see what we get. I'd like to be able to take some of these before it weasels down. But I'd like to also be able to get a better cost basis than the one that I have right now. So I'm going to put it here in the mid 40s, see if I can get my beak wet for a better cost basis there on this one. 135 and I'm out. Let's see what this one does. What are you looking at?
I just want to ask somebody in the chat. I Need Money. Sorry, excuse me. I Need Money. Are you referring? Is your name referring to a specific movie? And if it is, yes, one of my favorite movies of all time. So I Need Money. Just let me know if that. Do you know what that's from?
No.
Have you seen How High with Method Man and
Batman?
Batman?
It's so old. That's
so
like 2001.
But do you remember? Do you remember?
I don't remember it.
You don't remember
No.
I Need Money? All right. So this guy's a mute essentially, and he sleeps on their dorm couch, and his name is I Need Money, and it just has yeah. So if that's a reference
Probably
to that,
what it
then
is.
yeah, that's a good one. I like that. It seems like it is. So yeah, I like that one. I Need Money. But yeah, guys, what was I going to look at? Oh, Apple. Sharif, I wanted to talk a little bit about Apple.
Yeah, man.
Look at this thing.
Just say nice stuff about it, though.
I'm gonna say nice because I know no, but I'm gonna say nice things about it because
Play him, bro. You gotta deal with the reality, right?
Yeah, you gotta deal with the reality of getting out at 1:30.
Hey, just 20%. 20%.
Salt in the wound. Salt
I
in
had
the
to
wound.
get
dude.
that
You
out.
had to get
I had
it.
to
But
get that
Sharif,
out.
it's looking like we might break all-time
doing?
highs in the near future. Like
we're not bad, eh?
we're not too far off of it, guys. So scared of those tariffs. Those tariffs are not scared of you. That is for sure. Hey, it's moving nice, right?
It's not
moving
bad.
nice.
No, but
nice.
let's call a spade, man. The thing is, Timmy C, you know where he's at right now?
Where is he?
He's in China.
Is he? Yeah,
Yes.
there you go.
There's a conference there, to be fair. He's not just there to talk. Pardon me? Timmy C, Tim Cook.
You have a crush on?
Ram's talking to us right now. Yeah, no, he's in China right now. I think there is a conference or some sort of tech conference there, so he's there technically for that. But it's his third time there this year, so I think he really is trying to get ahead of things. You know, Donald Trump's not joking when he says he's going to throw on tariffs 10% now for China, 25% for us and Mexico. Yeah. So, you know, there's going to be a marked effect. Not like we export much anyway.
I want to ask you this, Sharif. So I know that Apple is kind of getting into one of the emerging markets, and that's India. What happens if they really crack into India and have the ability to take some significant market share? How huge can that be for them?
I think it's going to be huge, man. The thing is, the Indian consumer is growing in importance and in buying power. So that's important from a consumer side. Then they've got a manufacturing base that's starting to boom. And you also have this trend of trying to get away from reliance on China. So you've got people building in Vietnam. They want to build in Indonesia, India. And India has a bit of a unique perspective, Joseph. If you want to do business in the Indian market, you gotta build, you gotta invest in India. Otherwise, they're not gonna give you free entry. So on top of that, you're gonna get from both sections. You're gonna get the consumer section and you're gonna get that manufacturing. So your point, very well taken. It's something we've been watching for a hot minute. Anybody who's been watching the Indian market this year, it's doing well for emerging markets, right? The thing is though, the American markets always outperform emerging markets. So if you're a fund manager and you're trying to sell your clients on emerging markets, my first response to you is, why would I leave American markets when they always outperform?
Right.
And so it's a hard sell. So even though India does well, it's still a hard sell because the American market's so strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. I totally agree. China.
My man is in the chat. Big Spile Burdette. China. Very good country, strong leader, good food. Hey, man, I got no problem with them.
And strong leader.
I know, Xi. Yeah, President Xi, look, man, you may think of him as you want. The fact of the matter is, he's who we have to deal with. So that's just kind of how things pan out in the world, and he's gonna be the leader that, if you want to do business with China, he's obviously at the helm. So we'll have to keep tabs on that. And so I'm still involved in this IMG trade. Joseph seems to have some resistance here at $1.60. I'm waiting out $1.65. I didn't get my DCA at $1.45, so we'll see what this one does. Kind of whiffling and waffling, but well above VWAP, well above the 10 exponential. So I'm keeping my eye out on this one. Let's see what we get there. We're involved in some other trades, so we can talk about that. LX still having a lot of issues with 432. Look how long the selling has been there at 432 for a hot minute. So it's obviously an iceberg order because there's just not enough size there on the book to account for that resistance. We'll keep tabs on that. 666, the ominous number here on Kodak. So, you know, we'll see if that level wants to get taken out. What else we got? Oh, boom. All right, IMG, we're getting some prints. Let's see if we can get some more here. We got 165, but again, man, we didn't get that DCA in the mid 140s, so our cost basis is kind of poop. Let's see if we can take out that seller at 69s. I'm waiting at 69. Let's layer some more orders, possibly up here. I'm going to sit at 74s to front run any size that could come in at the $0.75 area. Let's see now, 6669. Could we move up above 69? Give me that fill, baby. We're sitting at 68 still there. Here it comes, bang! We take out 69. Yeah, that was good. Let's see if we can continue to ascend here. IMG, guys, really squeezing up 163%. Be careful trading this one. It is a bit of a toughie. And CDZI, we are, let's see, where are we? We're about 3 pennies out of the money on this one. So packing my patience, Joseph. What are you looking at?
Yeah. Actually, one thing I want to point out on Microsoft here, and sure enough, it was the gap being filled on this one. Unfortunately, we didn't get to play it. Well, actually, sorry, excuse me. I was slightly off on that, but we re-entered this. I don't know what this line was, but okay. But yeah, guys, you can see that gap. Held the lows really nice, and then now breaching back into it. So that's a really nice, like, 16-point move that you can capture on MSFT. So yeah, let's see. And I mentioned before, I think in order for this market to continue to move higher, we're going to need Microsoft to start participating and then start making some new moves on that one. But again, as of right now, it is kind of what's dragging the Qs up with it. NVDA is just hovering around this resistance level. I'm going to look to participate in this. I don't want to anticipate, but it's kind of getting along those lines. We do have these higher lows here forming, but again, we have this flat top, this form of resistance that is holding really strong, and we just keep rejecting it. And so we have a little bit of a cliff here that we're going to see if we pull back a little bit more, clear some of this up here, and then maybe make that move higher. But as of right now, it's just really chopping around, and it's really holding the Qs stagnant, guys. So I need this. Well, I don't need it to, but I would like for it to break out, and then that way I think the overall market can continue to participate in this one. But again, there's some mags that are moving fantastic. So again, if I'm kind of anticipating a move, maybe it's just best that I look at something else. I haven't looked at IBIT since I've got out of it, so maybe I'll pull it back up and see what it's up to. Yeah, see, I told you I think I'd be able to get a better price on this one because it did pull back past where I was getting. We are holding that pivot low, which is really key, but I think it's only a matter of time until it heads a little bit lower. So let's see if we test VWAP here or we continue to hold these specific resistance levels. But guys, let us know in the chat. Let's get those votes up to 1,000. I mean, hey, I like CrowdStrike. Sharif likes CrowdStrike. A lot of people like CrowdStrike, even though he voted for something else. But I think that's one of the bigger looks, I think, going into the earnings report because it can move so much on its reports. So just keep that in mind. But as of right now, guys, I'm going to send it off to Sharif. But let me know what you guys are looking at in the chat. If there's anything specific that you want me to look at from an options standpoint. Greg, what are you looking at? Greg, what do you like? Let me know what you like. Do you like CrowdStrike? Did you vote yet? Greg, I really want to know. So. Yeah, Greg, you better have voted. So, but yeah, let us know what you're looking at, Greg. Let me know what you traded today as well, too, because we'll be talking after. But guys, yeah, just let us know. Sir. Options. We talk options. We can talk whatever you'd like. So.
Absolutely. All right, we're still dealing with this trade on IMG. A couple of beak wetters as it comes back down. Still hasn't filled my dollar cost average. It looks like that 145. It looks, I mean, for now is a micro level of support. I'm at a loss for words to choose the description there. So we'll see if it wants to dip down into that. We're still getting higher lows on this. So that's what's keeping me interested. So if you looked at the initial area trough, that the 5-minute candle that we put at 1250, the low there is 137. The subsequent candle, the low there is 145. This candle that we're currently in, 149 generally right now. So higher lows on IMG. We'll see what this one wants to do. I'd like to get a DCA possibly into this one and get a better cost basis if it's going to continue to run up. CDZI flat on this one, but I've got my planned DCA there to account for the volume weighted average price. looking to get a better cost basis there too. LX, we continue to range at 432. Nothing doing there. I won't move down my beak wetter. This one though, Kodak continuing to go. 6.9s now showing up. 70s now showing up on the ask. I'm actually waiting at 70. So that's a thing. It's going to have to cross. It's a 1 penny spread. Am I waiting at 70? It says 70 over here yet. Okay, yeah, I am waiting at 70. So it's going to have to the cross from 70 into 71 for me to get filled, but it's up 7% now with a hell of a hold up at the volume weighted average price on KODK. And then I've got a bit of a lofty next beak weather there at 74s to front run essentially any possible resistance at the $0.75. So KODK. IMG continuing to whiffle and waffle here at the $1.50. So packing my patience with this one, just worried that the bottom drops off. Look, these bad boys, I'm talking about these small cap gappers, low float runners as some other people call them. These aren't as stable and as predictable as trading a larger cap name. So the bottom can drop off at any time. And I'm not talking about a few pennies or 10 pennies. This can have a very ugly liquidity grab where it takes out like 10, 15 different levels. So that would be 10, 15 pennies quick as you like that. So two things about that. One, make sure you're position sizing in order to manage risk well. And number two, for the love of God, please have a sound stop plan. Now, if you're going to use a hard stop, I've said this before, but I'm going to continue to say it. Put a nice spread between your triggering price, your stop price, and your limit price, the maximum you're willing to pay for that. So what do I mean by that? So if you're going to put a 2 penny spread, for example, and 140 gives way, let's say that 140 level on IMG drops, and like let's just go with the theory that it can take out 10 pennies in one fell swoop. So your 2 penny spread won't mean anything. And what you'll end up seeing is your stop loss unfilled and the price going below your stop. That's if you're using a limit order. Again, not a market order. All right, here we go. We just got filled at 144, so I have to concentrate. Now let's see if this one wants to hold above 135. It's going to have to hold above 135. That is the volume weighted average price. I won't give it any more than that on this one. So let's see what we get here. Joseph, I just have to send it to you to throw it stop.
Yeah. But other than that, our good buddy Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. Bang. Joe, BBY, continuation trade, bearish strats. Sure, let's take a look at BBY. Best Buy. Hey, and I know, Kyle, I know that you pointed out, you're like, hey, man, sell this thing. You were talking about it yesterday, like, yeah, puts on this. And I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, Kyle. You're not wrong on that. And I agreed with your thesis. And what a massive gap down it had after that report. So good call there, Kyle. I'm sure you cashed out on those. But from a bearish standpoint, just hold on to those puts that you're holding on to, because again, we have this massive gap down and then we kind of have somewhat of an indecision candle. So I would let that play out and see if it's going to break to the downside. If it does break to the downside, Kyle, then you can start doing some like bear call spreads on it if you don't want to like outright short any, or you can just continue to go with your puts. But again, if you break to this downside, then you can use a definitive top around 87.5s and do some bear call spreads and just collect some credit regardless of if it goes up or down a little bit. If it doesn't really move significantly lower, then you can just collect premium on kind of just the stagnant movement of the BBY. But you ready to go again?
Yeah. Right. Everything's good there. For Stops are in place. Everything's good. But I just weaseled on over to my Mag 7 charts. Have you seen goggles? What a directional movement today for goggles on the way, it looks like, to that $170 area, printing high days as we currently speak, 169.73. Uninterrupted, unabated to the high side there. And we took out that area at around 169 that we had a lot of trouble with in the opening range there. That opening range break took us above 169, but only on a wick basis. All the closing prints, in fact, were south of 169. But, you know, when things calmed down a little bit during the midday, let's say around 11:30, 11:40, we really started to get going there and started putting in higher lows and higher highs. This little half an hour bit over here, it looks awfully buy program-ish with that nice 6 candle pattern formation breaking the highs. Google has been hurt lately. Number one, Obviously, there was some issues with competitors to their search space. Obviously, with ChatGPT and OpenAI throwing their hat into the search ring there with a ChatGPT style search app expected any day. Separately, we had the Department of Justice recommending as a remedy for the antitrust lawsuit, the breakup or the divestment of the company, things being floated as possibilities, the divestment of Chrome, the preventing them from entering into exclusivity agreements for, the example like with Apple for to be the default search engine on iOS. And then there's other things that there is possible the divestment of Android, any number of things. It looks as if, though, it's really what legal commentators are saying, and this is by no means like a done deal, is it looks like, the most likely outcome of this is them being prevented from actually being able to enter into these exclusivity agreements with like the likes of Apple and stuff like that. So that's what legal commentators are saying is the most likely result. All right, IMG's breaking down, and I'm going to have to take it out here for breaks 30. It's already below VWAP, so unless we get a liquidity grab to the upside, that's going to be the end of the trade. So we'll give back if we get stopped out. Oh, it's right back above again, man. If we get stopped out, we're going to give back the profitability on this one, and we will likely go negative. I will go negative on this one. Let's see if it does stop me out. $1.30, it held up there. So let's see if it wants to retrace. Let's look at LX, still having issues with 432. Oh, Kodak, you did it.
Oh, no.
You came up into that 470 and it didn't get printed. Wow. So we'll have to pack our patience on that one. What else are we doing over here, Joseph? CDZI, flat on that one as well. Nothing doing there. That's become awfully consolidative. So not much for me going on right now, but we're going to have to throw on a new poll, baby. Let's see how the new the old one did. We got almost 1,000 votes for being late. Not bad, 910 votes. It looks like Rivian going to win this one, 31%, followed by iBit at 27, and then CrowdStrike got 25 with Intel in last place there, Joseph. So let me throw it to you for a hot second while I throw it.
Yeah, for sure. I know a lot of people in the chat. We didn't have GME on that one, did we?
We did not. I'm going to throw on the next one.
Throw GME. So there you go. The people get what the people want. They get what they want.
Unless Ram prevents us from throwing it on there.
By Ram, you don't like GME?
Well, she's a sinister being. Anything can happen. Yeah. Right? Oh my God, she doesn't like that well.
Yeah, Wonder Kid, nice work on those calls that you have on those Amazon calls. You paid a nice premium for those, so hopefully that starts to appreciate for you. Especially we're getting into some key levels, so I like that play that you had going on there. Let's take a look at Amazon actually from a daily perspective and see what's going on. I'm curious about your break-even price on that. So I know you mentioned 207 something. But from a daily perspective, Wonder Kid, I really like this here, especially from a gap fill perspective. It would be really nice if my GE thesis played out a little sooner, because then I could get to potentially play this. That's a nice 4-point move that you can do on the gap there. So I like that. I think that stock continues to move higher for the foreseeable future, so I really like that one. But yeah, guys, Bitcoin's not holding those levels how I was looking forward to. It's kind of pulling back now, kind of forming that head and shoulders type pattern. You can see shoulder one, head, shoulder two, and then now we're making that move lower. Let's see if we can hold these. Well, yeah, the trend already broke there, guys. So as you can see, it's no longer holding those higher lows. So it looks like we might be on the descent here with iBit or Bitcoin for a little while. It may turn around. You never know. But again, just keep in mind, once that trend line breaks, then you can't really stick to the same thesis. Not too late to get that power hour in on GME. Yeah, we'll take a look. I know it didn't break out. I don't know if that breakout was sustained, because I know I've seen some. Yeah, and it pulled back pretty heavy. Again, just something that I wouldn't really necessarily look to participate in. We were looking at this breakout here as the volume stepped in, but then it just failed, and it's kind of since recovered there. So it would have stopped me out if I was in this trade, and then it would have continued to move that way. But yeah, as of right now, I'm looking for a trade. I'm looking to put something on here. I really wanted to get long NVDA, but it's just not the case today, Sharif. What do you got going on?
Yes, sir. Yep. Just threw out the poll to Ram there, so she's going to throw that on in a hot second. Do your absolute best to get into the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. We're going to have a batch of 4 new ones for you guys. NVIDIA going to be one of them, and there's going to be GameStop as well. So shout out to all my my GameStop traders out there. It will be included, and let's talk a little bit about it. Let's have a look at what GameStop's doing. I mean, I haven't traded it at all today, so here we are. GameStop. Good luck, man. Can't complain about this range. Above VWAP, putting in higher lows, despite the fact that it looks consolidative. When you look at the actual area troughs, each one successfully higher than its predecessor, with a bit of a flat top there around 31.50, even though the high of the day is that $0.0025. The majority of the prints below the $0.50. So you got to, make the case that we have a bit of a range here between 31.80 or 30.80 or so, or 30.75. Yeah, I'd say 30.75 and that 31.50. So about 75 pennies worth of range ever since it really took that volume weighted average price. I apologize for the noise. It looks like we might have a fire alarm drill right now. Which one are you voting for there, Joseph? I'm going to throw my weight there behind. I'm going to say GameStop. I'm going to throw GameStop. NVIDIA and GameStop awfully close right now. The two going back and forth. ForexAU telling me to look at the RSI and look at it on the daily. Let's have a look. Let me remove the money flow index and include our friend, the RSI, the 9 or the 14-day RSI. Eh?
This is who I'm voting for. Exactly who I'm voting for.
He's voting for goggles. Well, it's a great day to vote for it too, bro. Breaking into that 170 level, you know what I mean? Let's put some respect on Google's name. All right, let's have a look at the daily right here. Shout out to ForexAU. We're going to throw the daily on there. All right, so we're getting awfully close. So here's the thing, though. Look at this. Okay, so you've got a high. Let's look at the high. So we talk about divergence with the relative strength index and the price. So here is the high area of the RSI. That's around 79. We made a higher high in the price, but we haven't made it a higher high in the RSI. Okay, that's one piece of information that we look at. But when I look at the price action, it is nice. Let's look at the weekly. What's the RSI showing me on the weekly? I still also have a lower high on the RSI as compared to the price. So that divergence, that bearish divergence is staring me in the face. But yeah, what we do with it, an entirely different story there. So good luck. Ooh. But I'm not gonna be holding GameStop, I promise you, overnight. It's gonna be an intraday trade. Yeah, let's have a look over here. Joseph, why do we not have it on a trading screen? Let's remove HSAI and GME. Let's go. It's breaking out, says Joseph. Let's have a look. 31.75. Yeah, the 31.80. There we go. We were talking about that 75 penny area being resistance. Good luck. 7%. Any news on this one? I doubt it. There's
dude. What news could there be?
Yeah,
Roaring Kitty buys a couple more.
He's not even going to tell you what he's buying.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, good luck, man. I mean, if it sets up, if it dips into that 31.50 and wants to defend that, maybe I'll take a dip trade off that, but I've got nothing for it right now. I'm involved in 4 trades. I don't want to manage a 5th. Let's see what these ones do. IMG's boring me. I'll get that right. Boring me to death. Right now, above VWAP, though, so it's keeping me in the trade because it's continuing to zig and zag above the volume weighted average price, but it's having a whole lot of trouble taking that $0.50 level. I'm talking about IMG up 130%. Keep tabs on this one. LX rejecting finally that 432 area. So now we are working down into the 20 exponential moving average on LX. And I still have, I think, like 4 or 5 outs on this one. Let me have a look. We've got 3 outs left on this bad boy. So I'm going to take out some over here. I don't want to drop it any lower than that. Let's have a look at Kodak. Yeah, Kodak keeps rejecting at 69. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put my beak wetter at 69 rather than 70. So let's go ahead and cancel that 70 order that we had over here. There we go. We'll get rid of that bad boy. We'll see if that one wants to print. And GameStop, like you said, though, Joseph, go in here. How would you trade this?
How would I trade it? I'd necessarily, if I was going to, Sharif, I would definitely have played, I've mentioned this before, I would have played this breakout, but then I would have got stopped out on it.
Okay.
On this breakout. But then again, as we go and retest those levels and you see this volume starting to step in and we break high a day, I would look to try to get in as early on this candle bar. I know Obi would break that down to like to a second chart. We'll break it down to a minute chart, but you can see that volume. You can see that volume start to kick in right at as that breakout happens, guys, and that's something that you want to see, right? So you don't want to necessarily fight that. So yeah, one thing that I like about Obi's analysis, he'll break that down and find from like a 1 second standpoint and be like, hey, where do you get in? Where is that volume getting in? And that can help a little bit better of an entry. But as of right now, from the 1 minute standpoint, yeah, I like that there. The volume steps in. That's something that I'd be looking for. It just gives it a more conviction within the trade there. So yeah.
Sounds good. All right, let's have a look at big tech, see what we're up to over here. Yeah, well, there's
Bitcoin selling heavy.
Bitcoin selling heavy, yeah. Let's we'll have a look at that in a second. Amazon still defending VWAP. That 205 level did hold on Amazon. Good look for Amazon, 2 1/3 today, but definitely straddling the volume-weighted average price. The majority of the Mag 7 have become quite consolidative here since breaking out into highs. It's really Google that's keeping that trend intact with higher highs and higher lows. It's only up 1% though. We didn't look at the futures at all, and this looks like a dang sound wave here on the futures with about 20,920, let's say 925, the low end with 20,009, let's say 80 or 90, the high end. We're at VWAP right now, but I'm really not basing anything off that because we've been zigging a little bit above, a little bit below VWAP, so nothing doing there, not using that as a level of support or resistance or anything else. 0.32 on the NQ on the day. How we doing on all the other major averages? The ES and the NQ kind of the same, 0.36, 0.33. The Dow flat, 0.03 negatory. And the Russ giving back a little bit, but that's okay. Down 0.69, all-time highs yesterday for the Russell 2000. So it was a good move by the Russ yesterday as we continue to watch the rotation trade take hold. We've got, I believe we've got PCE. Boys, do we have PCE tomorrow? I believe we do have PCE on a shortened week. So the reason I'm even mentioning that is because the Russ is so heavily dependent on interest rates. So if we get a high rate print for the PCE, obviously puts into question the whole rate cutting cycle that we're currently on right now with the Fed.
PCE tomorrow, core PCE, and then initial jobless claims as well. Too.
We got jobless. Okay, that's
jobless
good.
Claims and advanced retail inventories as
well. That's a good look to have retail because we have all these retail names reporting right now.
Exactly.
So it'd be nice to get that data point. Yeah. So in any event, keep your eye out on the Russ tomorrow. If we get a higher PCE print, we can parse some of the gains that we've been making lately. So that's going to be my look there. But IMG dropping again, finally in front of my eyes over here. I actually have keep my eye on this one because anything below that 30, and we're going to give the entire thing back. It seems to have a lot of trouble with that $0.50 though. Still a higher low, so still not below 130. It keeps, they're selling at the $0.50 and buying at the third of a dollar. So whichever way this one resolves, we're going to be on that side. And bang, there we go. Kodak taking out that 70 level, now on the way to 73. Where are we long on this, bro? We're long 54, so it's not the biggest move. We're waiting at 74s now for the next little out. Let's see if Kodak wants to continue to ascend. GameStop moving into 31.90, possibly coming back into that 31.50. I think I'm a buyer there, Joseph, at 31.50. You're going to take a small little dip trade on that one if it wants to cooperate. We'll see what this one does. What are you looking at?
Yeah. I'm just entering in on some NVDA here, Sharif. I'm holding at the bottom of the range, so I have really tight risk on this one. As you can see, we've been holding this definitive support level, which I really like. We have the inability to break it, and the others in the chat said volume too low to have any big flush on NVDA. I really like that you pointed that statement out because I was like, okay, you're right. I'm thinking the same thing. I love volume by time. We're holding these levels and we're just chopping around. That volume is not stepping in order it to flush. So look for a potential bounce in this stock. So as of right now, it's working out a little bit. We got the bottom of the range, so that really gives us a nice tight stop. We don't need to risk too much on this trade. We know that if it breaks to the downside, and especially the others, if that volume steps in, that just means this potential long thesis is incorrect, and that's totally fine because there'll always be another trade. But I'm glad that you pointed that out, and I totally agree with you on that front because there's no volume stepping in. It's just really chopping around, and it's doing that, and it's leading the cues in the same direction as well too. So I like that play. We're going to hold on to this. Let's see if we can catch the top of the range again around 137, and then maybe we'll look to trim a little bit, but not too much because, again, we're not too overly heavy on this setup. It's slightly out of my playbook. You know, I like to play like VWAP trades or specific indecision candles based off of that, and then it can make those retracements back to the volume-weighted average price or whatever your price target may be. But as of right now, we're going to hold on to these things. GME, still kind of holding that breakout level, pulling back a little bit. Again, you're gonna want to see that supporting volume in order for this thing to continue high. I know some people had some potential like $40 price targets on GME, which is totally reasonable. If it does get memey and squeezy, then by all means, it can go there. But it might be a little bit of a grind, especially on a session like today. I think you would need the cues and you would need a lot of buy programs to start stepping in. One key thing is that, Microsoft is holding these levels. It's just been chopping up a really strong opening drive on Microsoft here, as you can see from that 5-minute range, really strong 5-minute range. And then you can play that, but then it's been kind of just trading in this $3 range for pretty much half the session since 10:30 or so, 10:40. So it's been up there. Let's see what Microsoft is gonna do. If volume steps in, it can take that leg higher, or we just slowly grind down and see what we can kind of do around VWAP if it decides it wants to pull back to them. But other than that, Sharif, I'm just gonna hold on to this.
Sure.
And VDA, we have a definitive out, and we'll take it from there, brother. What do you got going on?
I'm looking at a new small cap gapper. I don't necessarily want to trade this because we're in 4 positions right now, and I don't want to add a 5th. But this one breaking out over here, I mean, it had decent volume to start the day. But look at the volume really come in midday. Kind of started at 12:45, but we didn't get the biggest volume bar till 1:05, and it happened to be red. But there we go. 221 HOD still trading above the volume weighted average price, the 10, the 20, and by extension of that, obviously the 50 and the 200. The volume is dropping off a little bit, though, if I can say so. Let's update the side chart over here, KDLY. Let's see if it's just a matter of this not updating. Now it's at $1.92. I mean, this is kind of too ziggy-zaggy for me. Way too many levels there to base a trade off, but it's moving, and it's showing up on my scanner about 4.6 million shares, 28.25% on the day done. The market cap, let me tell you about this one, 8.25, as I mentioned, $8.25 million. Market cap, as I mentioned, volume is 4.6 million. The float, a tiny 1.25 million share float. And let's weasel down on to trade ideas, find out what the short float is on this one. Decent, 17.08%, so 17.1% of that 1.2 million share float is being borrowed for short. So this one can definitely get parabolic. It's got a couple of things on its side. A very small float and a bit of a higher short float there. So that's kind of all the prescription you're looking for, I guess, if you really love these squeezing stocks. By extension of that, though, they do become more risky when they have a lower float and a higher short float because, well, anything could happen. So that's a look. We'll keep an eye out on that one. CDZI, I'm break even on this one. I did get my DCA at the volume weighted average price, but it's going to have to hold VWAP. CDZI has been put in a plethora of lower lows and lower highs after making that high of the day right around 1140. VWAP is my line in the sand. IMG continuing to hold above VWAP, and I don't know, man. It's a compression pattern. It's lower highs but higher lows. I don't know what to do with this one. I've already got my stop set south of 130, so come what may. Here we go. LX moving back into that 432 again. There's been a seller of note here on LX for a hot minute, essentially all day at 432. I was able to weasel out a print at 433, but that was a liquidity grab. It went all the way up, I think, to 435, then dropped right back down below 432 and has been trading that way since then. Kodak, I continue to go unfilled, didn't get my print at 674. The Realist, Sharif, what do you think will come of the FOMC minutes report? Like somebody was asking that earlier, and I basically said, oh, IMG's really dropping here. I have to look at this. Yeah, I got stopped out. Crap. I really wanted to trade this one. The right side, yeah. So this one we give back. I'm red on this one, by the way. So FOMC, to be quite honest with you, it's going to be interesting. It's really going to be about, what I'm going to be looking for in the FOMC minutes is how they view the economy, right? We've got possibility of inflation rearing its ugly head again because there could be more growth with the Donald Trump administration incoming in January. Who knows exactly how that'll all pan out? But if you look at the interest rate or the bond, not the 10 and the 20 years. So the yields, they've been pricing in higher inflation going forward. So I want to see what the Fed has to say about that with respect to the economy. Secondly, Kashkari, I think he was on Bloomberg yesterday, basically making the case that even though, inflation and could rear its ugly head again, it's still okay for a rate cut in that December meeting. I want to see if other Fed members are kind of seeing things his way. So I'll be looking for a bunch of things on that. How it affects the market, though, just look at the past. It really hasn't affected the market all that much in the past lately. Sometimes you get a bit of an algo spike up or down on that, and then it kind of fades back. So we shall see. I don't have a bias one way or another, but keep in mind, we do get PCE tomorrow, which is the Fed's preferred measure of inflation. So yeah, we'll have to keep tabs on that, Joseph. What's your look?
Yeah, for sure. I was actually just looking at SPY. I know a lot of people said they had some SPY options trades as well too. The most liquid of them all. But one thing is that I want to point out. So I guess this is the all-time high right here, 685. We're creeping in there. We're about $1 away from that. I do think that in the near future that we do continue to move higher. But I'm like, why is SPY slightly stronger than the Qs? And when I recognize that, sure enough, what I have to do is I have to do some due diligence and then start running through some sector ETFs. All right. So I'm always going to look at is one of my good friends. Well, he's not actually, but Jamie Dimon, one of my favorite CEOs. I wanted to see what XLF was up to. And it's just kind of recovering on the session, still just about to crack that 5-minute opening range that it had. It dumped really heavy in, and it's now since recovered. So I like that on XLF. And then I want to see what XLRE is up to. XLRE, yeah, and putting in a decent day, so that's a good one. And then XLE as well. Just want to see what some of these sectors are up to and just why is the SPY slightly stronger. So yeah, again, nothing crazy in XLE. We are just trading a little bit below VWAP, looking like it wants to breach somewhat. But one thing I'll point out is this, and then you get the turnaround. So keep an eye out on that. But as for strength, I think it's XLF that's kind of just slowly dragging the SPY up with it. So Bitcoin is starting to sell off. That thesis is not playing out how I expected, especially if it had a really strong morning. But it's now since gave it all back, and now going to go test that 91K level potentially. So it's not quite ready to turn around just yet. It is still strong. The volume is starting to step off, so that's still a positive signal. I do think that it pulls back a little bit. You see those high 80s, mid 80s even, and that's totally reasonable as long as we don't pull all the way back to where our breakout price is, especially after this long consolidation. So we should have enough momentum to continue that northeast trajectory that we like. But again, yeah, we're pulling back here. Totally reasonable. That's fine. It just gives us an opportunity to potentially get into some more. So yeah, we're still just kind of grinding away in this NVDA trade. A little bit of a slow burner, and that's totally fine because the market is choppy. So they're kind of moving in tandem, the Qs and NVDA. So CVX flat, top break incoming. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. Nick W, how you been, man? I haven't seen you in the chat for a while. So CVX, let's take a look. Chevron. All right, yeah. It's looking like it wants to go there, Nick. You
Got an
wanted-
upgrade today.
Did it? Yeah. Okay. So perfect. There you go. Got an upgrade there. So it's moving pretty nicely. If you want to see that flat top break, Nick W, I think you want to see that volume step in a little bit, and then that can just give you a potential momentum to continue to move higher. But it's pulling back a little bit. If the volume steps in and then you get that flat top break, look for that volume to come in. So that's just one thing we'll keep an eye on. And yeah, and NVDA has been nothing short of disappointing, I guess, for the past couple of sessions. That's totally fine. There's nothing really bullish about this thing as of right now from a technical standpoint. Absolutely phenomenal report. But again, it's just probably just needs to grab some liquidity before it goes to push for those all-time highs, Sharif.
All right, you've had my protein treats before, right?
Yo, those are actually good. Do you have more of those?
So Rob just made me his, and he kind of took my recipe and ran with it.
Okay.
So these are a sampling here of how he's doing this whole thing right there. So shout out to Rob. I think I gotta throw these in the fridge, but these are heavy.
Are they heavy?
Joseph.
They're weighted, eh?
Yes, they're a volume-weighted average price, my boy.
Very heavily weighted.
Yeah,
All
they're
right.
good.
So,
Rob, so can you remind me again what you threw on these? Dominican chocolate. Coca.
whoa.
Coca.
Okay, that's
Fresh
cool.
coca. So Rob throws it on there despite the fact that he's using chocolate protein. I was talking to Rob off camera and I was telling him I throw coca on when I use the vanilla protein. We did an entire segment on this one time where we did my treats. I won't belabor that now, but these are my fave. Shout out to Rob. And you use molasses too, right?
Jeez.
So yeah, so he doesn't use any of that crap sweetener.
Yeah, molasses.
He's using the real deal. So, he's telling me something right now. Yes, so it's lower on the glycemic index, Rob, which is really, really good. Obviously, if you guys into strength training, weight training, and weight loss, obviously stuff like that, you've got, like sweet potatoes lower on the glycemic index than potatoes. Anyway, it's better, especially if you're diabetic or pre-diabetic. That makes a big difference. But if you're bodybuilding and trying to lose weight as well,
sure.
Important there, Joseph. Yeah. I'm going to have to obviously return the
What
favor.
happened? How come I never got any more of the ones that you've been cooking?
I haven't made them.
Oh,
I haven't made them.
All right,
Because
yeah,
cutting
I
season,
thought you
baby.
just kind of, whoa.
Yeah.
I
So
thought you were just hoarding
I might be
them
at my lowest weight, I think, in about 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
So you're on a heavy cut right now.
An Instagram video may or may not be dropped very soon.
Ooh.
Yeah, I drop one of these once a year.
You know
right?
what? You know what? Want to know
These thirst
something?
traps, throw them once a year.
You know what I'm looking forward to, Sharif? I think we're gonna get a couple good runs in on the summer. I think we're gonna have some fun with that.
there's no
we're gonna hit
question about that.
we're gonna
There's
get
no
we're gonna
question
hit the
about
lake. We're gonna go down to LV. So e-signal ad read. All right, cool. All right, guys. E-signal, trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data, instant trading. Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Better backtesting and scanning predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable, real-time data, up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Dang.
Thank you for that, Joseph. All right. Let's see what everybody's talking about. First and foremost, let's have a look at this poll, man. We're going to need to do better than this, Ram. I mean, we only have about 496. 22 minutes ago, we only have 500 votes. You got the likes of NVIDIA, Google, GameStop, Palantir. These are some heavy-hitting names. Let me know which one of these bad boys, these four, you guys want on the afternoon rundown. We got the Obe. He is the one, Kenob. And then we have the Neil. He's in today, and he's going to be telling you exactly how he sees these bad boys today. And I know he's going to be talking about Google. He'll give you his opinion, no question, on NVIDIA as well. So get into the chat right now. Have your say every day. I got to let you know that GameStop breached 32. Kind of disappointed in myself when this one, Joseph, because we said that $50 breakout area. That was the little area crest over there. So should have been more alive to that and not so scared to trade this in any event. It does hold up at 55s, or that's where the closing prints all around that $50, 55 pennies. And then we take out the high of the day going to 32.10, sub 32 right now. Let's see if this one wants wants to trend back down or move back up. So we'll give this one a bit of a chat. What's going on over there?
Don't really.
Big smile. What am I gonna do with you, bro?
Whatever.
You can't. I'm not reading that out, Big Smile, but I love you anyway. We love the dude around here. Shout out to him. Hey man, it's once a year. I haven't even dropped one in a hot minute. So like you, man, whatever. Jordan Fernandez, SOUN, absolutely say less. Let's have a look at Soundhound. I was running nicely the other day. Not much today. Good big boy move up. You know, the 21st and the 22nd. That was Thursday and Friday. Not much of a day yesterday. We go green to red yesterday. Pop up there into that $9 reject. We've been putting lower lows and lower highs. South of VWAP right now. Jordan, to be quite honest with you, this is from an intraday perspective. This is the 5-minute look on SOUN. But let's look at the daily because the daily is what's operative here, and we're moving up big boy. Okay, so we're not nearly at all-time highs. Forget about that. But we're well off the lows, Joseph. We did defend that dollar without splitting. All right? So this did defend the dollar back November of 22 without splitting. Since then, it had its AI run earlier this year. And now, you know, kind of with a more predictable higher low, higher high, kind of looks like it may be rounded bottoming over here with this kind of curl back up. So keep your eye out on this one. I mean, if you get a blow off top at $10, this could squeeze. And let me give you some information on this one so you can kind of try to make some predictions. First of all, you should know that NVIDIA is invested in this. Number two, you should know that it's $326 million float. 326 million share float. Here's the big boy part though. 24.85% of that 326 million shares is borrowed for short. So about a quarter, if not exactly a quarter of the float is shorted. So that's good. And then here's the even better part. So we know that this is at least 2 weeks old. Maybe, I think I actually looked at this maybe last week and it was the same. So let's say maximum a week. Here's the deal. Where are the shorts hanging out? We just printed $9 yesterday, Joseph. The local high on this is 10.52. So the shorts are hanging out somewhere over here. Maybe they're from here, okay? But this is big. That's old. That's May 2022. I'm going to put a guess, an educated guess, that the shorts are somewhere here. So if we get going, we take out 9, 9.50, 10, you're going to see a squeeze. Just think about that. 25% of the float is shorted, and we're almost at local highs. Local high, if you look at this here, 10.50. That's a local high with all the prints, with all the closing prints, that is south of 9 2/3. We just weaseled up to 9 yesterday. We could absolutely have a short squeeze if this one really gets going above 9.5, 10. You could see a lot of people being forced to cover there. So great call out by you, Jordan. Obviously I kind of knew how to do all that, but I didn't actually look at Soundhound to make that assessment. That's a good look. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. SOUN. We definitely could get a short squeeze on this bad boy in the coming future. Let's look at some of the trades that we've got. 671 on Kodak, not doing there. LX at 6 1/4. We got stopped out all out of IMG, and we're still break even right now on CDZI. So thank you. Thanks to Big Spile for that. Shout out to Nick Dubb, says he totally agrees. I'm assuming with my assessment on SOUN. Jeremy Newman saying, let's go Xena. All right, we were trading that monster yesterday. Let's have a look at see what he's doing right now. Okay, that's a monster topping tail there on the 5, on the daily. Okay, so Xena just took VWAP, but I want to tell you, who was it again that was talking about this? Xena, where is it at? Whoever was saying Xena. Look, it rejected 10.5 earlier. So be careful with this. It has a propensity to come into VWAP and then reject it. The only good part about that is we have a higher low this time. So we could be putting in a bit of an upward channel. Keep your eye on this one. I've got nothing on as ZENA today. We kind of traded this monster yesterday. Joseph, what's your look?
Yeah. So we're holding on to this NVDA trade, NVDA. It seems to be working out. We held those lows, which is really nice. So I like to see that. And then we kind of picked up on volume on the lower time frame. So let's see if we can continue to push higher. As of right now, it's looking like that thesis is starting to play out. as Microsoft looks like it wants to continue to move higher as well too, and Google is making a high of days. Guys, so that Google's moving really strong, the same with Microsoft. So I think if they continue to drag the overall market up, it's just going to drag NVIDIA up.
Joseph?
And yes.
Sorry, I have to interrupt.
Yeah.
We just got a headline here, guys, at 1:41. It's a marijuana-driven headline. Shout out to the OG Darwin for this. Here we go. Democratic congressional lawmakers push Biden to issue marijuana executive order before Trump takes office. We're being reported here by Marijuana Moment. Not vouching for their credibility, but not disparaging it either. Just letting you know there is a marijuana headline right now that had MSauce move to the high side there. And Darwin was, jokingly saying MSauce is high off a headline.
Yeah.
So you gotta love
exactly.
that kind of.
There you go. Yeah, I don't know how much weight you're gonna hold on to that one.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna do anything with this one, but I just wanted to let everybody know. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. Totally. We need that stuff, man. Adara's off today.
Yeah.
Hopefully she's feeling better. So, again, she'd be dropping the news as you. Such a low THC move.
Low THC move, says the Obe. He is the one, Kenob.
Maybe.
Well, when you have the kind of weekends that Obe has, everything is low THC. So, Come on, Obe. I got to throw some shade, baby. No, I'm kidding. He is just joking there. But
I said low.
30% above only, so I wasn't wrong. 30% is pretty high. Shout out
30
to Obe,
R-ball. 30 R-ball.
30 R-ball. I love how everything has to have trading euphemisms.
So,
fantastic.
Yeah, guys, we're still holding on to this NVDA trade here. We're liking it right now. It is starting to work out. But again, I mentioned this time and time again, it's a little bit of a grind. And sure enough, it's highly correlated with the Qs. They're kind of trading in tandem right now. So if one's going to break out, most likely the other. But the stronger index here is the SPY. It's just creeping in on those all-time highs. And I noticed with the SPY, when it makes an all-time high, it's like quiet. There's no like really big noise about it. I feel like there should be some more enthusiasm behind the markets making all-time highs. It just kind of subtly does it, and then no one really knows, and then they look at the next day and it's like, oh, all-time high. I know I did that with SPY. So let's see what's going on. I think, and I'll say it again one more time, guys. Sorry to sound like a broken record, but in order for the Qs to move higher, we're going to need these big boys to participate and continue to move higher. And I think as long as Microsoft kind of continues on the path that it is, Google starts recovering, NVDA gets out of kind of this choppy noise it's been in for the past couple of days since the report. I think we're going to be sitting pretty, because I know a lot of analysts are bullish for the foreseeable future. So they think that the market is set up really nice for a couple-year bull run, and I wholeheartedly agree on that one, because again, we're in the interest rate cut cycle. The economy is doing fine. America's GDP is doing just fine. We're looking to get some tax cuts from a corporate standpoint as well too. So again, I think it's a really bullish case for equities in the long run.
Yeah, and I want to build on one point, Joseph. A great little tidbit there that I got from one of the guests at the compound. Forget his name. It was a couple of weeks ago. He's more of a fundamentals guy. He's obviously a trader, but he deals with fundamentals and a lot of quant stuff. And here's what he was saying. When a company has rising, not just stagnant, high stagnant, but rising gross margins, there's a reason why their gross margins are rising, and there's a reason why their competitors are not eating into their gross margins. Usually it means they have a defensible moat, right, that other people can't get to. Now, in the case of NVIDIA, the defensible moat is not the technology. We know that AMD can make GPUs. It's about the supply. Taiwan Dang Semiconductor gives the majority of their advanced AI chip supply to NVIDIA. So that's NVIDIA's defensible moat. Is it sustainable? I would submit to you it's not in the long run. However, what's that long run? What does that mean? Well, in order for Taiwan Semi to give other companies like AMD, like Broadcom and some others, some of their production capacity for advanced AI chips, they need to either increase their current plant output or build new plants. We know that they're building new plants in several countries. Japan, several in, I believe, one in Germany, several in the United States, but those aren't coming online yet. So what does that mean? That means NVIDIA's moat continues to be defensible going into the future. I'd say for at least another year or whenever these fabs are supposed to be developed. So keep your eye out for companies with rising gross margins. There is a reason why they're rising and they're not being eaten into by their competitors. Usually it's a defensible reason, and so that's my little rant there. So here we go on CDZI. This one defended VWAP nicely. A 5-candle green pattern coming right back into that same area that we had issues with 445. I've got a better dollar cost average this time around, so I'm going to sit here, try to wet my beak on some profitability to de-risk a little bit as we can possibly continue to ascend here. Kodak, as I see on my side chart, continuing to move up again. 472s. I've been waiting for a hot minute here at 74s, and I'm just too stubborn to lower my price, my beak wetter, so I'm going to leave it exactly where it is there. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. So let's see what we got over here. Any commentary from the chat? Anything? And video will probably keep napping all day. Okay, so I also promised another individual, I forget who it is, that I'd look at BTC. So let's have a look. BTC, USD. Ram, can we go to the chart? Thank you. Let's go to the... She does this on purpose. Fat finger. Okay, it's all right. No worries. So look, dude. Yeah, I know. Wow. Thanks, Fabian. I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, thank you, bro. Thank you. Appreciate all the love that you give and the support, everything there, Fabian. All right, so here's the look. Mother of all cup and handles. Maybe a better one on gold. Maybe you have a look at the cup and handle on gold. It was the cup was for the rounded bottom was forming over a period of a decade. But why I'm looking at the cup and handle on the daily here on BTC is to show you where I see the breakout area to be, and that's about 75,000, maybe a little bit below that. So if this comes back and tests that breakout area, I'm still a bull on this because. I mean, how many times have we've heard, let the breakout area manifest on gaps, for example, and then wait for the price action to come back in to try to test the gap fill only to defend it. That's usually the best entry. Now, how this ends up trading, I got no idea. This looks like a bull flag over here that's forming ever since the 6th when we really broke out after the election. But, I mean, to me, 75,000 to defend this breakout area. Some people would say the breakout area is 70. There's a bit of flexibility there, 70 to 75. In any event, if it comes back in, I'm a buyer there. I'm a buyer aggressively there. And whether it does, it's a different story. So I was talking about the cup and handle, the cup pattern, the handle pattern, the breakout part of the handle is about 73, 74, whatever. Some people would say 70. So that's how I see Bitcoin. Whether or not it comes all the way back down there, an entirely different story. But look, just trade it like you would anything else. Look for the chart patterns, look for the higher lows, the higher highs, look for that volume drop off. Keep your eye on the oscillators to see price action, oscillator divergence. Yeah, do your regular TA, baby. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Goodness gracious, Kodak, it just won't fill me. Joseph at 674. Every time we weasel up there is selling, and I did not get printed. So a little frustrating there. Also a little frustrating on CDZI. We waited at 41s there. It worked its way into 41, didn't get printed. So I'll keep my eye out on those. Nothing much doing on my side. What are you doing, brother? Yeah, we're just holding on to this this NVDA trade. We're looking to see if we can break that resistance. But I just want to, first and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Forex AU and Tony, always showing love. So I appreciate you guys very much. So trust me, it does not go unnoticed, all right? And then my other good buddy, Nick W., could you look at AMBA going into earnings tonight? Sure, absolutely. Anything for you, Nick W.? All right, oops, I typed that in wrong. Excuse me, AMBA. Let's see what we got. Ambarella stock going into earnings. Let's take a look at this from a technical standpoint. Unfortunately, I don't know too much about this underlying from a fundamental standpoint, but let's take a look at it. Going into earnings, let's take a look and see if we can find some all-time highs on this thing. And sure enough, I don't know if we've got any splits or anything from that standpoint, but are you familiar with? Yeah, are you familiar with AMBA? I'll look at see if it's split. Yeah, because I can tell my charts over here. Yeah, so AMBA. We'll go to the daily on this one. No splits, Joseph.
Ooh,
I have the splits set up on these charts.
Yeah. You know what? Tough look there. But again, it's kind of recovering. You can see that from a technical standpoint, you form somewhat of a double bottom there, which is pretty good. And then sure enough, you break kind of this consolidative area with some momentum. You see that volume stepping in as well too. As you go to break these key resistant levels and potential isolated pivots here that were here. So good luck there. I don't know too much about the company going into earnings. Or what they do, but again, I'll look a little bit more into that for you, Nick W. But from a technical standpoint, it's not looking too horrible. Just be prepared that you are going into earnings, so anything can happen from that standpoint. It all depends on how the street perceives that, guys. So, yeah, we like that. Let's see what, NVDA is coming back in. Yeah, it's just a choppy mess. The breakout isn't necessarily going to happen right now, guys. So there's no point in me just kind of sitting and holding into this one when I'm not going to get the breakout that I'm looking for. So I'm just going to get out of this one for now. That's totally fine. There'll always be another day and time to play this thing. So it's a chip play. Okay, yeah. So yeah, Nick, it's not looking bad from a technical standpoint, but it is awfully down quite a bit. So wait in. I don't know if you have any positions or options in it as of right now, but just wait in and play and wait for that. Wait for the play and wait for that earnings report to come out. But yeah, I mean that's it. That's all I've got for now. We only got 5 minutes in the chat. Did you guys vote? Let's get to 1,000. Let's get to 1,000 votes.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, come on. Get it to 1,000 votes, guys. Let's see what's going on. 20% PLTR, 40% NVDA, 12% goggles. Come on, and 28% GME. No one. Yeah, goggles.
Let's go, baby. Goggles only got 12%?
12%? Like, come on. And they issue a divvy? Like, come on.
They issue a divvy,
yeah, man. So, come on,
Shout out to the Katina man. We hope he feels better.
Yeah, I miss the hot dog cannons and stuff like that. And I'm reloaded. Yeah, the hot dog cannon.
All right, guys, 783 votes. Let's see if you guys can get it to 1,000 in 5 minutes. You got some heavy hitters on here, man. Palantir, I think it's up like 300% on the year. NVIDIA, we don't have to wax poetic about that. Everybody knows. Goggles having itself a decent day. It tried. It did its darndest to work back into that $170 area. It's about 40 pennies south of it right now, up 1.18. And then GameStop, who knows why this is moving, but it's moving, and it has been on the daily. Have a look at that breakout on the daily. It is putting in consistently higher highs and higher lows. Something is afoot. I've been saying this for a week with GameStop. You know, I kind of feel like we're going to come in one day, we're going to hear about Catman did this, Catmandu did that, options or whatever, because usually we don't have that kind of directional price action on GameStop, at least in this way. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens there. But in any event, it's trading on the day. And if you want to hear about how Obi would have looked at it, how Neil, I don't know if Neil traded it or not. But if you want to hear what their thoughts about it are, get into the chat. Make sure you hit that GameStop button. There's about 810, not bad, votes right now. Sorry, we started the poll off late today. That is on me. All right, so this one, Kodak over here, we're gonna flatten this one out here, Ram. Despite the fact we didn't get that 674, because we got to be off on the show in a hot minute, so we're gonna take that one out over here. Likewise, with our friend LX. We're long at, 409. We're going to take out the last remaining amount, the $0.25 over there, flatten out on this one. Good trade there, IMG. Oh, IMG. Such a disaster. Okay. All right. That's a disaster, but CDZI is now finally moving. So to the high side, I'm definitely not flattening this one out finally. I love these ads. I can never tell where I'm long. Okay, we're long at 33.
You can't tell. It's really
I know, it's funny. 43s. No, it's because the ad was there. The glasses are okay. I can see. Right. 48. So we've got a bunch of beak wetters. This is not a big position, a little bit bigger than I typically would have taken with something like this one. Let's see if it can break above that 445 level. We had all sorts of trouble with this one during the day. CDZ is what I'm talking about. It's up about 26% on the day. Looking to do a little bit better. No, you didn't, Kodak. No, you didn't take out that top.
Oh, no.
No Joseph, what are the odds of that happening?
Where were you in at on this thing?
I don't know, bro. Somewhere there. I was at 50 or something.
You were in this thing for the whole session?
Like there's no way. I wait for it and then it pops through my level.
There's no way. Dude, you were in that position for the whole
minute,
session.
Man.
Yeah, so there's The official paper hands has been revoked. I can't even call you that ever again. 3 hours.
Hey, all right. We'll look to do better, man. But holding up there. Sorry for the announcements, guys. We've got some fire alarm drills happening in the condo over here. But Joseph, we got a couple of minutes left. Any final thoughts going into the day here about possibly the Fed minutes and then PCE tomorrow, anything like that?
Yeah. Fed minutes. I know a lot of people always kind of anticipate some high volatility going into the Fed minutes. Sometimes it's a little bit lackluster, but always just be prepared. Sharif mentioned this. Have your stops in place.
Sure.
Just be prepared just in case that volatility influx comes in. If it doesn't, that's fine. You were just ready. It's like car insurance. You have it. You don't need it every day, but it's there when you do need it. So just make sure you have those stops in place, guys. FOMC. We'll wait and see what's going on that. But again, I'm looking forward to CrowdStrike, after the day, Autodesk, Workday, and Dell. Those are some things that I'm going to be keeping my eye on for the aftermarket reports.
Sounds good. Crystal Ball wants to know what we do for ARMS. I hit arms like once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm not
because you're always hitting arms with everything
exactly,
other
with
than
chest,
legs.
back. Like, you know what I mean? When you're crushing chest, you're hitting the tries a little bit. When you're doing back, you're hitting the buys a little bit.
Yeah. So sorry about that. C13L. It is the public announcement here in the condo that we're in. It looks like we're having some fire testing issues. So sorry about that. It's done now, though, guys. All right. It's been a great show trading today. I hope you guys had fun trading the small cap gappers. Don't think you'll see too much of that coming up. They love their big names. It's going to be Obi. It's going to be Neil. They're going to be on in a hot minute. Make sure you were getting your votes in. I think we've got like about 5 or 6 seconds left. And we'll throw on the afternoon rundown coming up soon. What's going on? Coming up soon, and then the big kahunas, they'll give you their look about how they feel about those names. But it is 2 o'clock, Joseph. So we shall see you guys. Same bat time, same bat channel. Take it over, big kahunas.
Thank you very much. Bash Brothers in the house. Great midday show. Obviously, we have Fed minutes coming out here, so we'll listen in, see if anything big comes. So sometimes it's market moving, oftentimes not a heck of a lot going. And speaking of market moving, like, let's be real, the NASDAQ is decidedly not moving today. This is sometimes when you get holiday short week, there's individual names that are moving. We'll get to all of that for sure, but let's be real. The same range that we're sitting in the morning on the NASDAQ, 20,920, call it 21,000. There has been absolutely no budging past this range. So you got to respect it. And if the market's not moving, you got to find what is. What's headed back into the lows here is Tesla. I've just kind of marked off the pre-market low at about 338 and a half. So watch out for this. Tesla, it was looking pretty good. I was actually starting to get a little bit excited that it could hold above 345 for a minute and was going to look for that push again, 45 to 47. Instead, Tesla decided, no, that level is going to be a short, Neil. So forget about you and your desire for Tesla to ramp to 350 today. We don't care. We're going higher regardless. So a bit of a move there. You have Bitcoin back into the 92,000 range as that kind of pull back nastily. And some of the other names, I had a short on Mara. I let that short way too early. But some of those names pulling back precipitously here. So Mara, another name which was trending really high, trending strongly, looking like it was going to break back out, and you're right back into some of these lows. So you got to find what's moving. Crypto names moving, small cap moving, GameStop is making some moves. Just not a heck of a lot going crazy here today, except for Rivian, Randy. Rivian's moving.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying anything too crazy. There are definitely some good trades on deck today, and a lot of trends happening. I'm looking at Google here just now. Just pulled it up. A strong trend, bit of a range trend happening on Google. We know that people in the chat were talking about MSTR. Neil just mentioned a little bit of a pullback on some of those crypto names. A beautiful reversion there on Mara after it made its high of day as well. I did trade a little bit of Amazon over the midday session. Nothing too crazy though. Pretty much flat on that. Taker, but decision making could have been a little bit better, and that would have made, I would say, the biggest difference there. But a lot of these chips still trading near their lows. We can see that SMH, you pull up SMH, it's we were talking about strong selling in the morning session, and now this is very reflective of how a lot of these other chip names are looking right now, still near the lows of days, trading 240 at the low here on SMH. So I'm not really seeing anything too much. Again, Google, if Google decides to break a little bit of its trend, I'm going to have eyes on that. We know that small caps are definitely moving around. We know that we had some MSOS news. We know that that Zena is moving around as well. The Zena Tech, I know Neil was taking a look at it right here. Right now, Neil, it's doing that. It did that triple top. So I guess it's doing what we were kind of looking at it to do, and it's looking like that 1050 is holding as a bit of resistance there. But let's see what you guys are interested in with the rundown.
Almost like there was a poll that we.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi filling in for Sean. We got Neil, the big kahuna's locked and loaded, ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join us during that How to Trade Midday show and get into the chat. Usually a couple of polls, one at 11 and the other at 11:30. Top couple will make it on to the rundown. Let's have a look by looking at the major averages. The NQ in positive territory, but off the highs, up about 0.5%. Same look for the ES, about 0.44% last time I looked there. The Dow essentially flat 0.07, and the Russell giving back a little bit today, down 0.6 after making all-time highs. We did just get the Fed minutes. We'll bring you more on that in a second. However, the first ticker, as decided by you guys, GameStop breaking out. Nice move today, 7%. No specific catalyst on this one, guys, but it's been running as of late.
Yes, sir, and I'll get to that in a quick little thing. Just a couple of notes here from FOMC minutes. Many participants saw risk of excessive cooling in job market as having diminished somewhat since the September meeting. So the downside of risks of the job market and economy have diminished. They've anticipated it would likely be appropriate to gradually move to a more neutral stance. Some participants said it might be appropriate in the future to consider resetting the overnight reverse repo rate to the bottom of the Fed funds target range. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think we're getting anything too crazy in here. If I see anything that really stands out, I'll let you guys know. So, yeah, in the market, okay, before we get into GameStop here, this is what the NASDAQ did just now at 2 o'clock. So, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Positively nothing. Now, GameStop, early on, and we talked about this at the lesson of the day, tune in at lunchtime, and I was discussing maybe the reasons why, despite the fact this 30-30 trade being a good one, it should have been obviously a 29.80 breakout, a dip into VWAP early, certainly in here at $29.50. Like, let's be real. I don't care why GameStop is going up. And if you're a trader, you don't necessarily have to care. Watch out, 31.40 could get taken out, and then I'm out of this reload. But there is $29.80. There is $29.80. There is $29.80. That's a triple top going all the way back. You got the middle of the summer, and then you've got the last week, and then you've also got yesterday's high. Then you also have it top at 935 or 36, doesn't matter, at the same level. Like, how much more confluence do you need for a single breakout trade? The answer should be none, but didn't have it anyways. Bought it off here. I did try a reload off the quarter. That was a loser. Took a little breakout. Didn't necessarily love the entry price. It was around 31.75. Buyers keep coming in and tricking me into buying it. Got a dip into this 31.6 level, was able to scalp that out. Then once again, the buyers at the 75 level tricked me into it. Now I'm looking for it to hold in here. That's at 31.40. So if it can revert this trend or slight trend back down, I want to be adding into 31.40. I just feel like there's still some room to go when you zoom out the chart. This little top, about 32.7 to 33. That's where I think the target should be if we can hold on today. But you're already getting a bit of a pullback. I want to see it revert this. maybe start some green in there. But if we can't hold on to this level, I'm just going to jump out and wait for VWAP here on GameStop. Not much has been trending like this and giving you opportunity, so I don't mind taking multiple shots here on GME after already getting it this morning.
Yeah, nice trades there on GME there, Neil. But yeah, no, we seen this name catch a strong bid off of the opening session there, and we've continued to trend higher here, holding that 30.50 mark we were talking about in the morning session, and continuing actually to a day high of 32. So still pretty strong overall on the day. Let's take a look back at it and see where we're sitting and how far we can actually get. I want to take a look at the 3-hour chart real quick, just to see where some of these prices were. So 30, what is that? 29.99. We broke that right off of the open there, and looking back at it, we have some prior highs here at 33.64s, and maybe some highs here in and around the 30. So we've done well in holding a lot of these resistance turn supports as we've been curling up. You can see that post earnings, a bit of a failure to follow through below this $19 level, and we're starting to take up pretty much over the past few months on increasing volume here on GME, again, after it failed to follow through below this 19 level. Now this 19, I would say the 17.50 to 20 level, give or take a point, has been held quite well by GME since we had that push earlier on this year, again in May and June. Off of those highs, these pullbacks have sustained at this price level, and now we're getting a visit back towards some of those prior levels on expanding volume. Interesting look here on GME. I'm curious to know how much further this will run going into January as well.
NVIDIA next on the rundown here, guys. So analyst Ming-Chi Kuo, we know him for releasing updates on Apple with respect to supply chain, chiming in here about NVIDIA, basically talking about Vishay, VSH on the NYSE as the real winner here for NVIDIA's AI server and RTX 50 supply series chain, giving them a good comment there. Have a look. VSH is the ticker. Separately, yesterday we had this headline, NVIDIA unveiling Fugato, an AI tool that transforms sound creation for music, ads, and gaming, guys. Not much of a move today for NVIDIA, excuse me, up 1/3%.
NVIDIA or OutVidia? That's the question we have to ask. Before we get to that, just a couple of things happening here. MSTR has gone short sell restricted, down 10%.
Oh boy.
It continues to flush off here, MSTR. So just another fresh low. It just took out 360. I'm seeing Mara bleed down. Coinbase just made a fresh low. I mean, at the same time, like this is, I mean, I don't know that this is related. It just could be an interesting coincidence, but that 3140 lost on GameStop, so maybe it will come into VWAP. But just have a look out. If you're trading some of those crypto names, they are absolutely flushing. Oh no, I did that thing again. Or I hit enter way too fast, and now you have to live with looking at my black chart. So I did have an execution on NVIDIA, which would have been this local high break in here. And when it lost this lower high, I got out. Probably should have flipped short, but turned my attention over to Tesla at that moment, which ended up working out for me. It's not on the list. Probably not going to talk about it. But NVIDIA is still in the penalty box, unfortunately. You know, it's just one of those things where you're going to have to wait around for this to finally catch a bit of a bid. And while we're waiting around for this, let me just hit enter again. It's holding, the good news is holding the 50-period moving average, which is a good sign for trend. So yeah, you failed 150 abjectly, and you're seeing the rotation, obviously some small caps starting to go, the chips not having a good day, even when the rest of the Mag 7 were showing strength earlier. NVIDIA was having none of that, none. But you are holding on to 135, so a decent consolidation out to 50-period. And I think we're just in a bottoming phase for NVIDIA. And I'm not here to tell you 100% the 135 is going to hold in this 50-period, but we now have day 2. So now it's day 2 of this level holding. Well, if it does it for a third day, I'm still going to try longs off this. Now, it's not setting you up for the dip buy at the open, unfortunately. Like, it's kind of just ramping, and then you got to take the break of the consolidation of the bottom or find something else. It didn't really give you many shots unless you waited in here for a 36. At that point, I'll be thinking 35. So temporarily, I think you're looking to hold the bottom in the 50-period on the daily on NVIDIA, maybe do some scalping off of it. And some of these pops, I guess they're just fail breaks until proven otherwise. And the other thing to look at, and look out for on the weekend, I'm going to drop something about AMD. It's my only chance to talk about it. Advanced Micro Devices was, when it starts falling, it's just a little bit more violent than NVIDIA. I know everyone's staring at NVIDIA down, but when this one starts dropping, remember, AMD is not NVIDIA. And when the chips lose the bid, this one loses it pretty fast. So I've got to have this one on watch. The second it couldn't hold on to anything. If you got trapped in a long in this, my question would be, at what point did it even set up a dip buy? Like, you could have a long consolidating off the top, but then, when you get into a consolidation long, you generally speaking have some sort of a stop underneath here, which if you had one, no problems getting out of it. Just watch out. These chips are under a little bit of pressure here. And before we throw to Obi to talk about NVIDIA, IMG, it did. IMG is not finished. It's not finished. This stock, the one that I'm angry about because it did the dollar halt, telling Randy about this, dollar halt, dollar hold, Sharif was all over this thing. It's now making a new high. I'm going to throw this one up. I don't want to get rid of GameStop. I'm going to get rid of my NVIDIA, my Rivian level 2. I'm going to have IMG up to see if I can to steal a line from Sharif, weasel my way into a trade here, as I thought this might have headed back for a test of the quarter or VWAP, and instead we're breaking out the high. So IMG is still going. NVIDIA is doing absolutely nothing unless you're holding a short from earlier.
Yeah, man, the chips are getting beaten down, right? We kind of discussed this a little bit earlier, and NVIDIA is pretty much doing the same there. 136.5 hold as of right now. You can see that hold came in yesterday as well after a strong sell-off in the morning session there. So beginning of the week, we found some base at 136. We traded lower in the after hours going into the close as well. And in the pre-market, we come right back up and hold that level. Off of the open, you attempt to make a push. You fail to follow through some of this consolidation highs right there. Fail to follow through 139, selling off aggressively once again on the day, but finds a bid on top of this 136 halves again. So yeah, a lot of these tickers looking very similar. We talk about SMH. SMH again down near the low of days there. Now you could argue that NVIDIA is holding up better than some of these, as again AMD aggressive selling to the downside. Intel as well to the downside. We'd look at tickers like TSM, that's also coming into the downside. Micron was selling off as well. Caught a bit of a bid coming into 1230, but pulling back into that VWAP as of right now. But yeah, no, that NVIDIA, that 136 half, this is going to be interesting. If and when we do break down, how much further can we go? Again, this thing has been on a bit of a backside move after grabbing that high, all-time high through that 150. We make a high of 152.89. This was last Thursday, and then we come right back in and trade much lower in the following days. So curious to know how much we're going to pull back on NVIDIA here off of an all-time high, failure to follow through, which happens to be at 150 as well. Now 136 halves holding as a bit of a base. Let's see how we go going forward.
CrowdStrike reports after the bell today. Great recovery from the summer lows after they had an issue with their software and with the Delta hold debacle there. So we'll keep an eye on that. About 0.25% down on the day. This one does have a bit of a wider expected move. 8.5% is what we're expecting today on CrowdStrike after the bell. And this one is slated to report, according to Earnings Whispers, at around 4 or 5. Make sure to catch that with Neil on the Market Recap Show, guys.
Stick around. We got Brian Shan. Muted myself because I didn't want you guys to hear me cough. No, CrowdStrike reporting after the bell at 4:05, as Sharif has already mentioned. You're expecting a decent sized move, but let's remember we already saw Palo Alto get to a 52-week high and fail it in front of earnings, pull back off earnings, then have it beat up, down, top, bottom, left, right, center, and all that good stuff, and still pull back. So I think you've got to respect what we've already seen with the other big bad boy in cybersecurity. And if that were to be the case, I mean, you take an 8%, 8.5% move, do some napkin math, get $30 pulling back in, and you've got what already sits as support at 330. So I think that's where I'd be looking at in the aftermarket for a bit of a dip. if they beat top bottom and even guide well, and it goes down anyways, I think the dip buy would be at the 330 level. It's just there's so much chop in here that it's running into. I mean, it's set up so perfectly if it could get bullish enough to break that I'd be all over this thing if we get above $400 tomorrow. But at the end of the day, you've got to be able to trade the price action. We saw what happened with Palo Alto. As far as this afternoon goes, I mean, I just don't see a trade. If anything, it's like rolling over and consolidating off of the bottom. The market's falling. The market just lost some support in here. So we're starting to head to the downside as everything's starting to accelerate. MSTR now down 12%. Tesla just went red on the day. So this is starting to get a little bit nasty. Let's go to Obi and take care of some business. Yikes, Tesla.
Yeah, definitely something in these waters here on the market with that pullback. But trade the pool. Are you ready to put your trading skills to the test? Join us for the Trade the Pool and Trader TV stock trading competition. We've got some exciting prizes lined up, including a massive 160K extra buying power evaluation for the first place. The first 20 places win. The competition kicks off on December 2nd and runs through December 6th, with winners announced on December 9th. This competition is your opportunity to push your limits and see how far your skills can take you. Mark your calendars and click the link in the description. Don't forget, December 2nd through the 6th. Results on the 9th. All right. So yeah, CrowdStrike. Again, yesterday was a big day for CrowdStrike, in my opinion. We had relative volume in the pre-market, and we sold off aggressively for a majority of the day. Only finding a little bit of a bid coming into 1 o'clock, and even then we couldn't really bid up anywhere back to VWAP. Only to make some fresh lows going into the last couple of hours of the day as well. So CrowdStrike today, a little bit muted, going sideways there, not really doing as much relative volume as it was in the pre-market, relative to today's pre-market when you compare it to yesterday. But even off of the open, pretty much sideways action, and very range bound as well. Highs being at 366s and some of these lows being at 361. We're back near the range low here as of right now on CrowdStrike with only about with under 2 hours left to go on the day.
IBIT, BlackRock's spot ETF for Bitcoin down decidedly today, about 3% after Bitcoin touched that $100,000 mark. There was this headline today, BlackRock reporting over already $1 billion in trading volume on these for these options on the spot ETF, and we're barely 2 weeks into them being tradable. Separately, there was this headline as well, Goldman Sachs reporting their exposure to Bitcoin ETF growing significantly, an 83% increase from their previous holding filed in 13F in the summer. They're holding about $710 million, with the majority holding IBIT BlackRock shares. They have about $461 million in IBIT, guys.
Yeah, Bitcoin just, just lost a bit of a shelf there here, about 52.33. You're about to take out, well, I mean, potentially, I should say. It's not a guarantee. You're about to potentially take out this opening range bottom. That's going to be at 52.19. You're chilling about 92,000 on Bitcoin in general. This looks like what's going to be a healthy correction, and all roads leading to 90,000. I do think that's very much within the realm of possibility that we're going to get a pullback to 90,000 on Bitcoin. It's been such a good run since the election that you were expecting this to happen. You've clearly broken the steep upward trend, and now you're headed to find some support. So I know I know we're supposed to be talking about IBIT, but just an idea of what this looks like on the BTC chart. I thought we might get a test of 90,000 this week. I've drawn the support line in there because I want to look for some dip buys in some crypto stocks when that's going to be the case. As far as IBIT goes, the good news, as I said, you have not lost the low of the day just yet. If we flat bottom break that, I mean, outside chance if you get like one of those Bitcoin liquidity flushes and it ever happens during market and we do see something losing the bid here and it just gets super, like a real big acceleration on a couple of candles, I love reversions in Bitcoin. So if we were to see it lose this 52 and just go real heavy the way MicroStrategies just went, I'd be looking down at 51 and at 50 and trying to find some support for a quick little snapback trade like what you had yesterday at the open. Get like a really heavy move down, and I would look for a mean reversion. But I think it needs to break the low to set something like that up, so you get a little more acceleration to the downside, then you can set off a bit of a reversion. Just before we throw over to Obi, I wanted to point out that IMG opened back up. It didn't. It opened lower. Sorry, it opened, but it didn't open higher. It opened lower, managed to hold on to view up. It's diddling in the middle, so either we get in, bounce off VWAP, which is a distinct possibility of the way it's selling here, or it's going to have to hold a higher low and break out the top. So we'll see what happens. I mean, I have it on board. I'd rather not take a break, and it's going to halt. Yeah, it's actually going to halt to the downside. This one might be done. Yeah, halting to the downside now. IMG. Guess it's not going to make that bounce off 150 after all.
Nice.
Yeah, no, IBIT definitely looking like a bit of a backside move here in the morning session. We talk about this bit of a trend that existed here. Now again, you can probably go further back and be like, there's a bigger picture trend. Yeah, of course, there's a little bit of a bigger picture trend on this ticker, but this one has been significantly clean over the past couple of weeks. Again, coming in from what is this? This action's on Friday, November 15th. You can see that support. The support finally cracks and then confluences with that Bitcoin pulling back off of that 99,000 as well. And yeah, I think 90s are well within range. I think 80s, mid to low 80s are definitely well within range on Bitcoin while it winds up for that 100K push if and when we get there. But you can see that selling has come in quite aggressively in and around, what is that, 11:45. You can see that this is a 15-minute candle. So selling kind of starts after some of the higher volume bars on the day after the push up all the way into 54s, a bit of a failure to follow through of 54s, and we come right back down. And now, right now, we're pretty much contesting opening range lows. Pre-market lows sitting at 52.04s. We're trading at 52.28s. Yeah, it's definitely important to keep an eye on Bitcoin as IBIT pretty much reflects the action of Bitcoin. You can see kind of a similar V-shape action here that happened on Bitcoin, back up a retest of that trend. The same trend line I have on IBIT, I have on Bitcoin, and you can see how beautifully it respected it. We got some extension off of the trend. We pull back into the trend yesterday and look like we're maybe holding, but not really. We come back, break through, and now we're using that support as resistance. So can we take a bit of a pullback? I think so. I think that, yeah, you just got to look back at it and see, yeah, exactly. So you got to see where we found support on prior days. You can see that there was some support 88s, maybe some support on 87s, and then ultimately supports on 85s. That's why I really think that if we pull back and go a little bit sideways, the range is definitely all the way down into 85 for this push. Now we're using that support as a bit of resistance as well. So let's see what we have in store going into a shortened week on Bitcoin, but that backside looking quite nice.
Oh, there it is. I was waiting for you.
Yeah, I knew it was coming too. All right, guys, 0.25% in the green as Palantir. There's really no specific catalyst on this one today, but Danny Ives did chime in about his $75 price target on Palantir. Touched 66 today, basically saying the market is undervaluing Palantir still, despite the fact that it's up multiple fold in the last month or so, likening it to Oracle, basically saying it's going to catch a tailwind with AI. Like in this one, defending his position, $75 price target, guys.
Also remember, Palantir now a member of it's now in the NASDAQ. So for anybody I made that mistake this morning when I first went to pull it up. I typed in NY because it's just pure muscle memory. But yeah, a little bit of I hate using the term healthy pullback, but yeah, a little bit of a dip there on Palantir. It's flat, which is more than I can say for a lot of names that have just turned red a couple of seconds ago. But you did fail or pull back off a recent 52-week high. So just want to show the daily chart that you're trending back into the upside. I think I had this one. And I think sometimes, we're guilty, and I'm guilty of this oftentimes. Like, if I look at what's made me a little bit more consistent the last couple of months, it has been, taking my shots with a little bit, sometimes tight stops, but hard stops nonetheless. And it has me getting away from trades that I probably need to be giving a little bit wider berth to. Like, this doesn't break prior high when it loses the day-long uptrend. Like, there's your trend, supports all those wicks, close underneath, there's your short. Got to be willing to give it back in. That's obviously, I've seen time and time again, this is a setup that's been working very well for myself lately, and it just got to still be in this one on Palantir. That said, it's a little bit stronger than everything else. You just saw the NASDAQ roll over. It'd be nice to see it get above VWAP. This would be a name that I would favor. I'd favor it to the long side if we could catch a little pep in our step, but I'm not feeling like that's going to be the case. Like, you just saw so many things rinse out that I don't know that I want to be jumping into longs unless they set up like a parabolic move down and a mean revert that I play to the other side. I don't know if I'd call this a parabolic move down. Like what we just saw, like the trend down in Mars is a little bit more extreme. I was just pointing that one out, or MSTR, but I don't want any piece of that. So Palantir, if you can get to VWAP, might have a little bit of a trade in it here, but I just think it's a healthy pullback off of the highs. You be careful, it's a holiday shortened week, but sometimes high-flying stocks, and when you look at it on a weekly, we've seen, I hate the term black swan because it gets overused, I feel. But when you get a lower liquidity week, you can see some decent dips in stocks that have been running really big. Because if they start to lose a bid, you have a few less dip buyers that would normally be in there making a market. So you have to be a little bit careful. That probably applies more to all of the Bitcoin and crypto-related names that are losing the bid than something like a Palantir, the AI names, but it's still going to be in the pocket to watch out for this and be careful. Always trade with a stop. I think that's especially true during holiday shortened weeks like we have in here. But I need to get above 65 VWAP, and then we can think about it for any kind of a long. MSTR, by the way, that thing broke 350. Yikes.
Yeah, definitely. That thing I'm pretty sure has a lot more room to go in terms of a pullback on MSTR. That first red day really coming in hot and heavy there. But Palantir's been doing quite well, man. These are, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, these are all-time highs here at 67.88s. We're trading 64.90s right now. Beautiful, beautiful breakout through that 45 we had just a few weeks ago there on Palantir, and we go down to a shorter time frame and see what it's been doing since then. We've been pretty much pushing up. That breakout was aggressive, came in the next day, strong relative volume there, some of the most relative volume and some of the strongest volume bars there as well. You can see this volume bar here off of the open on that day, very, very strong, and we've been holding since then. So again, I'm going to do something that I like to do with volume bars, and this should already be on my Palantir chart. But let's throw up an anchored off of that, and you can see all right, pretty much what we expected. It only hits it on the first day, and we've been hovering over it since then. So it's been doing well. 67's all-time highs were tested just prior day there yesterday, and we've been taking a bit of a pullback since then. But today, sideways action hasn't really done much, man. We've only traded within the opening range. Right away, a trade that does stand out to me is a failure to follow through of the opening range high or the day high right here. You can see prior highs sitting at 65.82. And this high, 65.85. So you only got 3 pennies past that day's high before you broke this trend back down. So you can see that was a beautiful, beautiful reversion. And we're coming in even much lower now, Neil. And the volume's not looking too hot either. We've been only decreasing volume after that morning push towards those highs. And Palantir, sideways action, but definitely gave you some opportunity for the backside there off a failure to follow through. It even gave you an opportunity for the long when it grabbed some of these pre-market lows off the open and then pushed for a pre-market high break and extension into 65s, but couldn't quite get to yesterday's glory all the way up to all-time high 67.88. So Palantir, that's the look on Palantir. I don't really have anything else going on as of right now. In a bit of a Google short, so we'll see how that one goes. We know that we just got some, what were they, FOMC minutes?
FOMC minutes, yeah.
Yeah, FOMC minutes that came out at 2 o'clock. And the market was a little indecisive. Before that, we saw that it was very, very, very choppy. And then FOMC comes out. We go in a certain direction. I like that direction. I actually got in on the sticker at 206 because I'm like, yeah, I'm aware that FOMC is coming out. Google has been trending pretty much all day. The spider's been trending as well. NQ just been holding a bit of a range there, and I like that break of that trend on Alphabet. So let's see if the market pulling back can bring us all the way back into VWAP and maybe even more. Opening range highs sitting on top of 169s. We're trading 169.30s there. Trend break happens in and around 169.50s, 60s. The 60s would have been a better price. I got 52s. And again, always looking for a potential place to add, but it's not always going to give it to you is what I'm realizing. It's like, all right, well, some of the best entries are your initial ones. If you don't have everything you want, well, good luck. That's all you got. Just take the trade. That's what I'm learning.
Hey, was there sound on that? I didn't hear the sound on that.
Oh, was there some? It's a trap. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that was a trap, and you would have seen me in and out of Mara because I was looking at this and looking for a mean revert trade, and we're talking about that for Bitcoin. So this is MSTR, and it just put in this bounce back through 350. So the second I saw that, like I already had this trend line up on Mara, I flipped over, it set it up. There's the entry long, there's the bottom break. So we end up getting stopped out of that one. I don't mind taking some pot shots in here at that low, but you just want to make sure you're not completely bleeding. Watch, the next thing that's going to happen is it's going to hold the higher low off of this level. I'm going to hate myself over it. But the other thing that I should point out is we were waiting around for VWAP on GME. It's VWAP adjacent. But whoops, I zoomed out too far here. But it is holding, and it's kind of hard to see, but 3080, this was where it dipped into when it tested that double top high. And I know, because I was in it, that stunk, and this 3080 is starting to hold on. If it can now hold this, make a bit of a channel back to the upside, it will look a little bit better for GameStop. Although you have to remember, some of the rally in GameStop has been tied to all of this crypto nonsense. What I would like to think is a potential runner that has nothing to do with this crypto nonsense is whatever the heck IMG is. I kid. IMG, whatever, CIMG is the name of the company. It actually does bounce off VWAP. After halting down, it's now re-holding the 150 level. So this could still be a double top break. Remember, this is a halt high. So you've got the top here at 172, you've got the halt high at 180. I like this one. It's now reestablishing back above the 150 level. The downside to trading IMG is it's so cheap, 10% moves are nothing on this. And if you don't want to get trapped in a halt trade when you're trading something like this stock, well, your stops end up being relatively tight, or you're just willing to hold it through a halt. You've got to make that decision. I would rather trade this with tighter stops. If I take a breakout trade, I got to be willing to stop it out underneath like a 168. And then as it goes up, I'm constantly moving my stop out to make sure that I don't get caught in a trail into a halt down. You have to watch out for something like this. If you want to hold from halt to halt, that's up to you. But it's done like 75 million shares worth of volume. I don't mind getting out and trying to get back in at some kind of a different level. So I think you're still attempting to catch a bid in some of the crypto names. The market's catching a bid. MSTR is still going down. But I do like the look of this holding on to VWAP IMG. Let's see if it can make this top break. 177 at the high.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about Amazon. Amazon catching a bit of an aggressive bid here on those 206s. Neil, we talked about this 206 area being very peculiar, not only in the morning session, the midday session as well, as that level came in. Bit of a reserve, so a lot of volume, a lot of action happening here in and around that 206 mark. And we attempt to pull back, can't really get past below that 206. Now we're catching a bid kind of back up, almost back at 207s, 206.80s trading on Amazon right now. I don't know if there's any sort of, I guess, news that's bringing this bid in. I think it's just a regular kind of a push up off of that 206. Again, that 206 showing itself a little bit earlier there with that reserve. That I guess keeps on coming back. It was there in the morning session. It was there in the midday session as well a couple of times. We did trade below it and over it, but whenever that price kind of came in, it was, I guess, holding on the bid. before it wasn't, and then reclaim again. It seems like that 206 continues to hold as of right now, but I don't know what the next trade is as of right now. So I'm going to take a look at some of these names. Oh boy, we talk about some of that a hold on 136 halves on NVIDIA. And this volume
Still
coming in.
holding.
No, it's not. It broke below. So we went to 3570s here on NVIDIA. Prior day, what is that? Is that in the after hours? It seems like that is in the, I guess that's exactly the 4 p.m. candle there. We made a low of 135.40s. Today's low, 135.67 as of right now. So, you got to keep eyes on that one, NVIDIA, but I think the morning session brought most of the volatility and the move, and it was much nicer there. We got this one, VC. Oh boy, why didn't VC this one in the morning, Neil? Because this one was pretty dope. Kind of pushes off of that too, but take a look at this. Fails to follow through back below 180 and Rip City. Not only that, I'm curious to know how clean this breakout was and how clean this breakout was and how clean this opening range breakout was as well. On the pullback, you hold beautifully there. I guess opening range breakout would be all the way down here, under $2. This is a 3-minute chart, so if you're using a 3-minute opening range, but you know what? I know a lot of people like to use 5-minute opening range breaks. So right there's your 5-minute opening range break at 207, makes a low of 201. So on a $2 ticker, you would have had to risk about roughly 10 pennies, 7 to 10 pennies to be relatively safe on this push up, and it gives you it gives you pretty much a 1.5 off of that $2, trading all the way up to 354. So a bit of a missed opportunity on my part, it would seem. But yeah, no, where's the next trade? Is it on SMCI? Chips are down on the day. We were trading near lows and nothing's really catching a bid. We see that NVIDIA is a prime example of that. We were talking about that holding 136 halves, and that gets broken as well. Again, that action coming in a little bit later off of the FOMC reports there on the day. Xena, we know that Neil has been involved in this one a little bit today, but holding a bit of a triple top here at that 10.5 mark is interesting. We had some interesting action as well in the pre-market. We ran up yesterday aggressively, all the way from $2 to what is this, $8.50 in the after hours, right after the close. They're coming in off of the 4 a.m. open. We have a bit of an exhaustive move, which kind of rejects right off of the open with sellers coming in and halting down. And Neil and I were talking about this one. I was like, all right, well, if you're risking that halt down price, you can see that every time it did kind of get into that area, we sold off a little aggressively. But something to note is that some support on top of the 8 and that some support on top of 9 as of right now. So let's see if some of that continues to happen. Rivian, again, a great ticker for the opening drive flush right off of the open, and maybe you like the reversion as well. I know that Neil took a chunk of the reversion in the morning session, so that was absolutely beautiful there, coming right into prior day's lows and then rebidding over 50% of the day's action on a Rivian there. Mara as well, again, with the crypto names. This was the reversion I was talking about, and I think Neil definitely had a piece of this reversion, and it was absolutely beautiful. Not only does it come back into VWAP, but into and through VWAP with VWAP rejections. That is absolutely beautiful, and we're trading much lower right now. 25 at 22s here on Mara.
Before I get to a couple of things, the thing about that, Marlon, this is something we discussed. If your reason to get in to something is like a trend reversion, which, I mean, this is the steep trend, and obviously, look, you can draw a trend, like, it tries to break trend, like it's a really steep trend, tries to break trend here. But I like to look at things from when something changes, which is here, like when it breaks the high, I like to look at that. And it broke this trend, I get into it, you got to be able to give it back into the top. Or if you're scalping, and I did the lesson of the day, and then I decided I wanted to get up and, be honest, I wanted to get up and go to the bathroom. I didn't have a decent reason why I should move my trail. At the point when I made that decision, it had just flushed another 20 pennies in the money and really looked like it was screaming down to VWAP. I had take profits down in here around VWAP, anticipating that, yeah, this is now good. Instead of waiting for it to make this breakdown under the prior high, and then put the trailing stop in. I just assumed that it was going to happen, got up, threw the bids in there, and had a trailing stop into here. Sloppy. I get trailed out. I come back. I sit back down to see that I've been trailed out, and now it's holding underneath right tight to VWAP. So obviously it was a little bit frustrating for me here, and not the best, not the proudest moment there on Mara. It's a good entry, and we just talk about like taking trades at setup. So I was willing to take the mean revert the other way. I'm just going to go over to IMG for a quick little second. So IMG holds the higher low, and Daniel, I know you're asking about the Reddit. I'll get to Reddit. Certainly, that chart on the 60 minutes not going to go anywhere. I promised I would answer your question about that. But a higher low here on IMG, holds the 150, stair steps it up, dips into 155, holds 160, grabs 61s. Now keep in mind every 10% this thing can hold. That means every time it goes into a resistance within 10%, I'm taking something out. And I'm going to keep my stop relatively tight. Loses 155, I'm out. If it breaks here, I tighten my stop up to here. If it breaks the high of the day, I tighten my stop up to 170. That's what it's all about trading something like this. I don't want to be caught in a halt trade in this particular name, so I'm going to keep it a little bit tight to the vest. But taking care of some business, our good friends over at VinFast have some exciting news for you. An electrifying story of 2024. So hold on to your seats because VinFast, Vietnam's EV trailblazer, just released its Q3 financial results. Here's why the buzz is real. Q3 deliveries skyrocketed by 115% year over year, with nearly 22,000 EVs delivered. How about revenue? A solid $512 million, up 42% from Q2. Excellent numbers there. VinFast is now Vietnam's undisputed EV champion. After pivoting to a pure EV strategy just 2 years ago, they've zoomed past global brands in the market, growing their retail sales in Vietnam by 159% quarter over quarter and an unbelievable 504% year over year in Q3. What's next? They're not slowing down. With Vietnam as its launchpad, the Vietnamese EV OEM continues to balance growth and cost optimization, and with new funding of $3.5 billion from its founder and parent company, they're set to stay in the fast lane for its global expansion. You want to learn more? Scan the QR code right there on VinFast. And you know what? Sometimes looking at that flying V should just be enough. Well, that was good luck. It's a good-looking car, and nothing was happening on IMG, and then all of a sudden it got to the high of the day. So that was kind of ridiculously lucky. But there's the move. He said we'd scalp it. Now you got the high of the day break. Now I keep trailing this one. It's going into a halt. If it's a fake halt, yeah, it kind of went into the halt band. Did not break higher. Did not break higher. Went into the halt band at 185. I've got my trail now down to 170. Do not want this halting down on me. So we played the higher low, 161. 5 cents worth of risk. We get it to the high of the day break, but now if it loses 170, I'm jumping out. Can't go red on the stock. I don't mind if this one goes to $2. We had a plan of action, play the consolidation where we can get a tight risk, get the move into the high of the day, scalp out at every single point. This out here has to do with the fact that it went to the halt band and came out of it to the downside. So for sure, every single time I'm going to take that one out. And this is what I'd hope to be able to do in the afternoon. When it's a holiday shortened week, and when you have volumes a little bit lower and you have the market not really doing any crazy moves, I want to try and find spots like this. This is what we did yesterday. Ideally, you guys saw what happened with Xena yesterday. We turned a 30-cent, we turned a stock that was, it gave a 30-cent win on a $5 stock, and then like the second I was out of it, went like $2. But every now and then you just want to find like just winning opportunities where you can get it in good with a reasonable risk to reward, take the profit, move on to the next. And if there isn't anything, don't worry about being patient. That's what I like to do in a week like this, or at least on days like this, going into the close. So hopefully IMG, if you're still in it, I can see reasons why you would be. But when it hits 180, if I leave my stop here, it can halt down on me. And I don't want any part of that. Because this stock, to me, this stock halting down can open up at 140. And that blows your risk to reward out if you're scalping it. If you're buying it and holding it for $2.50 or that massive move, that's one thing to go ahead and risk it back to 140. But like I said, I was never doing that. I was doing a tight stop. And I did promise I was going to get to this because Daniel had a question. about Reddit on a 60-minute chart. Is it setting up a head and shoulders? I'm not a chartered market technician, but on the 60-minute, I would wager you're talking about this resistance here at 139 and 139, failed break. There's your oddly shaped head, and now you're breaking underneath 130. But you're just only now doing it. So I would, it's obviously setting this up where that prior resistance turns into local resistance. I would agree with you there. I'd watch, look at it hold this trend. Maybe let it break the trend at 135, because you could easily just bounce off this trend line here, the 200. If it bounces off the 200 period, that's a 135, and it's been respecting it. So for me, that's what I would like more, because if it breaks it and you're doing a swing, then you can short underneath the 200 and use the head and shoulders shoulder as your out. Suddenly you've got 5 points there, and you've got a heck of a lot of room to the downside. But that's just what I see over there on Reddit. So good luck. And of course, as I said, IMG, I tightened my stop. It could still go. I can always try to find another trade. Remember, I famously got out of Xena yesterday, only to watch that bad boy pump to $8. We're talking about the aftermarket show. It was this long in here, the long breakout, the consolidation off the $5 that couldn't break, just sat there for an hour. It just sat there 5 to 5:30, and when it finally broke 5:30, off to the races. Sometimes a scalp trade is a heck of a lot more, but a win's a win.
Yeah, I'm watching this. I'm watching this MSTR, Neil, and the question I'm asking myself is when and where do we get short? I think it definitely provided
everywhere.
Everywhere is great. I'm selling all the prices. I wish. I wish I had the kind of risk to sell every price there for the past few days. But it's been an interesting move. Again, we talk about the backside move coming in. Again, confluence with Bitcoin pulling back off of some of those highs as well. But a strong reason to sell, it would seem, on prior Thursday off of that bit of a gap up that we got and a flush down, and we've been trading lower since. It's kind of breaking below some of those Catalyst day one lows there as it broke all the way into 370s. Today we actually break that day one low, and a bit of a retest in that 370 gives us a chance to get in for the continuation all the way back down. That's interesting. So that little rebid was over about over 4 points. It would seem for 3 to 4 points right here, from 65 and change all the way to 70, was it 75? 70, 71-ish area. So that 70 area is basically what I'm talking about. You get that nice continuation. 345 is trading now, so a decent flush coming in on MSTR. Shout out to all the swings that are in this ticker. And I know people are talking about their put positions. People are talking about their short equity positions as well. And this thing has had a nice follow through over the past few days on MSTR, printing even lower here going into the closing session power hour in about 10 minutes, guys. So let us know in the chat. Yes, Sean James saying short MSTR, next stop 324. Yeah, man, well within range. I mean, you take a look back at this chart here. We'll go straight up to a daily, and I know a lot of times I don't really use the daily as much as I do, say, like a 3-hour or a 9-hour, which encapsulates both some of the pre-market and after hours action as well. So you can see a bit of a backside move. We've been trending up for a good amount of the past few months. We broke out of this range on the year in and around 200, and then we accelerated with expanding volume into highs. That action was definitely, it smelled like capitulation, man, and capitulation it was, apparently, as we've been pulling back aggressively. So that move through that what is that? That was pretty euphoric, I guess, in terms of that selling that came in aggressively off the open. But a lot of execution opportunities that I'm learning that were there on the day on MSTR. But today, catching more of a sell coming into the downside, 341.30s trading right now on MSTR. MSTR. I guess Chris L talking about should have held my MSTZ. You got to remember there are a few ETFs that do track this, this ticker here. Because of the liquidity, right?
Well, that's a levered one, right? So there's going to be all kinds of decay on any of the levered ones, right? Like, there's certain, like, and again, I feel like this is maybe Joe's the best person to ask about it. But anytime you're trading a leveraged ETF, you got to be careful with the duration of your swing trades because of the level of decay on the leveraged ETFs.
Yes. So
yeah, it's going to be a little bit different for day trading and for trading it for like a couple of days worth of a swing. I think you're absolutely fine. But if you're thinking you're going to hold on to one of the levered ETFs for like a month as it trends, that's just not usually the way you want to go.
That's might be a little wild. You're doing that, but it's been, I guess, it's been quite nice. Was it MSTY? I was trading on Friday. Misty, that was nice. You also have MSTZ, SMST as well. I think SMST, if I'm correct, SMST. Defines daily target 2 times short MSTR. So you can see that's been running on the day today as MSTR takes a bit of a fade. So if you're looking at MSTR and you're like, all right, well, this is a bit of an aggressive spread, but I still want to capture some of this move to the downside here. SMST has done almost 32 million volume on the day. Average daily volume is 7.3. It's trading right now currently at 801s, 802s high a day there, and you can see that it's pretty much 2 times short ETF there, with that strength coming in as MSTR pulls back into the downside here for an extended sell-off. I think again, a little bit overextended, and it finally showed us the selling coming in prior week, and we're getting a strong continuation on the day today as well. So let's see what Tesla is up to. Tesla's coming back into some levels here. I really like that 336, 335 area, Neil. Some confluence, I guess. But today we're bouncing off of 336.85, so we haven't even printed those. I guess we did in the pre-market. 4 a.m. candle looking like it had a low of 335.10. It's probably the best price on the day if you're getting long at 4 a.m. But we've only just got back to those prices in the past 45 minutes or so here on Tesla. KSS, we've been talking about that one. I did have trades on it off of the open. Absolutely beautiful price action, extremely telling. I had just a breadcrumb left, and I just gave it to the stop that I had on for this initial trade. Short to the downside, rejecting that 15, rejecting that VWAP or anchored VWAP or whatever you want to call it, rejecting some pre-market levels as well that were doing decent volume. So we kind of came in off of the open, broke through that $15, got all the way to 14 halves, Neil. That was crazy. I actually posted more below the low, never got filled, and then we kind of tick up aggressively all the way back up through that 15, through the day highs, all the way for a high of in and around 15.6s, and now we're finally potentially getting a pullback into 15. But yeah, some decent opportunities there in the morning earnings day on earnings day one. If you look at a lot of these retail names as well, they've been doing pretty good to the downside, if that's what you consider good. And now again, I find it's funny. People are like, "Oh, but it's selling off. How does that look good to you?" You have to remember that as a trader, it doesn't matter if it's going up or down. Is it moving? And do I have a defined risk that I can go off of? And that's pretty much all that matters.
Unless there's A, no liquidity, B, no locates. Right? Like if you can't go short something, then you need it to go up.
That's no fun.
And if there's no liquidity, then you can't do anything with it. So it's not like a complete. Hey, any stock in any situation, if it's moving, is going to be good. Sometimes you've seen us pull up IPOs that like, hey, look at this IPO. It just came to market. Look at all this action. I'll throw it up there. The spread is like ridiculous. The liquidity, like it's halted 5 times and it hasn't even done 1 million shares and it's halfway through the day. We're like, you can't trade this thing. There's absolutely nothing going on here. IMG's done like 90 million shares, by the way. But it's just next available dip. And again, like all I'm really doing here, it pulls back, gives a couple of red candles or maybe one red candle like last time, catches a bid, go into the long off the consolidation, give it to the prior low. So it does the same thing, pulls back after I got out, starts holding 70, throw the stop under 67. I tried to get 71s, ended up getting 73s in here. But again, scalp into the high of the day, try to hold it if it breaks the high, and then throw some stops or move the trail higher if it continues to go higher. Now GameStop, wow, that did not even think about holding VWAP. Flush. So if we're stair-stepping it down and GME's giving it up, remember, this is breaking out from $29.80. We talked about that level on the daily. You can see it a little bit cleaner as yesterday's high. So I would think that's the spot to look for a little bit of support, maybe even the 30 level. So I think even pulling back into VWAP, you could argue this could go another leg to the downside. I'm keeping eyes on MSTR. If MSTR starts sustaining a trend up, I think some of these other names are gonna maybe hold a bit of a bid and start coming higher. So this is actually doing it again, where it's breaking or attempting to break trend. I only like the shorts if this resumes trend. It's almost like it's a barometer for what's going on in all the flyers and the Bitcoin-related stocks. When it loses the bid, you just kind of want to jump into short on one of them. And right now, VWAP is looking tasty on GME. So we're back into IMG. We'll see if it can get back above the high of the day, and then maybe we can hold it a little bit longer, but still going to go with tight stops on it. In and out, try to be a little bit of a ninja on IMG.
Yeah, so the futures didn't really have any follow through there. So we rejected that 21 thou earlier on today in the morning session. Pretty much trade sideways. FOMC minutes come out. We sell off a little aggressively. We break the range lows below that 20,920. We get down to 20,900, and then we catch a bid back into the range there. So as of right now, we're trading back into the range. Let's see if that's selling. The breakdown of that consolidation from pretty much all day since the open. You can see we've been pretty wild, pretty much sideways there. ES not really pulling back as much, but a lot of chop in the pre-market or in the morning session there. That did continue to the upside, so we did hold that 60 thou decently. Again, we bounced off of it in the pre-market session, continuing to kind of trickle up. Going into the last hour of the day there, but the Nasdaq not as I guess trending as the Nasdaq is not as trending.
Obi,
yes.
Want to know why you have stops? This is the perfect teaching example.
Yeah.
Because here's IMG. Now it looked like
reminds me,
when you have this stop out, you look like a tool. Don't get me wrong. It's frustrating. You make a bottom wick, and then it ends up going back in higher. Like this is going to resume, and it's going to go to $2. But the other side of the coin is if you don't have a stop of that ilk, I got out, we're long at 73, I get out at 68, or it can halt down on you. And then all of a sudden, if I'm trading without a stop, instead of a 5-cent hit, you're holding on to what's over a 10% out of the money, and who knows where it's going to open up. So again, the cost of doing business to getting stopped out like this every now and then is that you save yourself here. So you've got to pick which lane you're going to be in. If you're a trader that doesn't want to get caught in this move, then sometimes that's going to happen to you. And that's just how it's going to be. So as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather live to fight another day and be up on the stock and really keep things tight, especially when the halt bands are so close to each other. But again, you've got to pick which kind of trader you're going to be and what kind of move. Earlier in the day, that can be the time to shoot a little bit bigger because you've got all session for it to climb from $1 to $1.70. Here you got 1 hour left if you're a day trader, and I got to be flat by 4 o'clock. I think the tighter stop makes some sense in there. But remember, it's opportunity cost. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You are not going to be able to limit your risk without possibly losing out on some upside. It's completely impossible to do that. You just can't do it. But it's halted down. Yikes. The tap just shifted to 136. So this could absolutely bleed from here if it really were to open underneath VWAP. And if you don't have a stop, you could be covering at 136 and be 20% out of the money. Yuck.
Do you have shares for that?
Locates?
Yeah.
You know what? Oddly enough, I wasn't really looking for a short, so I didn't pay for locates on IMG.
Okay.
But it's in a halt. I gotta go price them out right now. They're probably, I'm gonna guess they're cheap, but I did not check. I did not check.
So costs actually, I guess we can talk about this one there. Off the open, this was quite nice. Again, gapping down, what was it, about an 18% gap down or flush, trading opening 18% lower. Off the open, attempts a bit of a bid and then cracks through that 15. That was nice as well. We kind of got back above that 15 and pushed all the way to 15.6s on a very strong trend, again, off of those lows that were made earlier on in and around 10 o'clock. But you can see we've started to break that trend and pull back in towards VWAP. So a bit of a mistrade on my part. If I really like the short, I got to be re-engaging here in the 1540s, risking above to 60s, maybe even 70s there, or this opening range high at 45 if I'm patient enough. And for a push back down, it's about 60 pennies away from that, trading almost at 15s, 1509s on the bid here on costs. So VWAP sitting in and around 1489. We're only about 20 pennies away from there on cost. Let's see if
you mean Kohl's.
Sorry, yeah, Kohl's. I'm thinking KOSS.
Yeah, the headphone
Kohl's.
company.
Yeah. Koss is the other one that used to run with GME and Funware.
Yeah, so, it was a great meme stock. Koss was beautiful. It was a really good. Well, I loved it for just every time GameStop would go up.
Yeah, it was delayed.
It was delayed action on costs. Now it used to do much better volume. Now it's like it's on 390,000 in volume. When it was meme stock craze, this was the one that sometimes you wanted to go on over to, and you'd catch these moves. I remember, and I've told the story before, the day that GameStop famously halted down like 8 or 9 times, it was like, I can only go one direction, and people were complaining that they couldn't, they essentially couldn't buy the stock. They could only sell. When it caught a bid that day, I'll never forget, you would halt it down like 7, 8, maybe 9 times, no idea how many, it was a lot on GameStop. When it opened higher and broke back up and it was clear the turn was on, you could punch back. Like after you already saw, and it's obvious that you've missed the bounce on GameStop, that day you could have bought cost back through its pre-market low, no problem. Plenty of liquidity. I remember I flipped the cost. I'm like, oh, this hasn't gone yet? Punch long. It was at VWAP like this. It was like the easiest couple of bucks on a move you could ever make because GameStop had already halted up by the time you were just getting the move on cost. So I love those sympathy plays. It's not doing it today because cost is junk and no more volume. Well, I mean, actually, I used to own a pair of their headphones. Look at MSTR now. Now it's reverting.
Ooh, okay.
This could be. There's no chance Mara's going to give.
I think it will get back. Okay.
See, Mara's trying to make the reversion as well. This is the same trade that we just tried earlier, and I'm kind of looking at something like this. Like now you've got another trend which is trying to hold, and if you connect it, it's trying to close above. So if it closes above, it's the same entry. In this particular case, the bottom would be like 24.90. So if we can close in here, get something off the 25 level, it looks like you're finally breaking trend in MSTR, which is down 12%. Mara is trying to go as well. Well, it did already close, so I should be already in this one off the 10s, I would think. IMG is starting to settle down. Like the tap is now 143. So it's only 10% down further that it's looking like it wants to open. So if you happen to be caught in that one, again, I wouldn't trade it without a stop, but it's still looking like it's going to open underneath VWAP. MSTR back above 355 and starting to go. I might wet the beak in the teens here. I don't want to chase too far, though.
Yeah, this Amazon is continuing to be strong. I see some of you guys in the chat pointing it out. Yeah, shout out to, Ju P pointed it out, and a couple other people a little bit earlier as well. Yeah, third try Amazon saying Miss Lucia as well. So, yeah, Amazon almost at day's highs once again. Day high being at 207.78. So we're trading 207 above 207.25s now here, attempting to push a little bit higher there. We held that VWAP quite well. I actually had shorts on this thing, man. So let's pull it up and take a look at it here. I kind of chopped it up aggressively on the front side of the move. When the backside did come in, I wasn't able to grab a good chunk of it there, but I guess put in some work. there on the backside and caught a little piece of it there. So front side shorts, not too happy with some of these here. You can see that, sure, I'm getting in on the break of the trend, but I need to be getting out aggressively here. I try way too many times. Sure, if you're selling every price, sure, the probability of you getting short at the top becomes much higher if you're willing to short every price. So actually, but the thing that I did well here is I actually had the most when it rejected here and then pulled back in. But Neil and I were talking about this. I get out most of that position as we pull into 206.80s here, short from 207.50s. And yeah, that gave me a great risk, about 20-25 pennies for a pullback in. It goes down a full point. I get more, and I get aggressively more. And I'm like, because I have aggressively more, and it's looking like it's holding a bit of the trend, I pieced out of all of it in here, and it flushes further down. Me getting a little bit of FOMO, I get more in. I'm like, all right, well, actually, I'm on the backside of the move now. We've broken that trend. I should have an entry here and be holding on for the reversion to VWAP, but I don't even do that. I'm kind of, I missed this chunk here, get back short, take everything off here, and I'm like, oh boy, it's continuing to go. Get short again aggressively on the lower highs. Thankfully, with the trend is definitely more forgiving than against the trend, and so it comes right back in. Yeah, exactly, right? Funny how that works. Comes in, I cover everything in the 70s and 80s. It actually gets down to VWAP in the 50s, printing a low down in the 20s before holding that VWAP as a little bit of a bid and reverting back to the upside. And that's what I was looking for. I was like, this is hella strong off the morning. It accelerated off of VWAP. VWAP were where the strongest buyers were in the morning session. Even on the pullbacks, you can't get down to VWAP. So where can I expect to find a bid? I don't know. But a place I want to look for it is VWAP, and it comes in right off of VWAP. And the idea was, let's take some inventory down into those buyers that may or may not show up on top of a VWAP and kind of do some buying with them. But I didn't really execute that very well again.
I think Paco in the chat's executed something really well.
What is that?
Paco OR.
Paco.
I'm assuming it's Paco OR. Well, you must have the bottom if you got the, or you're short the living you know what out of MSTR to have a $20 club. But because MSTR just went to 60, so the actual low, like the low is 40. Like you'd have to have 40s into 60s, or you could be covering a short from like, I don't know, literally anywhere. But either way, there is that curl. It did the reversion. Chase is probably the wrong word, but let's be real, I did. I just simply chased more after that had already gone. And when I said wet the beak, like the whole term wet the beak is just, okay, usually, ideally you get into position all in one shot. But every now and then it's like, okay, I want to be in the long, but I'm not getting filled closer to 25. So let me just take like a third or a quarter or something along those lines to wet the beak, to get into position, understanding that this isn't the optimal entry price. I wanted to get a little bit more tighter to the 25 level. But I want to get something in. That's the idea. So if I use that term, that's generally what we mean. But now you're headed towards, I think, 25.60. I don't want to, okay, why 25.60? Why do I have an offer just sitting out there? Well, look, in the morning, once, twice, OB thrice support at $25.60. So if I'm mean reverting and going long something that's trending down, I want to respect major levels of support to turn back into resistance. That's just how I'm rolling. So maybe it's VWAP, but certainly this 25.60 level for sure. And the other thing is, look at how MSTR is already going. This gets to VWAP, it'll already be up here at 70.75 by the time we're getting to 25.60 the way this is going. And I would expect you're going to have a little bit of resistance here on MSTR if you do get to the 70 to 75 level. So just want to complete the thoughts for you on that. Hey, even IMG decides it doesn't want to rinse everybody. It holds VWAP. So if you held it without a tight stop, it ends up bouncing 140 back above VWAP. I'm not touching it. I feel like this might be done unless it can make some kind of a run back into the 175, 180. That could be interesting to look at there. But yeah, I'm just going to keep my eyes on MSTR, make sure that we don't let the trade here in MAR get out of hand. And the other thing I have my eyeballs on is GameStop at VWAP.
Ooh. Oh, yo, that thing broke down.
Yeah, like GameStop really broke down. And remember, the logic for why this was up had only to do with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still at 92,000. It's not making a huge move. MSTR and these names start rolling back in. I'm thinking about GameStop VWAP short. and then rolling back underneath. Look at the support at the 3080. Look at it lose it. If it loses it again, that's a party I don't mind being a part of.
Yeah, I think you always have to consider what kind of party is going on GME and what kind of participants are getting involved, right? A lot of the time, I'm thinking it's like it's just an assumption, and Neil can probably talk about this a little bit more than me. But shorter-term participants, right? There's buyers that are there in the morning. They're not looking to hold this for a year, for a couple of weeks. No, they were just trying to, they're probably intraday traders or whatever. They're looking for an intraday trade, regardless of what kind of trade.
They're looking to get out.
Yeah, exactly. So
you don't know that dude on YouTube.
No. Actually, no. I think I.
My daughter loves. My daughter loves.
Caleb City. Yes.
My daughter.
The superpower interviews. Yeah. I like that.
Erin loves those. Like
He's so funny. He's so funny.
So it's to the point, like my daughter loves that line so much that we'll play. You ever played like, no, of course you haven't, you don't have kids. I'm going to it's a game, it's like a game you play at like if you're camping, like, I'm going to the picnic and I'm bringing, and then you say something and I'll say like apples. And then the last letter of what I say, you have to say something with the first letter. So my daughter is like, she always wants you to say something that ends in a G just so she can drop on you. I'm going to a picnic and I'm bringing get out, and like that's her thing. And then she's like mic drop. So if she gets you with that, it's basically game over because she's just laughing at you for falling for it over and over again. Kids are amazing. I'm actually not feeling well, but that puts a real smile on my face because every now and then I know full well exactly what I'm doing, and she thinks she's sneaky. But I'll just say something that ends in a G so she can do it to me. And then the smile that comes on her face, I'm like, you got me, you got me, sweetheart. It's amazing. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. There are some other movers happening here. But there was a pullback. Yeah, so anyways, this just happened on MSTR. Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Wow. I mean, you got a piece of it. You still in?
I'm getting that. I'm getting.
Yeah, nice.
Hell no. Nice. We ain't holding that trade. Like if MSTR is gonna go make this bounce and already pull back $10, and you're right at the same level. Sorry, I just showed you the MSTR chart, but here's what just happened on Mara. Wick high, right into resistance where it failed to last long, and you're getting the same chance to be able to get out. Nah, we'll just take the scalp trade and move on. I'm not looking that gift horse in the mouth. If we're just rolling back into the lows, I'm going over to GameStop and seeing, we're not at VWAP yet, but see if I can weasel into this one to the south side. To steal a term from Sharif. Weasel. Oh, we don't have free locates on.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what that movement actually looks like in real life. Like, how does a weasel actually move? I don't know.
Wow.
Movement. Squirmy, says Fabian. Yeah. Like a land eel. Okay. All right.
What the hell?
I don't know.
What's a land eel, dude?
A weasel? You know what? I always think about.
Did everyone just hear what you just said? When I asked you what a land weasel is, and you just said a weasel on land, or land eel, you said an eel on land. No, you can't. You're not allowed.
Oh boy, definitely some holiday trade.
Answer my question with, it's an eel on land. Yeah. Of course, you should know what a land eel is. There's nobody in this chat that knows what a land eel is. And anybody that claims right now, because I guarantee you someone in this chat's gonna be like, I know exactly what he's talking about. No, it's because you went to like ChatGPT or you Googled it or whatever the term it is. You don't actually know what it is. So let's just be real. Yeah, exactly. He's making up animals. I agree with you, Rivian millionaire. Fabian was making up an animal for his own amusement. But I still want to short GameStop. But I had to pay for locates. They were 0.00025.
People in the chat saying a land eel is just a snake. That's straight facts. Let's be real. Yeah.
That's keeping it. Bang is the best one I can do because that's just, if I had a coastline, props it up. That I can get down with.
Yeah.
See? Got a great chat.
There you go. Chat knows what's up. Exactly. Bears versus Bulls is exactly right. Chat definitely wins.
Chat always wins.
But Cristobal saying weasels on a plane. Nice. I like that one.
If I could, I would. But if I say it, we get demonetized, I think. I don't really know how that works. I don't know if you can, but I'm not going to.
The thing is, you always try to push the envelope until,
No, I'm not saying.
I'm joking.
I wouldn't.
Trading sideways here. Nothing is really happening. I feel like, I guess like MSTR, parties happening on MSTR, backside on GME.
Yeah.
Goggles not really doing anything. I was looking for a pullback into VWAP, but it's taken forever, and it's 317, guys. We have less than, I guess about, what is it, 43 minutes left. Oh boy.
How about this one? Here.
Which one?
Oh, will Bitcoin hold 90,000 this week?
Oh. Over the week. So you mean, will it hold above?
Yeah, hold above 90,000.
Through Thanksgiving. Yeah, I'm down for that. Let's see what you're.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I can't make this up. Look what it says.
Oh, that's beautiful.
What were we just talking about, Stinks, on the plane? What I wouldn't say?
Yeah.
No, close the door.
Shout out to Powell.
So we're not holding 90,000 to close according to the Magic 8 Ball. Shout out to you, Mr. Westermeyer, for sending that to us. But it literally was, it's cosmically, the universe wants me to cuss on this stream, and I'm not going to do it.
This one?
Not going to do it. Wow.
Oh, no, it's not. I guess it doesn't.
No, it's hard. We can never.
Gone. It's changed.
It's the angle. Yeah. That's the problem. Like, we can never really show you the result of the Magic 8 Ball.
Oh, what's coming in?
Well, actually, you know what? You got like 8 million cameras here. We probably could do some magic with that one over there and maybe zoom it in. I've seen Zoom do crazy.
Joe Werner saying 100K by Friday.
Look, man, as long as we hold 90,000, I think it's a healthy pullback. It made a ton of sense that you got the push to 100K and we get some kind of a pullback. So 90,000 is the level I'm looking to try to hold. Oscarito, do you think this slow-moving market is because of Thanksgiving? So, anyway, by the way, I recently celebrated my 10-year anniversary with my lovely wife. Shout out to her. She doesn't watch, so I don't wish her on the show because she doesn't usually watch the show. Sometimes she does, but I knew she wasn't on her anniversary. Now, why did I get married at this time of year? So that I could have gone, I'm not making this up, although my wife was on board with this, so that I could go on my honeymoon during Thanksgiving week 10 years ago, so that you're missing less trading action. I'm being dead, and traders do this.
Yeah, of course. Your life revolves around trading.
Yeah, and she was all on board because she actually wanted, like the location we went down in Niagara-on-the-Lake, she wanted something that time of year. She actually loved the idea of there, even if there was a little bit of snow on the ground, which I had West Indians coming, they're like, huh? But they were cool with it. But no, absolutely, it does have to do with this. I would argue that even more so, like, it's in the U.S., I'm not American, but Thanksgiving, Black Friday, like it's like the biggest holiday. Like it's as big as Christmas. It just in terms of the impact that it has to people getting together with family, people traveling. It's the biggest travel day of the year, I think, is the Sunday. You guys can fact check me on that, but it's just so gigantic that of course that's going to bleed into the market and market activity. There's no question about it. So that's why every single trade you see me this afternoon, it's like get in, get out. Don't mess with it. You see Mara rolling back into the bottom because why not? And it's like that IMG trade. You just try to I almost said stick it in. Like I said, just get in, find your spots, find a good entry, tight stop, take your move, get in, get out. And I think that's the approach that I always have, especially in the afternoon. You're going to see that tomorrow. At the open, you still have a little more price action. You can still do your normal stuff, but especially at the end of the day when it gets late. I'm not going to force any trades in here. I mean, I could have. If we had just got, look at this whole 150 in VWAP. Okay, as I'm saying I shouldn't have forced any trades, that's actually a pretty solid setup to have gone long 154 in here and maybe just given it to this prior low. That's hindsight talking. Now I'm going to change the subject because I should have taken that long in IMG, and you guys can all now see that live. That was silly. If you're scalp trading this to the long side, that's a long entry in here. But anyways, I'm just going to change the subject because I should have had that. Where did I meet my wife? At university. We both ran track at the University of Waterloo. She was a 400-meter runner. I was a sprinter. What did you just say, Fabian? She's track, and then she did triathlons later on because now she's the athlete. I'm the old man. But what else we got going on in here? Mara reversion, yuckity yuck, GameStop's not at VWAP. MSTR, wow. Forget about it. this is like the bid just keeps losing and losing and losing. Yeah, this one's just not done, everybody. It's just not done. Thank you, area pages. Appreciate that. Nick W. Yes, University of Waterloo is in Canada. This is where I'm gonna say something nice about the school that I went to and then take the caveat that obviously I went to the University of Waterloo. It's like the MIT of Canada. I'm not making that up. Like it's like the computer science engineering school. Not that I went to school for that. I actually went to school for accounting because in a West Indian household, you grow up. It's like become a professional. My dad was an engineer, so I'm like, I'm not doing that. And then I hate science. I don't hate science, but I don't like biology, so I was never going to be a doctor. So I'm like, I'm going to be a lawyer and accountant. Well, I'm good with numbers and I like business. So that meant I'm going to be an accountant. So it was the best school for accounting, so that's where I went. After 1 year talking to some upper class students and actually having a job doing inventory reconciliation at a company, I was like, there is no way in you know what that I want to be an accountant. I cannot do this. I cannot go through that grind. I'm going to kill myself. That's extreme. There's no way I wanted to be I just didn't want to do it. So I transferred to economics, knew that I wanted something a little bit more free, and then absolutely lucked into trading. Because I graduated with an economics degree and not necessarily wanted to working at a bank. And then Sean was at on the trading floor here, and we went for a beer one time watching a Leafs game, playoff game, and he was just talking about what he was doing. I was like, I want to take a shot. It's like if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And 20-something years later, I'm still here. So, of course, IMG. Yeah, and then the tap, by the way, the tap is lower. Check that. I thought the tap was up here. I misread that. I thought the tap was at the high of the day. It's actually indicating an open lower. Sorry if someone got excited about me saying that. No, it's tapping 169 here on IMG. And Scott Edwards says same degree economics. I loved economics. The other thing I really loved about it was I found a lot of the exams, like if you had an intuitive understanding of it, I could always reason my way to an answer.
Yeah.
Depending on how much I may or may not have studied for some of the tests, but that's what I loved about it. Like if you have an intuitive sense of what you're learning, I always found that I could apply myself in those classes. You should always study. No, just study properly and don't do that.
Yeah, I think effective studying is a very solid skill to pick up on.
I agree.
But you're only gonna develop that skill if you I would say if you've kind of grinded out some of those school years. Yeah, I don't remember what was I guess the last classes I remember the studying was absolutely crazy. Again,
but you were
you know what I studied before, and it'd pretty much be like your whole life. You're like you wake up, you study, you go to classes, lunchtime you study. After classes, you go to the gym, and while you're at the gym, you probably have something in your ears, and you're also probably studying. And then you go home, and then you study some more, and then you go to bed. And then dinner, lunch, breakfast, you're probably reading a book or doing something.
I had more of a, let's put it this way.
The grind can get pretty unreal.
You get to have fun if you're studying economics in university.
Really?
Now, if you are, let's just say, I'm going to throw something out there like, I don't know, medicine or engineering, you're probably going to have to hunker down a little bit more, kids.
Yeah.
But also, shout out to D-Lo for the super chat, and he wants to shout out his CPA peers, accountants in the chat. I'm not making this up. I have a buddy who we're going to be, I think just to start in January, we're doing, he's not watching, so I can say this. This is a little surprise thing from university. We're getting together. His wife's an accountant, and she works at a large corporation where essentially, if you save a bunch of money on tax, the bonuses are nice. And that's don't get me wrong, you can do really well for yourself there. I wanted to point a few things out. A, IMG is going nuts. B, Zoom is bouncing nicely off of VWAP. This market is catching a nice bid. Zoom off VWAP looking good. IMG, whatever. Like I sheepishly changed the subject because this is now going absolutely ham, and maybe we should have weaseled our way back in at 150. Certainly now that it's breaking the high, you have the halt price here at 175. Double halts about that 175 level. So all I want to see is a hold of the 175. Give me an entry where I can stop it at 170. and then we can see if we can get one more on this. It's almost 3:30, however, so we're running out of time. And if we're breaking out 190, then I can't stop it at 170. I have to find like a prior high. I'm hoping for a little bit of a dip here that can get me into this. Give me a consolidation, close another bar that holds 170, and I can get back into IMG. See, 100 million in volume. This is the one right now.
So we got a super chat here saying, is it possible you could display the imbalance indicator 15 minutes before the market opens or closes in the same YouTube window where your logos are? With the 25 QAR super chat.
I'm not sure.
Pulkshin is.
I think
is asking.
So yeah, you know what? I don't know.
The data comes in a little bit. The data comes in at 50.
Yeah, like you have to remember, the imbalance locator for the opening auction and the closing auction, right? Like that's how they do an auction for the opening price and the closing price. There's a reason why it's publicly disseminated at 350. It's so that they don't want there to be extra volatility. So the reason why it's published so it can be paired off. Now, what I think you're referring to is when we get like early looks, like this is like from the broker in here, and then anything else, like you get some market imbalances early, like NYSE and NASDAQ, that's from the morning. You can see by the time. So anything here is just like early looks, which we only get on the New York. We don't get it for the NASDAQ, which quite frankly, a lot of times is where you want to see it. Although early look on Snapchat 1 million, let's just throw that out there. And an ARCA imbalance of 900,000 on MSTZ. That might be worth keeping an eye on. So I don't know as far as throwing it up there somewhere else on the stream. We'll always allude to it when there's something significant. I don't know if that's something that we can do. It's something we can always look into something like that. But the real number comes out at 350, and then it's available to everybody publicly. And to show the entire thing, like it's individual stocks. I don't know how you could display that outside of popping it on a screen and scrolling up and down. Like it's not like showing the price of Bitcoin, or I could just have it up or something like that. It'd be a little bit difficult because how would you do every single symbol? I don't know. We got another super chat in here.
Yeah, looking at. I was typing in the chat here, just answering some questions. Just people asking about studying and stuff like that. But MJ Fitness.
We all know you got straight A's, Obi.
No, absolutely not.
Don't lie to.
Absolutely not.
Don't lie to the viewers.
There were some A's, some B's, and maybe just a sprinkle of some C's, depending on which subject I thought was important or not. Let's say that you got to distribute the efforts accordingly. If a course is worth only
you only have so much bandwidth,
6 or 7% of your total year, then maybe you don't want to allocate so much time to that course, right? So that's again, I guess it was specific like that. All right, so. We've got a follow-up there. Follow-up super chat by Polshkin right there. I'm aware of the YouTube video made of the imbalance indicator 3 years back. It's also available as part of the P-Pro trading software, but is this available to non-U.S. citizens living abroad?
You mean is P-Pro, so hold on a second. Is P-Pro 8 available to non-U.S. citizens living? If you can, at Real Trading, you can trade with Real Trading and have access to P-Pro 8 so long as you are not located in the United States, as far as I know. So as long as you are not located in the United States, so you can have access to P-Pro 8. That said, and I've said this before, if you have, I was able to just get some 180s and some 182s in here on IMG. My stop is, just so everybody, my stop is underneath 170. But I'm actually going to tighten that to 175 because giving it underneath that whole price. I'm going to tighten it up to 175 in here just to give it a little bit more tighter risk. Scalp some into the high of the day. But just to finish the thought there, like you can trade with Real Trading as long as you're not located in the United States. So that's something that I know everyone's always interested. Again, like how can I trade with Real Trading if I'm in the U.S. and I want to be able to do it? It's something that they've been looking into, no questions asked. I didn't even get my stop out. That's crazy. I got 2/3 of it out. This is what happens when you get trapped. I got 2/3 out here, and then my stop fired and didn't fill, which is interesting. I got to look back. there's a decent chance that I probably just keystroked it here on IMG and thought that I had lifted in here, but I left my other stop. So it is now in a down halt, and I got to take this one out off open. Thankfully, we're able to get that fill. I got a couple of thirds out there, but still, I'm holding on to this. And that's exactly what we said we didn't want to happen. So IMD now halted downside. I'm not going to take it out at the open price. All I really have to do is I can put a stop in underneath here, and if it opens down there, I'm just getting out. That's the way I like to approach it. It effectively works as the same thing as a market on open order, but we're lucky to have gotten 2/3 out. But still, that should have been a stop out at that price. We got our fills at the high of the day, but now we're going to get out. And so unfortunately, I know no one likes that answer about the U.S., unfortunately. But just to complete the thought, if you have live level 2 data through your broker, then in the SIP feed is the imbalance locator. So if you're getting level 2 data, your broker probably has the capability to get you this feed. And so your broker works for you. And, well, your broker should work for you, I should say. We're lucky to trade with Real Trading. I'm lucky to have traded in a prop floor for a long time where that has been the case. So they want you to make money, and they want you to have the tools to make money. Maybe your broker has this and they want to charge extra for it, but you got to ask. As far as I'm concerned, you never get anything. You got to ask things if you want them. So if you're getting a level 2 feed through your broker and you don't have the imbalance locator, then I would just ask your broker. Send them an email. That's what they're there for, and bug them until they let you know. And if you charge for it, they charge for it. If you don't want it, then you don't pay for it. Otherwise, we'll let you guys know. Like Snapchat, still 1 million sell. MSTZ is a sell. That's an ARCA sell. But that Zeta is an early look sell imbalance as well. That's interesting. I would not have 700,000 shares is not chump change on Zeta. It's only done 5.8 million, and it's bleeding too. This could be interesting. Did we pay for locates on this? I think I might have.
Did we check out?
I did pay for locates
IBM
on
yet?
Zeta. I don't think we did. I was answering the question on the
okay, no worries.
Yeah, on the imbalance locator.
Is that ticker open? You said you were just dealing with that IMG, right? Okay, so I can take a look at IBM here on the day. Yeah, I guess this one missed a lot of our radars here. Pretty strong on the day, printing near day highs here, coming into the session close. Only about 25 minutes roughly left until the close, and we recently printed our day high here at 228, 229s. Pretty strong on the day. Wow, look at this action here. I wonder what was the reason for this run here, but we're getting some strong continuation, it would seem, about a multi-day run here on IBM, coming up all the way from 200. Oh boy. Yeah, let's see where some of these anchors are fixated to. I want to take a look at a quick 3-hour chart here to get a bigger picture. We'll get the VWAP out of the way so it kind of gives us a clear view at those candles. All right, so a little bit of a double bottom at that 200 mark, Neil, and then we got there off of an earnings sell-off. So a bit of a support showing up there on top of that 200, and we're kind of coming back up to which seems like, are these all-time highs on IBM? I think so, because I remember playing some all-time high pushes earlier this year on IBM. So let's take a quick look at the weekly and just make sure. Are we adjusted? Yes, we are. Okay, yeah, these are the all-time highs at 235.51. We're trading 228, so that aggressive pullback off of those all-time highs off the earnings report, we've recovered a majority of it. When's the next earnings report? I see it at, January 29th. So at the end of January on a Wednesday is when IBM's next earnings report is. But interestingly enough, we've reverted a decent chunk of that move with a bit of a base showing up here on that 200 hold on IBM. But yeah, no, good look here. Definitely maybe one to watch. If this is going to continue pushing up higher, all the way up into those 235s, we could still have a couple days left of run to go. You can see the strong consolidation that happened before that strong flush off of earnings. So a little bit of indecisiveness, sideways chop, chop, chop in and around 232s. And yeah, we got almost a 30-point flush all the way down to a low of 201.91 here on IBM. But yeah, a nice little recovery as well. So it seems like this anchored that I have on, it's probably from the beginning of the year. If I remember correctly, let's go back to the 3-hour chart and check out where some of these anchors are coming from. So, all right, the first anchor coming from the first earnings of the year. And then the second anchor coming again from the second earnings of the year. I don't have an anchored on the third one, so let's go throw that one on. I'm pretty sure we're trading above that one as well. So let's take a quick look at that. So yeah, we come down into some of those prior levels and then bounce off of that. And then I guess just to finish it off, let's throw an anchored on the most recent earnings as well. So. I want to do that. All right, so yeah, a bit of a sandwich between some prior anchors, and we finally make a decision off of that. There, I see that you are out of your position now. So
yeah, it opened back up. It's actually at 170. IMG's at 170, but I got out before that.
Okay.
And we were just talking about the imbalance locator and one of the many tools that we use to trade every single day. Well, I want to tell you about eSignal, a place where obviously you can get the imbalance feed as well, but a host of other things. Because if you're looking to trade smarter and not harder, which is what we talk about every single day, then you want to make sure that you upgrade to an elite trading experience. You're talking about every possible indicator you could look for, every possible symbol you could look for, every possible scanner and a technical indicator you could want is going to be all available in one spot. And the other thing you've got to consider is when you're looking for opportunities, you want to cast as wide a net as possible, then be able to bring that down, get a good quote board, and refine it. And that's what eSignal is going to allow for you. Then when you've done that, you want the ability to test out any strategies you might have using back testing. It's a very important thing if you're developing any kind of strategy, back tested, forward tested. See what the win rate would be. Be able to refine it before you put it live. And then when you do put any trade live, start looking at the ability to do a bit of a tick replay. You've got tick replay available at eSignal where you can look back at the price action of any entry that you might have had and then refine your trading that way. If you want to get better, you want the tools to be able to do it. So check out eSignal, 30-day free trial available for you. Scan the QR code below or that you see right there, or check the link in the description, elevate your trading game there. And like as I said, they're going to have the imbalance locator like any good platform is going to have. Here, I was going to talk about GameStop and my lack of getting short there, but yeah, we reopened on IMG. I got out about 165 in there, so we did get trapped in that halt for a third of our position. Thankfully, we had gotten some out, so it ends up being flat on the last entry. After a couple of wins, we didn't take a flat trade, but it would have been a win if I actually had my stop out before the close, before the halt. GME, it didn't quite get to VWAP, but I felt like that should have been enough. Remember I said that GameStop was sort of lumped into the group of the names going with crypto, and MSTR was leading that group. Well, remember when MicroStrategy made that rollover through 55, and then the other one at 56? I got out of the long in Mara. Well, you could have just simply flipped short where it happened to be breaking down on GameStop. And again, you've already seen the curl happen on a lower high. Remember, at this point, when this is breaking down, MSTR is making a lower high. Like it's made one top and making a lower high top, and you're getting a start of a breakdown on GameStop. So this is what I mean about trading sympathy off one. You don't have to be in the name that's leading. Sometimes the easier trade can be to jump in and out of a stock which is following along. I just want to go back over and show you guys that Zeta, whatever. 700 sell. Like this stock only does like a couple of million shares, so it's a pretty decent size sell. This is Zeta, not Xena, so it's not the one from yesterday. It's a different stock. And then Snapchat early look buy of 1 million. I didn't show you guys the Snapchat chart, but a million buy on a 17 million in volume name. This is certainly one that can react. If it does come out a million or bigger, I would suspect you could have a little bit of a mover. So I'm going to have that up. Just in case at 350 you get some residual. We just had MSCI rebalancing yesterday. Sometimes you'll get like day two, a name that might have moved around or had an imbalance, might be a little bit of extra action the next day. Every now and then. It's not a guarantee, but I would suspect you might see a few imbalances. Not like yesterday. You're not going to see the types of numbers that we saw in terms of size of imbalance like yesterday, but you could still see a little bit of residual there.
I'm always asking.
Oh. We can't have a show without being muted every now and then.
Yeah.
That's how you know that we're traders and not professional broadcasters. In the morning, the amount of times that like Ramin will just shoot me a look, and I'm like, and I'll just sheepishly turn on my microphone. Like, you got to tell me. They give us like a mic up 5 minutes before we come on. Like, if you don't hold my hand like that, it's true. And he gives that look. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button. No, seriously, like, yeah, I forget all the time to do it. Well, finish your thought. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Oh, there he is, right there. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I was like, whenever you have aggressive imbalances like that, the question I ask is, are they done? I guess filling those orders. Do they still have some residual? And you know, it's maybe not always going to be there, but it's something definitely to look for. Oh boy. Here comes in Google. I covered everything in and around the 30s, and we're finally coming into 169s, coming into these imbalances. Only about 8 more minutes left there, and I don't have any more of the shorts. So are we going to get that reversion to VWAP, man? Oh boy, getting a little bit of FOMO. So I will take the breakdown of this level to see if that'll have any follow through with the much smaller piece. But if we don't and we take right back above, I'm more than willing to kind of give it up into the 20s and 30s here. But let's see if this breakdown kind of comes in. I did cover it too aggressively here, but the trade idea is still working. The trade is still on. And this in itself, I think, is a separate trade. So I would have definitely added a little bit here back into and through that 169 here on goggles. Let's see, not really any market tailwind just yet. As we pull into the close, but I like that with a bit of a reversion that is working out. This was the reversion I was looking at, so it kind of broke that trend and started to fade a little bit lower. So we've got to get in on some of those pops. But you can see that this is also that prior or opening range highs are sitting around here. A lot of churn, a lot of chop and churn happened in and around those levels, and we're coming down right on top of those. But VWAP is sitting at 168.83.
Biden saying that ceasefire deal will be effective at 4 a.m. local time tomorrow.
Okay.
And Israel will gradually withdraw and civilians will return home. No U.S. troops will be deployed in southern Lebanon. So there is, I don't know if that's going to contribute to the move. Maybe a bounce in here, but as far as I'm concerned, anytime you have a de-escalation of any conflict, that is a good thing. I don't care what your politics are. But yeah, so that just hit the wire. I don't know if you're getting a bit of a bounce in the NASDAQ. Because of that, you were already bouncing as far as I'm concerned. Silky smooth. Imagine if Neil became a pro wrestler instead of a trader. I'm 175 pounds. I don't know what I look like on camera, but there's no way no. I get my butt whooped. I know it's fake, but like those guys are still supreme athletes. Although, I like Norman Smiley. You know why? Because he was a jobber. And sometimes, do you know what a jobber is? So like, you ever watched professional wrestling? Okay, so anyways, there's the main guys that are famous, and every now and then they have to, they'll go in and just do a match against a dude who doesn't have profile. And it's just like they need to fight somebody, and it's all this set, and they're going to beat the guy. And the other guy doesn't have profile. They're just in there to be fodder every now and then, so they have someone to wrestle. And it's not always a primetime match, but they call him a jobber. And Norman Smiley was one of those guys for a long time, and he did such a good job. Usually a jobber gets to be like something else when they get a persona and they come up with a character and all that stuff. He was one of the few dudes who went from random guy named Norman Smiley to then high profile when he was still just Norman Smiley. No, he had no catchphrase, he had no get up, nothing. He just knocked it out of the park with hard work and like laying it on the line in the ring, and he was entertaining and people liked him. And he didn't need any pizzazz. He didn't have some flash or some crazy outfit or made up persona. He was just badass as Norman Smiley the jobber. So it just goes to show there's a million ways to get it done. Like you can just be you and do you, work hard and kick butt. And if that gets appreciated, you can be the Norman Smiley of whatever, or you can do some crazy stuff like gold dust, and then people will gravitate towards the extreme persona that you have. But anyways, I used to watch wrestling.
I remember watching, I think it was WWE or something. Yeah. Back in the day, I guess growing up, I think my parents didn't really like me watching wrestling for the most part, but it was still fun. I still remember that. What was his name? Rashiki or Rafiki? He had a very distinct move, and I still kind of remember that. That was pretty. That was pretty funny there. That's pretty much. I was just like, I might have been a little scarred from that because I was just like,
no,
what is going
Rashiki
on
was the
here?
sumo guy that would sit.
Yeah, he would sit on people.
Yeah. That's an okay way to say it.
I mean, like, damn.
Yo, this market is actually bouncing on that headline, right?
It is.
So over the coming days, the U.S. is going to make a push with Turkey, Qatar, and others for a Gaza ceasefire. This is really getting a bounce in the markets. You're seeing crypto make a nice, the crypto-related names that were punching down, certainly catching a little bit of a bid. Now, with only 3 minutes to go to the imbalances, I wouldn't put trades on right before the imbalances regardless, but you're now back to resistance here on the NASDAQ. So ever since we mentioned that, let me just pull up a chart of the cues here on a 3 minute so you guys can see this in a more granular sense. So ever since we dropped that headline about 4 minutes ago, like right in here, there's the bounce. So it is moving the markets. They like the ceasefire.
Wow. Look at
Absolutely
that.
Fantastic. Even MSTR, you know it's good when even MSTR is catching a bid. Like what was weaker than MSTR today? That just bounced $15 to the upside. So there you go. You're getting a nice move. Everyone likes, who doesn't like a ceasefire? Certainly a positive headline coming through. I'm going to make the assumption that NVIDIA caught a bid into VWAP 137. Say it ain't so, NVIDIA. AMD, what are you doing, AMD?
It's Rip City.
Is it asking too much for AMD to bounce to VWAP? You get all this exuberance right back into resistance. I pull up an AMD chart, and this thing is still like $1 underneath VWAP. AMD stinks. It stinks.
Aggressive bid coming in. I see that Amazon's continuing to push higher there. I guess, that bounce off of VWAP coming in real hot into the close. And stopped out of that Google as well. We aggressively bid past that 169.40. And I was like, all right, well, that's bye-bye. I'm going to try that maybe some other time. There, but some strong volume coming in here. Look at that volume bar on this chart. Some aggressive volume coming in on that push there. Amazon as well. Look at this. We're pushing right into those prior highs or day highs were 207.78s. Now they're 81s. Again, with a strong volume candle, we're breaking that high a day there. So watch out, Google. I think that that high a day probably incoming if we're going to continue to tick up like this. Look at the NASDAQ. We pretty much failed to follow through that low. We got down to 20,900s, and we're coming right back up into 2100 as of right now, going into the close. Only about a few seconds left until these imbalances come in, Neil. So let's keep an eye out on on the imbalance locators and see what they may or may not bring us. Again, yesterday was MSCI.
Hopefully we get some action.
Hopefully we get some we get some nice imbalances. But if not, whatever. Where's the next trade is what I'm asking. Might be on the imbalances, might not be.
It's never a guarantee, but the imbalances just dropped. I've got NVIDIA 4 million buy side, NVIDIA 4.2 million buy, Intel 2.4 million to the buy side. I didn't even have NVIDIA up. 2.4 million to the buy side. 1.7 million to the buy side. Apple 1 million buy. SoFi, SoFi 1 million to the sell side. I just assume buy. Broadcom and Qualcomm 1 million buys. So basically, it's likely to be an overall buy imbalance, as you guys can tell. Alphabet 900,000 buy, AMD 850,000 to the buy side as well. So it is all buys, seriously, except for SoFi. Come on, SoFi. It's bouncing anyway, so that's fine. But yeah, buy side imbalances led by NVIDIA, 4.2 million shares. Obviously, you're going to get some reaction usually. Yeah, that's not what you're hoping for on NVIDIA. What's the size of this move here? This candle is 30 cents and immediately rejecting VWAP on a 4.2 million buy imbalance. That is not the response that we're looking for. NVIDIA, I'm going to say nothing burger on NVDA. Maybe there's something else worth looking at. Qualcomm, that's not big enough. Those aren't huge imbalances overall individually.
Nothing crazy, man. Like I'm looking here, the action that I did like was that Google kind of bid up on that aggression, and all of a sudden you slam back in, and you can see the wick there on the Nasdaq as well. I'm like, all right, well, if you're gonna do that, I'm already watching you. I'm gonna get right back in, looking for that continuation back down into VWAP if it happens. If not, the stop is pretty much very clear. It's to the high of that reaction that we had on again the news and those imbalances as well. Yeah, okay, so this is what I'm talking about right here. So on the goggles, so in at 25, still it's holding 20s now, but that aggressive push came right back in. Again, it is 52. Pairing event happens at 55. So we've got 3 minutes for this action to pair. And what is Google looking like? Well, you see, Google's down here. It's a buy. It's about a 600K buy. And we did bid up on it, but then we slam right back in. I'm looking for a potential break of this 169. And if that's not going to be there, it's not going to be there. I'm more than willing to get out and reassess. Again, we only have about 8 minutes left. Again, it is a shortened week. Opportunities, got to be a little bit more precise. But yeah, no, taking random shots, I think is okay for kind of learning and feeling things out. But putting on aggressive risk, I don't know. It's not something that I'm going to be doing going into the close here. I think that's more saved for, again, playbook setups and off of the open there. Mainly for me, but yeah, no, it seems like KSS, that 15 level, man. So we bid up off of that 15. Look at where we come back in and hold on KSS. That 15 still holding a little bit of significance here going into the end of the day as we hold that 15 and now ticking back up into 1523. So, oh boy, there goes the NASDAQ once again up into 2100. So let's see, does Google push back up into those 169.60s, or do we hold and churn this sideways chop that we've pretty much been doing over the past couple of hours here? Since about 2 o'clock, we made this low, we made a lower high, we made a lower low as well. I covered a little bit and I covered aggressively where I'm like, okay, well, this is getting a little too sideways for me. I was looking for that strong trend going into that VWAP, and that didn't really come in. Sure, we made some more lower lows here on this prior push, and you guys were here for that. Didn't really work out. Let's see if this final kind of push into the end of the day works out or not. But the market's pretty strong, and I know I'm pretty much trading against that as of right now on a high beta name like Google. So I do have to be careful with that. But 54 is only about a few more seconds, or about 40 seconds left until that pairing event happens, and we are knocking on the door of 21,000 going into the close. So that 21 probably going to get taken out. Let's see how much further past that 21 we can really get here on the NASDAQ. There it is, 21 prints right there on the NASDAQ. So let us know how your guys' trading day has gone today. What have you guys been trading? There's only 6 minutes left. Are you guys taking any trades into the close, or are you done for the day? Right? There's some aggressiveness happening here, a bit of a shake and bake on the book here on Google, but it only popped up and down about 10 pennies, so I'm still going to hold on. There are 10 seconds until, oh boy, look at that, Neil.
NVIDIA
169s. As soon as that we come into 169s going into the close, so I guess that trade
NVIDIA's pairing already
as of right now. Oh boy. So there's the pairing event. Let's see what we get going into the close. Do we get any aggressive continuation of that selling there? We hit a low of, I think, what was that? A low of 169 and some change there in the 10s, and an aggressive bid back to 24. So just a bunch of noise.
Lots of noise. And we talk about
a bunch of noise.
We always talk about the pairing event there. NVIDIA, right before the 355, went to 1.2 million, and from a 4.2 million imbalance to 700,000 to gone. No longer there, but this knee. And if you don't
knee.
See this, see that's how you know Monty Python.
How can I not know?
Legit. But the real question is, what is your name? What is your quest? And what is your favorite color?
Yes.
Those are the three. You must answer these questions 3. But knee. If you saw Obi talking and then some charts of NEE, it's because when I saw that imbalance, I immediately looked at the chart, saw it trending up, was like, what is going on with Nextera? Looked over at the daily chart. Oh, really? This is what's going on with NEE? I'm not saying it's a trade tomorrow. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. But look at this 77.5. Look at the consolidation of higher lows. I mean, does this seem like something that could give us a move? Trended up today. Now it's breaking a local high. All you got to do is consolidate and break a 78. I don't think we're asking too much. This deserves to be on the radar. And it doesn't hurt that you had this buy imbalance here. So somebody wants to buy this one up going into the close. And I absolutely agree with you, Marty, in the chat. Sir Robin was a coward. And with that, I got to get up to the desk instead of, as you can tell, Adair is not here. So you're going to join me in the aftermarket show. We got CrowdStrike reporting, Ambarella. We've got Dell, HPQ. And we're going to have Brian Shannon joining us as well. So there's a heck of a lot to look at. So don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be there for you. I'm going to throw it on over to Obi, and you'll see me at the desk in just a couple of minutes, everybody.
Another solid day. Thank you, Neil. Days at the close, pretty much. We have less than 3 minutes left. And what has the market done? Yes, bit of a slight trend. We held that 6,000 mark there coming into the open. Held quite above it, 15 points above it, and ticked up about another 30 points during the day. The Nasdaq as well, just chop and churn, about a 200 point churn here on. A 100 point churn. Quick maths. 100 point churn, 20,900 to 2,100 here all day. With potentially an expanding range, I don't know, but we pretty much did a lot of sideways action there. Some news on some tickers. We got that MSOS pop as well today, and yeah, nothing else too crazy. Backside on MSTR is still happening. That thing continued to sell off. There, we can take a quick look. Take a quick look at that one. Yeah, muscle memory. As soon as I type in anything with an M, I type in Microsoft right away. So we did make a day low of 338.70s here on MicroStrategy. So yeah, this thing is continuing to the downside a little bit here. Let's take a look at AMD. We know that one was aggressively sold off in the morning session. So let's see where that one is coming into a close here on the day today. So pretty much near its lows. We never really got that reversion. We never really pushed up back into VWAP with any sort of distinction on the day today, and nothing too crazy. People in the chat shouting out more quotes from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. So yeah, great show. It's been a while since I watched it, so I don't remember all the I guess interactions and I guess lines, but. There's one that's kind of my favorite, and I've said this one before. It's who are you who is so wise in the ways of science? I really like that one. I found that one very, very funny as well. It's when they I guess they burn the witch or drown the witch or whatever. They compare her to a duck. And you know, it's an interesting logical reasoning, and it's pretty funny. It's good satire as well. But hopefully you guys had a solid day. We only have about 20 seconds left here on the day, so let me throw that countdown on as of right now. So the closing bell. I don't see anybody at it just right now, but maybe I can kind of. No, I'm joking. But hopefully, there you go. Ding, ding, ding. There it is, guys. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget, there's still tomorrow, shortened week, no trading on Thursday, half day on Friday. Make sure to join us for both of those. I will be here tomorrow once again with Neil. There's the gong there. But yeah, no, market a little indecisive, maybe a little consolidative today. Lower volume, it would seem, but sideways action nonetheless. Definitely still lots of opportunities on the day, so hopefully you guys had a solid trading day, and hopefully everybody followed their processes on the day today. And yeah, always a good time to kind of put in some reps, maybe observe, maybe not put on aggressive risk, but we're winding down off of earnings season as well. You guys saw earnings calendar didn't really have too much on the roster this week. Last week we had NVIDIA, and that NVIDIA has been taking a bit of a pullback as well. Oh boy, yeah, there you go. People hitting the bid below 169 on Google after the close. GG's for that one there. But without any further ado, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Neil is at the desk for the market recap. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you very much there, Obi. We have a few earnings names to get to right here. Now, I don't see the numbers hitting the wire just yet, but Workday, that's 100% got to be out. Workday now up 8%. We're expecting Dell at 405. Autodesk and Workday are the two first ones to come out. These guys have a 2% short float and 2 days to cover. So I've got third quarter adjusted EPS, a 189 beating expectations of 175 here. Revenues 2.16 billion versus 2.13. So Workday, and we are 1 for 1. It's breaking out. It's gorgeous. 52-week high just got made on Workday as that is pumping higher. I don't know that I see Autodesk just yet. Oh, here we go. Autodesk is also out, so ADSK going to be making a move. Unfortunately, it wasn't, oh, maybe not. It was down at 310, now back up to 319. Autodesk, they got adjusted EPS beating estimates, beat of 217 versus 212. You've got sales, very slight beat on sales, 1.57 billion versus 1.562. So slight beat on revenue. You've got a good beat on EPS. Interesting that there was a dip initially here on Autodesk down to 310. Now it's starting to work back in. Oh, they ran some stops down there on Autodesk. And now all of a sudden another name, 2 for 2, breaking out while it's a stock near the highs. So good luck for Autodesk. Not a huge beat on the revenue side. They're still waiting on some numbers for guidance for them. But Workday also, a couple of announcements coming from Workday here. It looks like they've announced a new president and chief commercial officer as well going on with Workday. So big move to the upside for them. You're now pulling back a little bit here. We're going to go back to the 1-minute chart. You're pulling back to 280. It's worth mentioning the expected move was 9.5%. So it's going to come up pretty much your 270. You're pretty much going right to the expected move. Here. You're not really getting that 10% push. That would have been about 297. So coming up just shy of that, and then you're pulling back. Now Dell, which we weren't expecting until 405, I still don't see Dell. We're expecting 405, but it is trading slightly down. So every now and then, remember, I always say don't trade these aftermarket, and if you do, make sure you're not trading pre the number, but you are getting a push down here in Dell. I don't have the numbers is coming out, and we're not expecting them until 405. Just another update here for Autodesk. They see revenue, Q4 revenue of 1.623 billion to 1.638 versus 1.621 estimates. So their guide looks like it's in top end of the range. That's another good strike there for Autodesk, but you are getting a push down here in Dell. Unfortunately, it's down a couple of points. Still do not see the earnings out, so we don't have the numbers on them. Again, maybe a couple of fat fingers, maybe some people getting a little bit anxious. We've also got after, and 405, we're also expecting CrowdStrike. So in about a minute or so, Crowd, which is starting to go to the upside, we do expect them to hit the wire. CrowdStrike expected to move 8.4%. But keep in mind, before this comes out here, CrowdStrike filled in the entirety of the gap since that security bungle, and you've got the top here at 390 change. So this could be one that makes a run at that top, and here it goes. CrowdStrike to the upside, just challenged the 370 level, but $5 or $6 to the upside on CrowdStrike. It's trying to go. We'd love to see this one fill in a bit of a gap here as CrowdStrike now right back into the red. Uh-oh. That goes the other way. So instead of a fake out down into the upside, now CrowdStrike is bleeding to the downside. Now 356 and still falling. Not looking good. CrowdStrike EPS of 93 cents versus 81 cents. So they beat on that. They beat slightly on revenue, 1.01 billion versus 983. But it is getting rinsed to the downside. Not huge. 3 points isn't much, but it's still dropping, and the bid is looking heavy, down at 350. So you're not looking too good down here on CrowdStrike. But the other thing, and we shouldn't have been celebrating when we got a good move on Autodesk, because Dell also getting punished. CrowdStrike and Dell headed lower, 141 down to 132. You are going to be able to withstand the expected move. It was 9% down, you're down 6%. Dell not looking great. They did, and again, it's not always about, and I know we get wrapped up on this when it comes to beating estimates. Look, they beat estimates, EPS 215 versus 205. Sales, a bit of a miss. This is the first one to miss on sales. 24.37 versus 24.65 on the estimates there. So they did miss on sales, unfortunately. Operating income comes in 2.199 million. That beat estimates as well slightly. So overall, you have a slight revenue miss here, but you're trading lower on Dell. Maybe you're priced a little bit well here. You had a nice rally into earnings. You are getting a pullback. The 50 period, the 200 period, going to be in play here on Dell at that 125. I saw someone in the chat saying 125 on Dell. Why not? Also, I see you in there, Charmine. Charmine in the chat asking, what about NTNX, Nutanix? I did see them hit the wire. Let me just quickly find that one for you. That made a strong move up. Not necessarily as big as the names that we're covering, but so they're up. NTNX up after, but they actually missed. EPS of 10 cents missed 0.31. Their sales were a beat, 590 million. Beat on sales for NTNX, a miss on EPS, but they're going up anyways. Again, it doesn't necessarily matter what the price, or the beat or the miss. It's the price action after the fact. Like CrowdStrike, they beat top and bottom, and you're still holding underneath 350. Now, where do we expect you could find a little bit of bid support on CrowdStrike? You've got a nice little 320, 325, but I think, look, when this lost the gap, it was down here at about 335 to 340. I think that's the area where you just had a bit of a run up into earnings that you might try to catch a bit of a bid. So you're starting to head to the downside here. There's always that question, why are they down despite a beat? At the end of the day, it's not so simple as, hey, did we beat expectations? Not everyone only cares about EPS top and bottom line here. But overall, just a couple of things just to get into crowd earnings if you want to get a little bit more granular. They had a 29% increase year over year on revenue. That's pretty solid. Subscription revenue was a 31% beat. So that actually looks pretty good. ARR, 27% increase year over year. There's a lot to like about it, but it doesn't matter. We saw this, and I warned everybody that Palo Alto also beat top, bottom, left, middle, all that good stuff, and it still pulled back. So is it all that surprising that CrowdStrike would pull back? I hate to say it, but I don't know that it is, unfortunately. You also have just another one here for you guys. Another report, Urban Outfitters is out. They came out at 405 as well. This will be a happy story as Urban Outfitters, with a 9% short float, by the way, just hit $43. So you got 6% at one point here on Urban Outfitters. So a good look for them. It's going to see if we can check to see what the numbers are, only because some people were asking about it. I know it's not Dell. I know it's not CrowdStrike. We've just gone over both those heading downside. So they reported record sales and earnings here on Urban. Just actually have to open this one up and read it. They're not going to give me the headline here. Net income, $102 million. So that'll be like $1.10 here EPS for Urban Outfitters. Net income is at $102 million. Although, I mean, year over year, that's actually not that impressive, but hey, it doesn't really matter. Sometimes it's about the fact that it's a 9% short flow and you're going to get the upside move here. CrowdStrike, I'm still waiting on the guidance numbers from Crowd, if we can even find them in here. Because I think CrowdStrike's the one that's probably going to surprise the most people. So they see CrowdStrike sees full year 2025 revenue 3.92 billion to 3.93 versus 3.897. So they're guiding revenue better than expectations, and their EPS guide looks good as well, better than expectations. So hey, at the end of the day, even the guidance is good here in CrowdStrike. It could just be a matter of being priced to perfection. AMBA, Ambarella, I do believe they are also out. AMBA, that's headed to the upside. So another name, you know what? Unfortunately, the high profile aren't giving it to us. It's not Dell. It's not CrowdStrike. It's AMBA. It tends to be something else. You look left, the market goes right. From a technical standpoint, that's going to be about as good as it gets. And sometimes that's how it is. Everyone and their mother probably would have wanted a flat top break here, but too late. You're too late, man. 17% up on AMBA. They did beat EPS. See, interesting. No, the sales is up 82 million versus 50 million year over year, but really their EPS 11 cents versus 28 cents the previous year. So really you're getting growth, but they're actually making a little bit less on an EPS basis than they did year over year. But let's be real. Sometimes it's just a technical break and they like it. This is one of those ones where when you get the outsized move, we've talked about this with Danielle Shea, we've talked about this to you guys, and I know we'll say this tomorrow morning. Sean will say it, or I'll say it, or Obi will say it, or somebody will say it. When you get an outsized move on earnings, those are the ones you want to look continuation. When you stay inside the expectation 7%, you move 5%, you don't care as much about those. Because everyone got rinsed on the options and all the sellers are the only ones that made any money. I want the continuation on the stock that blew it out of the water and then look for a little extra volatility. That's what I think you're getting here with Ambarella. 17% to the upside, big move, holding consolidation higher, and you're in a new territory on the daily. Like you're breaking away on the daily trade. Everything about it. Like you were already breaking away. Now you're extending that move on a 17% gain. So unfortunately, not looking that great for the names that I know everybody came here because you wanted to see CrowdStrike and Dell do well. I'm with you. I'm absolutely with you as well. Still looking to see where we get the guidance here for Dell. It was, like I said, top and bottom beat here with Dell. I'm still not seeing any earnings guidance. Let me just see if I can find another source for you guys there because they're still not liking it. As a matter of fact, Dell's retesting the low of the day as we speak. So not a very good look here with Dell as it continues to fall to the downside. Yeah, getting punished here for sure. I got some guidance for you. 2025 guidance, revenue anticipated range 97 to 98 billion on Dell, reflecting expected demand infrastructure to increase. And EPS, 7.3 versus 7.4, 7.30 to 7.45 on full year EPS forward guidance there for Dell. Overall, they're not liking it. It doesn't matter what we say. It doesn't matter what you want to happen. Dell retesting the lows, and it is down 8%. The expected move on Dell was 9.4. So even with this move down, you still managed to hold on to support. You managed to be less than the overall move. The good thing about Dell, well, we'll see for a trade, is if it gets that expected move, you could get an SSR bounce territory tomorrow, which you guys know that I do like. Overall, you always have to separate the whole left brain, right brain, trading versus investing. I think when I see Dell down potentially 10%, I start thinking trading opportunities for a bounce off a 10% down move, something along those lines. You could be reverting a little bit of an upward trend here on Dell, unfortunately. It's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, but you're still seeing it trade right off of those lows. And of course, the same thing happening over there with CrowdStrike. Although CrowdStrike, yeah, there we go. Just look away from Crowd for a little bit, and then it'll try to catch a bit of a bid. But you know what? When you've got major earnings, and when you've got big moves on major earnings names, generally speaking, you want to talk to somebody who's going to know his charts pretty well. We've got somebody who knows his charts very, very well coming in just a couple of minutes here, or hopefully maybe even shorter time frame than that, because we do have our good friend Brian Shannon who will be joining us in very, very shortly. to talk over some earnings names and maybe a little Bitcoin. Because I don't know if you guys have noticed, Bitcoin has been leading the charge in terms of volatility, expressed mostly by MSTR plunging like an absolute rock. So I know we saw this catch a bit at the end of the day. Just checking back in, it's still down 13%, getting absolutely wrecked. The short's still working over there in MSTR. But a bit of a disappointment, I would say. Disappointment on earnings here. Unless you're in Ambarella, which is now now it's still going. Ambarella is gorgeous. Now $82, 22% to the upside on AMBA. We'll see what happens tomorrow with Dell and CrowdStrike. But taking the cake and leading it alphabetically first, but certainly now 22% up. Remember, you want the outsized movers. And we've talked about this before. Everybody wants to trade NVIDIA. The last couple of days, we got all kinds of questions about NVIDIA. It was the number one symbol people wanted to talk about in the afternoon. But today, that wasn't the place to be for trades. I know that's not what everyone wanted to hear, but where should you have been trading? You had the pullback in crypto. You had a good move up in GameStop of all things. That could have been a good way to express trade. You had umpteen small cap stocks that were moving around. And unless you shorted NVIDIA early, that was not the place to be. You had good bounces and plays in Zoom off of earnings. So sometimes tomorrow, holiday shortened week, you're going to want to be where the volume is. Well, Ambarella now up 25%. This should be on a watch list tomorrow. I promise you'll be on our watch list tomorrow, that's for sure. Could be a big mover for sure. I do want to make sure we check back in on CrowdStrike in here. Yeah, it's still holding the bottom here at the 350 level. A little bit of bleed happening. I know this isn't what everyone wants to see. Like I said, they did beat on the top and the bottom lines, but not the best. And then one last one. I know we have Brian Shannon coming on. HPQ also taking it on the chin as they have fallen 10%. Another potential SSR bounce name. You got HPQ, Dell, and CrowdStrike taking it on the chin. We do have Brian Shannon jumping in, and I will take a look at this PGHL. Just one for you here. Yeah, this PGHL PGHL, yuck. Vinu, I see you in the chat. I just pulled it up on I pulled this bad boy up on my news source. What in the heck is going on with that? That's all I got to say. That is gross. That is absolutely gross. But what goes up must come down. That's nasty. Let's go to Brian Shannon. We've got a little trader talk locked and loaded, ready to go. Got to see what's going on with crypto. Got to see where we can maybe buy some dips here on some of these names that have lost on earnings. We've seen it with Dell. But let's talk to our main man, Brian Shannon of Anchored VWAP fame. Welcome, Brian. Always good to talk to you.
Good to see you, Neil. Yeah.
Well, we've talked.
Ambarella's going nuts.
Absolutely is. I love, sometimes, like I said, you've got to be able to look at and focus on the trading opportunities. I would probably understand that most people, if they're looking at their portfolio, you're probably more likely to own, I don't know, a CrowdStrike or a Dell, probably not an HPQ, than you would Ambarella. But from a trading standpoint, which one is looking like it's going to be more exciting for a trade? A lot of times it's going to be Ambarella. But welcome. It's good to talk to you. I haven't had a chance to be able to discuss any of these earnings plays with you in a while because usually Tuesday Sean gets to do the show. So it's a pleasure for me to hop on with you. First things first, talking about, I want to go back to crypto for a quick little second. Mm-hmm. Positioning after this $100,000 pullback. Everybody, we get so many people in our chat asking what is next? Where do we buy the dip? Is it a healthy pullback? Are we getting back to 100,000? When are we getting to 100,000? There's so much volatility right now in the crypto adjacent names and Bitcoin itself that it's like the start of every single day instead of NVIDIA lately, which is usually where people want to go. So I want to get your thoughts, maybe starting there.
Sure. I've got IBIT up on my screen because I know a lot of your subscriber base, listeners trade this. And on here, we are below the declining 5-day moving average. So that just gives me a little bit of caution. But I think this is the key right here, Neil. This is the anchor from the election, and it is appropriately colored orange for President Trump. And that would bring us down into about 51 even. So as far as the level on Bitcoin itself, that's at about 88.2. And I do have some bids in there. This is really... Crypto is really the only market I buy on dips because it just, you get the opportunity to, and if you blink, the opportunity is often gone. I think that down in towards that 51 level, though, for IBIT is where you want to start looking for buying this dip.
And that's a great look. And I know we threw out the book there. I know you're going to throw an anchor on there. And the important thing to remember when you're using an anchored VWAP is to make sure that you anchor it to a big event. Now, we always talk about earnings, but for this rally in crypto, it has been the election that's got it going. Now, can I, just a quick question for you, and this comes down to other election names that have run, and I'm going to put you on the spot with this a little bit.
Sure, no problem.
Tesla specifically, we all know it's been rallying since the election as well. But on top of that, it also made a power move off of earnings. What would be your approach in a situation like this? You had a huge run off of their last earnings report in the first place. Then you had another secondary run off the election. Do you put more weight into the more recent event because that's the new juice? Or do they both matter because clearly you've had entries at both spots, and would you have a couple of anchored VWAPs that you're willing to trade off of?
Great question, Neil. We have the gap from the earnings report, and as you said, more recently was the election. So because that's more relevant, and right now the location of the anchor from the election is at 325 versus earnings down here at 302, this is going to come into play first. What we would want to see is if we continue to pull back in Tesla, that maybe we start to hold in here, maybe a little shakeout, and then begin to bounce from there. If that didn't materialize, what I would then look for is if it gets trapped underneath the anchor from the election, then I would think we would have a pretty quick test down towards the anchor from the earnings report. That would be our next bigger level. That would also take out this low, which would be nice for a shakeout. So if this, if 325-ish, let's say, fails to hold, I think you're looking at 305 in Tesla, and then we've got to, probably back it out to a daily time frame to get a little bit more bigger picture look at it.
Yeah, and you know what? I sheepishly, as someone who looks for an opportunity, I sheepishly want to see the test of the earnings low because I feel like you'll have so many people that are out of the initial bounce under that first anchor from the election that it might just be a little bit less resistance on a bounce. You've wiped out a few of those weaker hands. Just from a trading standpoint, look, I like Tesla. I own it in my long-term account. I don't want stocks to go down, but I think a lot of times if you actually trap or get a few weaker hands out, that can lead to a little bit of a bigger move, which I do like. And there's a question in the chat here, Saad, asking me to ask you, if you anchor, here, I'm just going to read it verbatim, because why not? Can you ask Brian if he anchors on the day's close or the after hours of previous day for after hours earnings? So I guess the question would be, for aftermarket earnings, where precisely do you put the anchor? Maybe we could just use CrowdStrike here as an example.
Sure. I mean, so for CrowdStrike, initially you want to be looking at it, of course, as soon as the news is released, and you want to look at that on a very short-term time frame. So at this point, a 1 minute, and ignore the other lines on there. But I would anchor it right here. So let's just make that one. That's this one. Let me see. Sorry. So right from this very first end of the day. Now you could argue, well, why not this bar where the big volume was? This is, though, what I consider to be the most important right now. And tomorrow morning, you'll want to carry this anchor over into the pre-market and throughout the day. In a day or two, once enough volume has occurred that this volume isn't as significant anymore, then you generally want to do it from, let's say, on a 15-minute time frame let's say this was the earnings right here, then you would want to do it from that point, from the opening of the gap. Interestingly enough, Neil, when we look at this 15-minute time frame, look at the almost identical exact low there. That's the anchor from the election.
Yeah. I think it might just be a situation here, Brian, now that you just pointed that out. And we just talked about Bitcoin anchoring to the election, obviously Tesla, and it would be an easy thing to say just look at the anchor from the election for any names that obviously should have got a boost from Trump. But maybe it's just significant in general. And it might be, because there was a rally and everything that wasn't the 10 ETF and solar names and marijuana, but almost everything in tech did get a nice little bounce there, and it might be worth putting those anchors in. But I do appreciate you answering that question because that's, like, at the end of the day, we don't know where traders are on their journey. Maybe you're just starting to use these, and when you slap them on there, and we'll discuss the technicals and the move after the fact, it can get lost, the initial setting up there. Before we get to, I wanted to ask you about, because you were talking about a setup in a stock that I know Obi loves, filling in for Sean here, Amazon, and I wanted to be able to get to that name before we run out of time. But is there somewhere, outside of buying your book, which I think everyone should, if you're interested in using anchored VWAP, is there somewhere outside of your feed, maybe you'll post there every now and then on the basics and the nuts and bolts of you using this, and maybe just fire a link if you can for people to be able to get this. I can tell you.
Well, sure. So that book's available on Amazon and Amazon Canada as well. There's physical inventory in Canada. So what I do on a daily basis at alphatrends.net, and we're having a Black Friday sale because that's what you do at this time of year, is where I have a Discord room. I do multiple videos each day and provide guidance on individual stocks as well as the overall market. But, going back to, we don't have to talk necessarily about Amazon, Neil. I wanted to go back instead to the anchor from the election, because it clearly, for the market itself, has been a big level. So for the S&P 500, it had been support, turned resistance quickly, and now we're back above it. One stock that has been, on very active trader is MSTR. And the anchor right there from the election, we had a little bit of a shakeout there and then just perfect buying at this anchor until today. The more times support tested, the more likely it is to fail. So now looking at MSTR, we want to see, does this get trapped underneath here? My suspicion is it won't, that it held as support for a little while, but maybe we rally up to the anchor from the peak, and then we start to come back into this zone. So on all of my charts, financials, there's the anchor from the election, the biotechs, there it is from the election, which we just got back above. So that is, it was a huge catalyst for the markets overall. And when we have those big catalysts, we always want to measure the psychology, is what we're doing from those events. So for instance, Amazon, as you just mentioned, just got back above the anchor from the election. And when we back that out to a daily time frame, we had just come down, tested this resistance, held as support, and now Amazon looks like it's on its way again. So I'll be looking for Amazon to ideally maybe pull back a little bit in the morning and then look to be a buyer somewhere, as it gets back above VWAP if we are lucky enough to get a pullback in it tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I love that approach. I know we're running short on time. Before we get you out of here, we have a holiday shortened week, and obviously tomorrow's a full day trading. Of course, it'll be our last chance to talk to you, so I'm going to wish you a happy Thanksgiving for sure, Brian. But going into probably some holiday volume, especially in the second half of tomorrow. And then we get a half day on Friday, which we know sometimes the open can be okay for traders, but let's be real, the afternoon, not so much. Is there any change to your approach? I know you're heavily using technicals. Sometimes when you're tape reading and doing like those opening trades, I've noticed that it can still be okay on a half day, especially if you can really see some obvious things going on in the tape. But do you change your approach when you're using your higher time frame technical analysis when you know you're going to get a very low volume day? Do you throw some things out, or do you just stick to the plan normally?
It's more, Neil, that's a great question, because the pre-holiday trade, and this goes for any holiday really, is kind of similar. And what we have a lot of times is that people take vacations, and people will say, well, it's just the junior traders at the desk, which is often actually true, at the big hedge funds and that. And what I think tends to happen is a lot of the smaller stocks, the more speculative names, that if an institution is around, they're going to put a lid on that stock by shorting it. But since they're not there, what you'll see is a lot of these little crazy names really go off the rails, and you get some outsized moves in those without the big pullbacks right away. So my focus is on some of those. So today I had my main focus was on this little stock called Genie, Geni, which is Genius Sports. The daily chart here on the left and the 30-minute time frame on the right. But here's the weekly time frame. So it's one of these ones with this big, long-term base in here. And these are the types of moves that, can really get going. Stocks like, the silly stocks like Kodak, like AMC, like GME, getting going. Those are the types of stocks I think, the highly speculative names are the ones that really get going in this type of environment.
Well, you're not gonna see me disagree with you there. I actually spent most of the afternoon trading a $2 stock and was trading I probably had more trades on GME today individually than I'd put on in GME in the last month. So I definitely agree with you on that one. It's always an absolute pleasure to have you, Brian Shannon, over at Alpha Trends. And as I said, if you're interested in anchored VWAP, then I know you can always check out this book. It's a fantastic one. And always a good friend of the show. Can't wait to talk to you again. It's a pleasure. I know Sean usually gets the pleasure, but the pleasure was all mine today. All of our viewers and myself, we all thank you. And of course, wish you a happy Thanksgiving, Brian.
Well, I know you don't celebrate in Canada, but you at least get the day off, so that's good, Neil, and happy Thanksgiving to all the listeners out there.
There we go. Thank you very much. Brian Shannon, CMT from Alpha Trends. Take care, brother. And this is what it's all about, everybody. And we always get a chance, and I say this, if you get the opportunity to learn from anybody who has, whether it's more experience in this particular case, Brian Shannon has more experience technically than I obviously do, and we get a chance to learn from someone like that, we should always listen. Whether you get a chance to learn from someone with a different perspective. I might listen to Joe. Joe hasn't traded on our floor as long, but he'll talk about options, and he knows more than I do. So I like to listen when he's talking, and we always have a lot of fun there. And so let's have some fun tomorrow as well. But just a quick little recap for everybody. CrowdStrike just caught a bid and back to 360. It's now only down a point. So a decent bounce there on CrowdStrike. You're going to see Dell holding closer to the lows. So one not so bad, Dell holding the lows. I've seen a couple of times, and Alfredo's asking about SMCI. Supermicro did not report, but it's not moving in the aftermarket. What I would say is SMCI still in a downward trend. It's trying to make a major break of trend. And I know I favored the long today. I didn't trade SMCI to the long side, despite the fact that we favored long multiple days. I think you're going to see why here. You essentially got to a gap fill key price of 38, and I felt like this was a place to back off of it and look for a consolidation. And if it can break back out of the top after a consolidation, I'll probably start liking SMCI bids and going long again. I know we kind of ignored it for a little bit, but for myself, I know we explain the things that we want to trade every single day and we get into. I've been going long SMCI almost on a daily basis in this bounce. Today I didn't, and the reason for it was it rejecting that 50-period moving average on the daily. I didn't go short, but we looked the other way. You might have noticed that there was a little bit of a warning shot just fired by Fabian to get us all out of here. But before we do it, Darren feeling under the weather, Sean feeling under the weather, I'm not doing the best myself, but I'm fighting through it for you guys. I'm still going to do roll call because we always do a roll call. But we'll always start the roll call off by giving you a reason to put your name in the chat. But you can't put your name in the chat if you're not a subscriber because subs only chat. So make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe, get in the chat, give a big shout out to our guest, Brian Shannon. Give a big shout out to Fabian, who's on the ones and twos. Ramin's not even in right now. We're a little bit short-handed today. Give a big shout out to Rob, who is sitting at the desk as well. I don't know where Randy is, but Rob, one of our IT staff, is sitting there chilling with Fabian. Give a big shout out to Sharif, and of course, Joe, the Bash Brothers, to Sataya on our midday show, to Obi for filling in for Sean for us and doing a fantastic job. Give a big shout out to my main man, Sean and Brendo as well. Give a shout out to Adara, whomever you want to, but make sure you don't forget Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the business. Throw some ones in the chat for them, and now we can get a little roll call action. I'm going to do my best. My voice gives out. take it easy on me. We've got all set in the chat. Joe Finero, Fat Figure, you started off every single day. You're almost always number one, and we got you in the aftermarket show all day long. Keenan in the chat, Stubborn D, Scott Tomlinson as well, Donkey Trader, Bob S, Alan Smith, Jacoby Waters, there you are, Bears versus Bulls, NT5, Jason G, Stubborn D, Daryl Flinch in the chat, what up? Jamie Schenker, we got Isaac Sasaki, Charmine Khan, Sebastian, Jeremy Newman, Diet Soda as well. I don't drink soda anymore. I used to drink a lot of pop. I feel a lot better now that I don't. Get rid of that sugar. Juan Padilla, Phil of the Future, Crypto FOMO, Scott Edwards, Prania in the chat, Michelle Meir, Oliver Katsaros, Ivar in the chat, Elon Must, I like that name, good one. Rossi So Saucy as well. Oh no, just skipped a bunch here. We got Bob S again, we get Yannick Patel, Money Bag Cat, now the voice is gone. Tom Payne in the chat, Adrian TKL, we've got Yannick again, we've got Barn Chips in the chat, Car James, John Canella, Nephew with a capital P up in the house, Vasil Momento, we've got again a couple of repeats, Tilster, and my voice is absolutely dead, guys. I'm going to do my best tomorrow. It's a wild one. The voice is gone. It was an exciting day. We had a lot of fun. And remember, just because it's a holiday shortened week doesn't mean there's not action. You saw the moves and some of the small cap names. GameStop gave it to you. MSTR to the downside. Tesla's flying around. There's always going to be a trading opportunity. And here at Trader TV Live, we're going to be there for you. The market's open. We're here. So don't do anything except get some rest. Maybe check out some Black Friday deals and come right back here, 8:30 in the morning. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oh.